I'm back. Got a great damn topic for today. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. Remember that little kid? He kept on saying LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron. Salute to you all. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. I hope all is well with you and yours. Guys, please hit that like button. Share the video if you can. Happy Sunday, guys. Get out there, go for a run today, go for a walk, bask in the glory of the universe, guys. And I'm sending out positivity at the speed of light to you all. Let me get to the chat real quick. The chat is booming today, guys. If you want your questions answered with priority, please hit the super chats. Also, guys, the poll question for today is, did you have an awesome White History Month? Did you have an awesome White History Month? Guys, also, I have started to repackage my membership packages. Please go and hit the join button and subscribe and become a member. There's a basic member package. There's a chess club member package. I will be playing chess with my chess members. There is a movie member package, which there was somebody who signed up for that. So you have the opportunity to watch a movie with Chaotic Truth. I'll let you know when I plan on doing the movie night. Also, there is a book club membership, which I'm very excited about. And speaking of books, right now I'm currently reading Woke by Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm also reading A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. I'm also reading Peter Schweitzer's Red-Handed, great damn book. And I'm also reading Peter Navarro's Crouching Tiger. I will definitely appreciate if you guys send me your email addresses and let me know which membership package that you have as well, just to update me and to keep you abreast on, or to keep you abreast on when I will schedule my specific membership package output, if you will. Other than that, guys, salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. 777's in the building. Positivity is coming your way. 777. I hope all is well with you and yours, man. Let me see. We got Roz Girl in the building. What's up, Roz Girl? Thank you so much for always supporting Roz Girl. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Roz Girl. Hope all is well with you and yours. We got Portia in the building. Portia says, howdy and good morning, CT, in the chat. Positivity is coming your way. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Portia. Hope all is well with you and yours. We got Buffalo Mind in the building. Buffalo Mind, salute to you, man. Positivity is coming your way. Buffalo Mind says, did anyone watch the Spence versus Crawford fight last night? It was awesome. I actually fell asleep early. I missed the damn fight. I had it all, I had it set up to watch. I was so tired from yesterday's stream. I fell asleep, but I did catch the highlights of it. I got to say this, man, Terrence Crawford. I mean, listen, now he has made history. He is a two weight class undisputed champion. I really believe he will be a 3 weight class undisputed champion if he fights Charlo at 154. The man is an incredible boxer. He's definitely going to go down in history as one of the greats. Honestly, man, that next fight probably will be a $500 million fight, and I can't wait to see it. I really wish that Terrence Crawford was like in his late 20s, even 30. At 35, he has like a short window. I really believe he should retire within like 3 or 4 years. So hopefully within this 3-year window, we will see more great fights from him, or great fights from him. But other than that, I did see the highlights. He definitely exposed Errol Spence. Errol Spence was looking like an amateur. Woo! He was looking like an amateur. Errol Spence was looking like a complete and utter amateur. He got exposed last night. Oh, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. 3 knockdowns. The referee had to stop the fight. Oh, yeah, it wasn't really good. It was not a good fight for him. But thank you so much, Buffalo Mind. We got Seven Steel in the building. Seven Steel says, Buffalo, that was a spectacular event. I had Crawford all along. He's something different. Yeah, he is something different, man, especially based on what I saw last night. I think he might mop the floor with Charlo. And I think that I don't think anybody right now is touching Terrence Crawford right now. Salute to Terrence Crawford, by the way. And I really believe this, and believe it or not, I really believe that if Terrence Crawford fought Mayweather in their primes, I really believe he might win. They will go the distance. It'll be a UD, but definitely will win. Without a doubt. Let me see. Tatum with Tatum, salute to you. Positivity is coming your way. Tatum, hope all is well with you and yours. Says, good morning, CT in the chat. But Crawford put in work last night. Oh, definitely. Yes. Crazy Chick Sheen and positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you. We got Leander in the building. Leander 06, bro. Positivity is coming your way, Leander. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Leander says, what up, CT? Tracy's in the building, says, CT, stop with the nonsense. LeBron is a GO. Oh, stop it. But I will admit, in terms of basketball, LeBron is the greatest. But I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna be the Negro whisperer today about his school. I'm gonna be the Negro whisperer, and a lot of people are not gonna like what I have to say about his school and other schools in the community. We got Richard in the building. Salute to you, Richard. Positivity is coming your way. Says, I'm about to go for a run and listen to this amazing show. Jesse Lee Peterson. Richard, how many miles are you about to? You mean you're about to go for an actual physical run? Let me know. And let me know how many miles you're going to run today. I need to get my miles back up. I haven't ran in like 3 or 4 days, actually. Kyronetta, thank you so much, Kyronetta, for coming to the stream. Guys, get the likes up, guys. There's a lot of people in the chat. The likes need to match the amount of viewers. Get the likes up. Share the video. Let's have a beautiful, beautiful Sunday today. Let's sit back. If you happen to leave, keep the tab open. If you're not a member, become one. Hit the join button to become a member. Just hit the basic member package. It's only 99 cents. Let me see. Show me that you love the show. Chukwu's in the building. Chukwu's a member. Chukwu says, salute, CT. LeBron has just built a fancy school to prison pipeline and put his name on it. Ooh, yeah, Chukwu. Positivity is coming your way, man. I'm going to definitely dabble in this discussion about our boy LeBron. Let me see. Tracy says, because you can't be distracted by CT while exercising, could make a mistake. EAE is in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way, EAE. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Sending out positivity at the speed of light. We got Smitty in the building. What's up, Smitty? Positivity is definitely coming your way, Smitty. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Who else? There's a lot of people today. What's up, Bob? Bob is in the building. Salute to you, Bob. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. I hope all is sending out positivity at the speed of light, Bob. We got Impressive Vibe in the building. Positivity is coming your way, Impressive Vibe. Who else do we have? Let me see. We got HB in the building. Says, CT, they saying Crawford need to get drug tested. Laughing. Well, after what I saw, yeah, he was like the way that I saw it, Crawford was beating Errol Spence like Ivan Drago was beating Apollo Creed in that exhibition bout. Boom! Boom! Yeah, he was beating the dog breaks out of him. I punched him through the ropes in the 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Mike from Boston, call in too, man. You know, you're a boxing and aficionado. I want you to call in. Let's talk about it. HB says the fight was a masterclass. Yeah. Definitely will go down in history. Yeah, I saw the highlights. It definitely was a bloodbath from the highlights that I saw. I really am upset that I missed the fight. But that next fight, his fight with Charlo, that's going to be the fight of the century, to believe it or not. Up with BM, salute to you, man. Says, good morning, CT in the chat. Good morning to you, Up with BM. Guys, hit the like button on your way in, guys. Hit the like button. Get those likes up. Let me see who else is in the building for today. We got Lady D in the building. Salute to you, Lady D. I hope all is well with you and yours. Positivity is coming your way. Who else do we have in the building? We have Jeremy in the building. Says, "Good morning, God. Good morning to you, Jeremy. Positivity is coming your way." We have Breezy in the building. Yeah, Breezy says his corner should have stopped it in the seventh. Yeah, when I saw the highlights from the seventh, and Errol was looking battered. I mean, it was horrific. They should have stopped it. To let it go two more rounds and that boy was getting beat like that, stop. Let me see. Gregory says to all the whites out there on meth and fentanyl, just say no. Ooh, coming in with the racism already. We got Jarrell in the building. Says CT. What's up, Jarrell? Guys, get the likes up, guys. I'm serious. I'm going to end the show if you don't get the likes up. Hit the like button. We got Pastor Bucks in the building. Salute to you, Pastor Bucks. Positivity is coming your way. Let me see. Savage says LeBron can't read. Wow. I didn't know that. Let me see who else is in the building. We got Nas in the building. Salute to you, Nas. Positivity is coming your way. Nas says, but only boxer to sweep two divisions. Yeah. He's the only boxer to be undisputed in two weight classes? If that's the case, hey man, pugilists will be writing about this for the next 100 years. Let me see real quick. And then, I really believe, so I know for a fact there's no three weight class undisputed champs. So if that's the case, he's probably going to be anointed the greatest boxer of all time. Let's see here. Jeremy says only a 30% like to viewer ratio. Come on, man. Yeah, get the likes up, guys. I'm known for ending shows. Get the likes up. There's nothing that damn hard but to take your mouse and just click the like button. Just click it. Click the like button. We got Crown Reese in the building with the $5 super chat. Says, salute to you, CT. Crawford had Spence looking out of character. I'm going to get you, sucker. Peace to you, CT. Yeah. You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm definitely going to watch the entire fight in its entirety. I'm really upset that I missed it. I really believe that Terrence Crawford is the next great thing, to be honest with you. And it just sucks that he's 35. If he was 30, oh my God. Because there's only that short window, especially at that weight. If he was old, if he was a heavyweight, he probably could box into his late 40s, because the heavyweight division has always been trash and it's not really deep. But the welterweight has monsters in the welterweight. It's monsters in middleweight. So I don't know, man. You got up and coming kids, man. And God forbid Tank moves up in weight to welter. Ooh, it's a wrap. Tank will demolish everybody in welter. Let me see real quick. Kid Cash is in the building. Salute to you, Kid Cash. Hope all is well with you and yours. Kid Cash says, LeBron is the GOAT. No debate about it. I agree with you. He is the greatest of all time. Stop with the romanticized memories of the 80s and 90s. These old heads couldn't hang today. Kid Cash, I agree with you. I've done live streams about that. The romanticized 1980s, 1990s basketball. And what I keep on saying is that it was trash. It was literally cab drivers, dishwashers, and school teachers playing professional basketball. These guys were not skilled. There were a few skilled players. There were a few players back then that legitimately could play in today's NBA, but most of those players are trash. And when I was, even watching the old highlights, a lot of these people back then couldn't dribble off the left. They just weren't explosive enough. Yeah, people would say Dominique Wilkins. They'll say Michael Jordan. They'll say Hakeem Olajuwon. But most of those players back then were garbage. Let's be completely honest. Let's see here. Ali says people idolize LeBron and really believe he is some great humanitarian. It's just all about image. That's all he cares about. Of course. And he has all right to be like that. This is a capitalist society. And he's going to use his image and he's going to use marketing tactics to always increase his brand. I've always known that. But I've also always known that his school would be trash. I've also known that as well. And I'm going to get into that in a minute. We got Crown Reese in the building. We got Mike from Boston in the building. Mike from Boston says, positivity is coming your way. We got Jesse Black Bear Arm says, what's up, CT? What's going on, man? Let me see. Mike from Boston said the fight was a mismatch. Ooh. Let's see here. We got Terry in the building. Says Crawford gave Mr. Spence the business. Great fight in slow mo. Spence was getting blood knocked out of his mouth. He was. I mean, I hate to say it. I thought Ryan Garcia got exposed when he fought my boy Devin Haney. I mean, not Devin Haney. I'm sorry. When he fought Tank, when Tank punched him in the gut, boom, hit him with that nice body shot, and Garcia was like, "Oh no, I can't go anymore. I can't go anymore. Oh, my stomach." But last night in the highlights that I saw, oh yeah, total annihilation. Who else is in the building? We got Marv in the building. Says CT still dying from last night. We got Nick Tao in the building. Positivity is coming your way. Oh, you're absolutely right, Nick Tao. Yes, Terrence Crawford in the 4-belt era. Oh, and that right there alone lets me know he might be one of the greatest, if not the greatest boxer of all time. I think in the 50s, they only had 2 belts. And I think it changes, like the criteria to be undisputed changes throughout the years. And I know in the if anybody, Mike from Boston, I know you're a bit of a pugilist. Help me out here. I know in the 50s and 60s, they only had 2 belts that made you undisputed. But Terrence Crawford, man, he might get $100 million his next fight. Let me see. Savage Red with the $5 super chat says, "For you blacks, the mouse is for your computer and not the animals in your house." I don't know what the hell you're talking about this time. I don't know what you're talking about, Savage, but let me see. 777 says, "Breezy, you too. Breezy deserves a wrench, CT. I've seen Breezy in here for a long time. Wrenches are $10 to the Cash App." EAE says, "What did Chaotic Truth Live think of Eminem walking Crawford out last night?" Oh, I saw that too. I thought it was great that Eminem was there. Eminem was one of the greatest rappers of all time. People were like, "Well, how come he didn't rap all the way out?" Because he doesn't have to rap all the way out. His presence alone, just walking with Terrence Crawford, is enough in itself. Eminem is a legend. He doesn't have to rap from the tunnel all the way to the damn ring like some 23-year-old rapper. He's already paid his dues. He doesn't have to do it. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on for a second. Mike from Boston says it went from 2 to 3 to 4. Okay. Thank you so much, Mike from Boston, for letting me know that. 777 said Crawford first 20 fights, he fought bums. Stop it all cap. Okay, whether he fought bums doesn't mean anything, sir. The first 10 or 20 fights of most people's professional fights are against bums. But the fact is that he washed Errol Spence. Errol Spence was the WBC holder. He washed the champion. Let's see here. HB says, "When I saw Marshall Eminem, I knew it was a wrap." All right, guys, let me get into first Black Conservative Perspectives review of LeBron, and I'm going to give you my chaotic truth after I show you this video. Check this out.
So we got to talk about a very interesting story that is going to shed light on some hard realities of the world. And one of the reasons why...
Keep it real. No need to apologize, Black Conservative Perspective. Just keep it real. You're saying the same thing that I have been saying for years about these communitized schools.
Once again, low key, I am one of these people that adheres to this idea that, hey, maybe, just maybe, there are some people that you just can't really help, right? There's some people that there's not that much you can do for them, right? At the end of the day, they're just going to be who they are. And
exactly. Be honest about it. Let's be completely honest about it.
Pouring resources into these people is probably a waste of money, right? I'm just keeping it 100. It sounds bad. It sounds terrible. But I'm just saying this because the woke revolutionaries want us to believe that the problems in the Black community, right? The reason why the Black community is so behind everybody else is because they don't have enough resources, right? They don't have enough money, right? It's not culture. It's not the values that are being instilled in these kids. It's not the single parent household. No, it's none of that. It's just money, right? Just more money, right? We need more handouts, more reparations, more resources. need to be given to black people, and all of a sudden, black people are going to thrive, right? Black people are going to be out.
It should work that easy, but it doesn't. Keep on preaching, Black Conservative Perspective.
Competing the Asians and the whites in school, right? Everything's going to turn around. Unfortunately, that's not the reality, okay? And we have kind of some anecdotal evidence of what I'm talking about here, right? And it stars no other than LeBron James's I Promise School, which is basically facing a state takeover because the school is an epic disaster. But you wouldn't know that listening to the mainstream liberal media.
5 years ago, NBA superstar LeBron James opened the I Promise School in his hometown of Akron, Ohio. The goal, to give at-risk youth a place to learn and feel supported.
I understand the mental state that goes in with these kids and where they come from.
About 1,600 students have attended the school, which demands that its students promise to always do their best and make healthy choices.
It's up to us as the mentors and everybody in place to help them to get to that point. That's what kids want to know. Do you care about me? And we do here.
Proof of that, every graduate receives a college scholarship.
I never thought that I could have a chance to go to college. It goes back to breaking those cycles, those generational curses. We're really doing something different here.
This year, LeBron's foundation opened a community center offering job training. The foundation also runs a food bank and provides medical services.
Man, LeBron James, he's a role model, and he empowers us, and he shows us every day that if you...
Why don't this white woman do her damn hair before she came out the damn house? What's wrong with her?
work hard, you can live out your dreams.
Yeah, so I don't want people to get it twisted, okay? In regards to this video and what I'm getting at here, I commend LeBron James for trying, right?
Hold on for a second. Let's go to skip the video. Okay, let's do it right here.
The LeBron James Family Foundation, in a statement, said it's committed to its partnership with Akron Public Schools. All right, we've seen all this stuff. So let's actually read about more of the results here. Lechley Clifford, in a presentation Monday, explained that I Promise School students are performing a little better in terms of reading and English compared to their Akron school peers that were also in the bottom 25% of student performance, but who weren't selected for the school. Meanwhile, I Promise students perform worse than their Akron school peers when it comes to math. So again, they're not really performing any better overall than everybody else around them, right? Which again tells you what the problem is, right? Again, it's not the resources, it's not the money.
Keep it real. Keep it real.
It's the environment. It's how these kids are being raised. That's what it is. I Promise students' performance on Ohio State tests show little growth in achievement, at least as measured by the state. Lynch.
All right, we don't have to watch the whole video, but great video by Black Conservative Perspective. You can watch it yourselves. Let me read something to you real quick, and then I'm going to give you my diatribe in a minute. Not one. I was a teacher. This is why this is important to me. Not one student from LeBron James I Promise School has passed a math test since 2020. Are you guys reading that? Students from LeBron James I Promise School seem to be struggling academically. The 8th grade class hasn't passed a math test in the last 3 years. 3 years. School board members from Akron, Ohio are concerned about the results. One of LeBron James' greatest facets in his philanthropic nature, James has made a conscious effort to give back to his community. Perhaps his most important project is the I Promise School, which provides education for underprivileged children from minority communities. But a recent study reveals some concerns about the school. A recent report revealed that the students from the 8th grade of the I Promise School have not passed the Ohio State math test in several years. One board member questioned how that could be possible, as it is highly unusual for children in their age group to have such poor results. Lying. It should be noted that the school's goal is to serve as an intervention for the lowest performing students in the state, but this result is unusual. On top of that, some of the largest demographics in their school are performing far below state standards. Akron, Ohio Public School Board president, shared his concern too. For me as a board member, I just think about all the resources that we're providing. And I'm just disappointed that I don't think it doesn't appear like we are having the kind of change that we would expect. LeBron James has consistently spoken about how much he loves I Promise School and how he wants to give back. Last year, a little after the end of the and made an appearance there to surprise the students on campus. James' friend also supported the endeavor. Global superstar Drake, the rapper, donated $1 million to the school last year, even stating that he wanted to come down and deliver the money himself. LeBron James I Promise School, which costs $8 million in taxpayer money, shows shocking results for 8th grade math exams. I just read this part. Now I'm going to give you my chaotic truth. Give you my chaotic truth about it. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it at all, to be completely honest with you. You're not going to like what I have to say. And I want you guys to be prepared. You know, like that song from the Disney movie Lion King, Be Prepared. You know, Scar and the hyenas were singing this song, Be Prepared. I want you to be prepared because I'm going to offend a lot of you people. And, you know, I know a lot of people, and I never realized that I have a lot of people who get upset about what I say. They're watching from the bushes, waiting to be offended. I don't know why I keep watching. I don't know why. It's like every time I watch Chaotic, I think that he's going to be nice and say something nice because he's smart. But he never fails me. I hate him. But I don't know why I keep watching him. I don't know why I keep watching him. Well, I'll tell you. It's because deep down inside, you're yearning for the truth. You're yearning for it. Roland Curtis with the $10 super chat says, but using both yesterday's metrics and today's analytics, Jordan is better than LeBron. Michael Jordan is number one in per in NBA history. Jokic is number 2 and LeBron is number 3. What information shows LeBron is the GOAT? Shaking my head. LeBron is the GOAT, man. Roland, listen, you do you, we do us, all right? Thank you for that super chat, though. But I'm always going to be a LeBron fan. Listen, Michael Jordan played against cab drivers and expansion teams. Stop. How many expansion teams were in the league in Jordan's era? 4. The Miami Heat, the Orlando Magic, the Toronto Raptors, and who was the other one? I can't think of the other one. Stop it. The league was watered down when Mike played. And you didn't have all that European or all those great European players playing in the NBA at the time. You had a few of them. I think Tony Kukoc. You had a few. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm not going to be nice. I'm not going to tickle you to make you feel good. I'm going to bring up race. I'm going to bring up culture. I'm going to bring up the past as well. I am from Ohio. And when I was in grade school, we had what was called the proficiency test. In the 8th grade, if you passed all 5 parts of the proficiency test, you didn't have to take it any other time in high school. You were done. Because you proved to the state that you were proficient at the academic standards. Writing, reading, science, math, and I think the other one, what was the 5th one? I can't remember the 5th one. I don't think it was history. I don't remember. Now, when I was in the 8th grade, we were not connected with the high schools like a lot of these schools are now, meaning that we weren't in a combined school. We were in separate schools. So the junior high schools were 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then the high schools were 9th through 12th. So we had separate buildings. I went to a community junior high school. It was absolute hell on earth every single year I was there, every single day I was there. Nobody wants to be honest about this, but I will. Every day in junior high school, my classmates would talk about their tennis shoes, or if you're from the East Coast, sneakers. They would talk about who has the best Jordans, who has the best Deion Sanders. They would talk about their Avirex jackets. They would talk about the latest rap album. Back then, we had albums. They would talk about the next P or Master P album that came out every damn week. The little monkeys that I went to school with didn't care about education. They didn't care about math. They didn't care about science. I and another girl were the only 2 kids in the school that passed all 5 parts of the proficiency test. When I was in school, I used to tell my classmates, some of them who were my friends, look, you little moon crickets, we are in competitions here. We are in competitions with the Chinese. We are in competition with the J small hats. We are in competition with people on this planet who are in competition with us. I was called everything from corny to lame to nerd to white boy, sucking up to the teacher. I would curse out my classmates. I would tell them. I would try to grab them and tell them, "You dummies need to compete. Rap music is not important. Your tennis shoes are not important." The school that I was in had all the resources. We had tutors there. We had beautiful teachers there that actually cared. But the students didn't care. And back in the 90s, I would give it about 50-50 in certain community schools. 50% of the parents cared, unlike no parents today care about that stuff. You have no parents today asking about homework anymore. That's out the question. But back then, you had a lot of parents that didn't care. The Mud Sharks parents that I knew didn't care if the kids did their work. A lot of them didn't even come to the parent-teacher meetings. Chaotic, why are you talking about this right now? Well, it's the same thing with LeBron's school. LeBron, we all know there's a board of directors. We all know that LeBron is not dealing with the day-to-day operations of the school. We know that LeBron's name is attached to it because it ups the scale on his brand. We get it. But LeBron has put money into that school. He's put some of his time into that school. But if I could talk to LeBron, I would tell LeBron, LeBron, you're wasting your time with these kids. You're wasting your time. You're wasting resources. You're wasting the taxpayer resources with these kids. These kids do not care. The parents do not care. These kids are more concerned about TikTok videos than the quadratic formula. You mean to tell me none of the kids pass math? You mean to tell me that the state is possibly going to intervene? It's another example of how the community is continuing to fail. Let me see the super chats real quick. Sorry about that. I see you in the back. Give me a second. I'm not ready for you yet. I'm the Negro Whisperer, not because of, I'm just doing this for entertainment. I'm doing this because I am the David Attenborough of Negroes. I've lived amongst Negroes. I've done business amongst Negroes. I went to school amongst Negroes, and I can tell you Negro behavior to an exactitude. And what I can tell you is this: there is no emphasis on education in the community. There's not. Yes, you may have a few sprinkles there, but the masses of these people in the community. No, not yet, 777. Give me about 5 more minutes. But the masses of the people in the community don't care. There is no emphasis of elitism. There is no emphasis of competition in these schools. The J's, small hats, are teaching their kids, you're a leader. Your people lead. You are leaders over these people. They teach them kids that. The Chinese teach their kids, hey, we want the best in these schools because you're going to be the world leaders one day. You're going to dominate the economy. You're going to dominate the trades. You're going to dominate import exports. You're going to dominate industry. That's not being emphasized and taught in the community. So starting some school doesn't mean anything. It's just LeBron James has literally just started a babysitting facility at best. Because the community does not teach those things and will never teach it. The community doesn't teach, hey, we're going to be the leaders in industry. We're going to be the leaders in this. We're going to be the dominant one as this. That people are not teaching their kids that. And the schools are not teaching the kids that. And the schools are just a resting place or a babysitting facility. That's it. I don't know why nobody has gotten hip to this in 2023. Smart people now are homeschooling their kids because they know that these inner city community schools are inferior. They're not worth going to. Just because LeBron James' name is on that school doesn't mean anything. That school is performing lower than the state standards. It's not in the top 10th percentile. It's not in the top 25 percentile. It's not in the top 50th percentile. It is at the bottom of the barrel. And you're wasting taxpayer dollars. I don't know why. I don't know why people don't contact me to be the Negro Whisperer. I can consult people on this type of stuff. If you want to start a school, LeBron, or the people around you, you recruit the best black kids. You recruit. See, when I was teaching at a charter school one time, chaotic. You only pay attention to the smart kids. Who else would you want to pay attention to? Why not? The community wastes a lot of money on the degenerate classes of the community or the soon-to-be degenerate classes. I've seen it in community schools. faculty and staff will focus on the kid who fights the most, who gets in the most. We got to help him. We gotta set up a meeting. We got to have corrective behavior. We got to teach de-escalation to the kid. We gotta have an IEP meeting for the kid. We got to meet with the kid's parents. We gotta do nothing. You're wasting time on that little moon cricket. And that's why they used to get rid of me, because I kept it real. I said, you're wasting too much time on these dumb, bad kids in the community. Instead of focusing on the 3 kids in the class that possibly can get into Harvard, you're wasting time on these dummies. And that's LeBron's problem. And that's the problem as a whole in the community. His school the test results are bad because he lets any and everybody up in that school. I'm going to do that right now, 777. Good point. Thank you so much, man. I forgot about that. He wastes time in the community. We gotta focus on Tyrone. You know, he's coming to school late. He's fighting. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. He doesn't want to be here in the first place. Mother F him. Mother F him. But I know I'm the bad guy, right? I'm the mean guy. Portia, you're a teacher. I want you to call in. I'm the bad guy, right? I'm the mean guy. I'm the coon, right? No, I'm the person that knows Negroes. Chinese people ain't wasting time on those stupid kids, or kids who don't want to work. They don't care. And look at their society. Look at the mega cities. Look at their infrastructure. The Japanese ain't wasting time. LeBron, listen to me, man. I know you want to do this because of your brand, but if that school fails, your name is attached to it. You need to hire the Negro Whisperer. I would make that school a top 10%. That school will be in the top 10 percentile with me, because I'll pick and choose. You can't do that. You gotta include everybody. I ain't gotta include nobody. You Negroes need to practice classism and elitism and stop carrying the bad people in the community. And that's the problem with that school. A school full of dummies. All the kids haven't passed the math portion of, I think it's called the OGT now, of the OGT, the state test. Because you're picking the wrong kids to be in that school. You got to pick the best kids to represent that school. You got to recruit. You got to want kids in that school who want to do the work. Let me bring up 777. Yeah.
Well, good evening, sir and sirettes and everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going.
I'm not in the mood today. Don't say anything vulgar or curse, man. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to broach the topic, if I may. Thank you. One, let me just get into this piece by piece and dissect this properly. Crawford is overrated. Again, his career is 40 wins, 20 he fought complete bums, people that worked at grocery stores. So moving forward, I don't want to hear everybody just, oh, Crawford's about to be the next. Oh, wait till he moves up in weight. Wait till he moves up in class. Oh, he's about to be. Oh, he could be one of the greatest boxers of all time. Errol just got in a car accident right like before this fight too. So let's just put that out there.
That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, it did some damage to him. Okay, and you know what? Not for nothing. Since you want to simp for Crawford, here we go. Crawford has fought 2 fights in the last 2 years. So please, everybody in the chat, just stop. You guys paid the pay-per-view fee. They got you. They got you for the $50. It was a trash fight. Anyways, LeBron James will die with multi-hundreds of millions of dollars. So even if this school is a trash school, which it is, because he did it for the clout. He did it to be recognized as, a pillar in the black community. Oh, look what LeBron did. Oh, look at all these kids he's taking care of. I'm sure there's kickbacks. I'm sure there's all types of stuff behind the scenes. I think Drake's $1 million went to LeBron James's his son's coke addiction. Let's just keep it real. That's probably why he got that heart condition. Messing around with, allegedly messing around with these white women. And that's just how it goes. And I think that LeBron James, I pulled up some stats. Can I share them with you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I was gonna really destroy LeBron, which I'm from the Michael Jordan era, as you are as well, also, right? Right.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, don't you ever whisper to me like that. So I looked up LeBron's stats and Jordan's stats in the playoffs, and they're actually eerily similar. They're pretty much neck and neck. So I was gonna say that he's nothing compared to Jordan. His shooting percentage is like 600. So it's pretty good. I mean, he's no joke. Both of them in the playoffs were winning, 2-1. If you played up against Jordan or LeBron, you're probably going to lose. It was like 66% chance you were going to take that L. Go ahead. You about to get me out of here? I know that look.
I'm listening to you, man. Go ahead.
Get me out of here. All right. So, not for nothing, but LeBron James is a sellout. His school's trash. He probably hired interns that have, crack addictions. He doesn't pay them. Well, allegedly. Well, we don't know who these teachers are, but they're not teaching these kids. The kids don't even want to be there.
It's not the teacher's fault. It's not the teacher's fault.
It's always the teacher's fault. You stick up for teachers a lot, and it's always the teacher. No, we had this conversation before. You said it's the parents' fault, right?
It's the parents' fault and the kids' fault. It's never the teacher's fault.
It's the parents' responsibility.
The fact that
so why did kids go to school then, CT? Let's break down schools.
Let me tell you something, sir.
Don't you tell me anything. Go ahead.
The fact that these teachers even have to teach these kids, they should get the Medal of Honor. The fact is that a lot of these kids come from households that are just deplorable. A lot of these kids are mentally ill. A lot of these kids are crazy. These teachers that teach in these communitized schools should get hazardous pay. Literally should get hazardous pay. How do I know? I went to school with these types of people, sir.
Okay, but wait. Let me just.
I went to school with the community.
I was in
class with schizophrenics. I was in class with psychos.
Please, sir.
Sir.
Let me finish, though. Can I just finish my point?
Sir.
Yeah, you went to school with crazy people.
Teachers go to school for at least 4 years. They are trained. They are certified. They get advanced degrees. They get advanced certifications, sir. These people are not just picking up some McDonald's job. These people care. The majority of teachers care. I would say 90+% of teachers care. It is the kids. I went to school with these little nigglets.
So, okay, let me clap back here. All right. So first of all, if a teacher is having a hard time with a student or their class, they don't need to be a teacher. Okay. I don't care if they went to school for 10 years. All right. I don't care if they got 20 years of experience. Maybe they're overworked and desensitized. Okay. Now, respectfully, I'm not saying it's the teacher's fault because, of course, we all know that
it was the teacher's fault.
Portia's a teacher. Portia's a teacher. She just came up here.
It was the teacher's fault, sir.
Well, Portia's a teacher. I'm not going to say all the teachers because she's underneath me right now. So what I will say is that if you can't handle a classroom, sir, you don't need to be a teacher. Just like if you're in the military, and you can't handle.
We're not talking about the military. We're talking about the education field.
Well, if you can't handle a classroom,
have you ever been a teacher?
Sir, if you can't handle, do I sound like I could be a fucking teacher, sir?
No. I already told you not to curse. Guys, if you want 777 to come back, somebody hit the cash app for $15. I'm not doing it today. Hold on for a second, brain. I told them not to curse. Hit the cash up for $15, 777. America's first rifleman. What say you about LeBron James? I Promise School. Go ahead.
It's the same black celebrity grift as old as Black Americans have been in America. It's like, look, I'm the good Negro. Follow me. Don't look at the details in the back. Just
Thank you,
look.
Security Boss, for the super chat. Thank you. So Security Boss says salute to CT and hello to the chat. Go ahead, American First Rifleman. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, and it's just the same old, like, look, he's the good one. Like, good white society loves LeBron. So anything he does is irreproachable, even though from day one, people were telling you, for one, he was just a funder. He actually didn't have anything really to do with the school, and they were just using his name. And then two, people were talking about the academics. Smaller YouTube channels where, you know, I would see on my feed pop up like, hey, this is going wrong at LeBron school, or this is that, and nobody cared. Or anybody who try to mention it, oh, you hating on Bron, you hating on, you know, all that stuff. So at the end of the day, it had the same result because they had the same type of people involved: crappy parents, crappy kids, and no accountability. And then we're going to get the same result.
Why do you think 777, and I've heard this before, it's the teachers' fault? Why do you think they blame the teachers, America's First Rifleman?
Because I think it really goes from they can't blame they for one, they don't have the power to, I guess, attack the politicians or attack their mayor or attack their governor. So teachers are like the frontline government workers per se. So they're the easier target. They're the smaller target. They're a soft target. And I think instead of actually going to the PTA or going to the National Teachers Association and, you know, bringing about change, they don't want to do that. They would rather just attack a lone teacher.
Portia, what say you about, hold on one second. Tatum with the $2 super chat says, only our culture says we don't need college. Portia, what say you about LeBron James school performance? No kid has passed the math portion of the state exam in 3 years. What say you about that?
Well, first I say good morning to you and Rifle in the chat. However, I don't think that it's cool to blame LeBron, but I do understand where you say his name is associated with it, with the school. So it does look poorly upon him. But I think what always, you know, a liberal word that I'm about to use, what triggers me the most as a teacher is whenever everybody says it's the teacher's fault. And the only thing I can think of, what I think of the most is how most adults don't like to read. You know, like yesterday at your book club, you had book club yesterday and you read from 2 different books. Now, how many people were in the chat then? How many viewers did you have then? Y'all don't like to read now as adults. You're telling me to make it interesting. I can't even make you interested in learning about taxes and learning about policy. I can't make you interested in anything as an adult. So whenever y'all fault the teachers and y'all, I don't know what y'all think we in there doing with these kids. Like CT, we have my kids come back to school on August 1st and my last day of PD is tomorrow. And I work at a charter school as well. You know what I found out last Friday?
What's that?
How many kids I'm going to have in my classroom, each teacher. How many kids we're going to have because we don't have to. I'm going to have 43 kids. 43 kids.
Isn't that illegal?
43 kids in my classroom.
Isn't that illegal? I know in Ohio.
That's insane. And whenever y'all say, oh, it's the teacher's fault, can y'all imagine dealing with 43 kids?
No.
Right now we have a teacher shortage.
Yeah. Because they don't want to pay.
They don't have the money to fund it. It should be. Listen, it should be. It should totally be illegal. But here's the deal. Last year I had 35 kids. But now you have 43 kids in each class, and I teach 7th, 8th, and high school. You know, I'm a math teacher.
Portia, you going in and out. What did you say?
And the thing is that we are dealing with 43 spirits that don't belong to us. Right. And they don't want to pay. And so like, all of these kids are different. So it's like a daycare with 43 kids. And I'm a middle school teacher, for those of you that do not know, mainly. And it's not easy having so many kids in a room, and you say make it interesting. My kids, I don't have any kids. Oh, sorry. Hold on, maybe give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're kind of lagging. Yep. Okay.
Because I think the service is bad right here.
Okay. HB, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Can y'all hear me better?
Oh yeah, you sound Portia, you sound much better now. Go ahead. Portia.
Portia in the boondocks right now.
Okay, HB, what say you about LeBron James schools failing? Little moon crickets can't even pass the math portion of the exam of the state.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm not surprised. You got to remember, LeBron never even went to college. He never even went. So I'm not surprised that he's not making that aspect. I'm sure all those kids got some new Jordans and some new LeBrons, some new Air Force Ones. They probably G'd up to the feet up. You know what I mean? They probably got the Nike Techs on. They probably fly as hell at that school. But you know, I think personally, in the Black community, schools fail the Black community a lot of times because of the homes in the Black community. The homes don't really, you know, a lot of these Black kids don't come from 2-parent homes, so they don't really have the example of success. So they don't even really see a way out. So when they're going to school, they're just playing around. They're not really taking it serious.
Keep it real. Keep it
real. They don't see the end game. You know, I'm not gonna lie. It took me a while to kind of see the end goal. You know what I mean? So I sort of understood, even though the thing.
HB, do me a favor. Come back in. Your phone is bleeping up. It's like real bleeping. Okay.
Okay. I got you.
Big time with the $5 super chat says she is in Texas, right? How many of those kids speak English? Portia, how many of those kids speak English? Go ahead, American First Rifleman. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm back. But can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
How many of your students speak English? Big time. Not big time. Portia, go ahead.
This year we haven't got a full count yet, but last year I had one whole class period that was ESL. One class, like none of them spoke English, but I do. I don't speak Spanish, but all of them did.
And so you were going about how you were frustrated.
Y'all know I'm in Texas.
You said you're frustrated when people blame the teachers. Go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, because it's unfair to blame the teachers, especially if you have never been a teacher. It's always easy for us to look at that and say, oh, well, you should make it more interesting. You should make it more fun. But it's like, no, you have to literally do this job. I had at most by the end of the school year, I had 40 kids. And so whenever you have 40 different spirits, 40 different children that are raised by 40 different sets of parents, most of which do not have both parents in the home, most of which have a parent who is either dead, incarcerated, or just doesn't care, or they're on drugs. You have a whole host of these kids that are raising their siblings. You have so many different issues going on with these kids. And then, of course, you have the political side of it, the transgenderism and sex just being thrown at kids. And you have to take into consideration all of the things that teachers have to deal with before we even get to multi-step equations, before we even get to polynomials, multiplying and dividing polynomials. We can't even get there, because here I am in class, and let's just use a name. I have a student named Sarah, and today Sarah is Sarah, but tomorrow Sarah wants to be Samuel. And so I have been made aware of this, right? And so I'm going through and I cold call one of my students, and it so happens to be who I thought was Sarah, today. And I'm saying, okay, so what's my next step? We've completed steps 1 through 3. Now, what's the last step that I need to do in order to solve this equation, Sarah? Oh, that's their dad name. That's their dad name. It's Samuel. It's Samuel. And when
Portia,
you have 40 kids,
you gotta relax. You gotta relax, Portia.
When you have 40 kids coming at you, whenever you're trying to teach a subject, and that's my thing. Math and science, those are my passions. You cannot get thrown off whenever you're trying to teach a subject like that. And so you have to deal with so many different things. You have, these kids are doing drugs. These kids are bringing weapons. These kids are fighting each other. These kids are cutting. They're doing so many things. And it's only so interesting. There's only so much that we can do to make it interesting without the parents' help. The parents don't come. They just drop them off.
Yeah, it's a babysitting facility. Big time. With
Well,
the
time.
Brandon Johnson, the current mayor of Chicago, was a teacher first. He never failed a student nor gave homework. That was his way of fighting white people. American First Rifleman. Go ahead, sir.
No, please, no. Let me go.
777. Thank you. This brings to mind the equation for an educated child, and obviously Portia is a teacher, so she knows more. And correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, and I'm kind of old school, you need the teachers in the school to do their job, and you need the parents to do their job as well. Far too long, and we can criticize teachers unions at the state level. I think it's really at the state level, not at the federal level, where they could be fixed, because every state teachers union is different. So anyway, we need to keep them under control. But the main thing is, for about 40 years, my whole lifetime, we've been blaming the government, blaming teachers for the bad results we've been having. But the main thing is, this argument has been exposed in the past. I would think John Stossel, I'm not a libertarian, but he made a very good argument to where there was, I think, Indiana or another mostly white state where black folks were the same thing. Oh, we're underfunded. You don't care about the black children. You're not educating us on purpose. And they were, I guess, shamed into spending hundreds of millions of dollars just for the blacks. Educational system in this place, brand new facilities, swimming pool, more teachers, everything. Test scores still sucked.
Yeah.
So we have to, and the last thing I'm gonna say, we have to, I think, and you were right about, we need to practice elitism and classism. You have these government run schools, your kid gets 2 chances. You disrupt class twice, you go to the other class. I'm not gonna say special class, but you go to where kids that are known to be disruptive, you stay there. The rest of the kids that want to learn, and you have a dossier with saying, okay, this kid wants to learn, they're not disruptive, and their parents are involved. Keep those kids together. The rest of the kids that don't have that are disruptive, get them out of there.
All right, Sammy with the $5 super chat says, salute CT. Y'all better get them likes up. Roller Skater Texas Girl with the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much, Roller Skater Texas Girl. I really appreciate that. I really enjoy all of your super stickers. Thank you so much. And I enjoy everybody's super stickers and super chats. Johnny with the $10 super chat says, these troubled youth are the result of their mother's bad decisions to reproduce with the worst among us. Any number multiplied by 0 equals 0. Ah, come on, Johnny. Be nice. 777, what's up, man?
Well, I mean, you guys are all simps up here, and she's a female teacher. So, of course, you're going to go, oh, yeah, yeah, Portia, whatever you say, like dogs that you guys are. But, Portia, I'd like to ask you, please don't get offended or get offended. That's fine. Portia, would you agree that all teachers are not good teachers, though? Can you at least give me that?
Of course. Of course.
Oh, okay. So when I say, CT, relax, because you're a simp. When I say that it's the teacher's fault, I mean that it's 50-50, because 50% of the teachers are trash. They're overworked. Now, respectfully, just let me finish, and we'll get to Barnabas. Portia said that she's got 43 students in her class coming up. You can hear the stress in her voice, and she's not even in class yet. So just imagine how she's going to give up on 60%, respectfully, of those kids and cater to the 40% that she does go, okay, little Billy, you listen to me. I'm going to cater to you. But little Ron, that's, throwing books at her, he's probably going to get, whatever. You know what I mean? If you do your work, good. If not, who cares? Because that's what teachers do. They get overwhelmed and they fail these kids. That's all. And my mic is muted.
Well, hold on for a second. Now hang on a second, 777. Do you think if 40 kids in China were in the classroom, do you think that half the kids would be misbehaving?
I just, you know what it is?
Do you think in China, if 40 kids were misbehaving, you think half the kids?
Some do. I think some do. Yeah.
Okay.
Some, respectfully.
Well, sir, let's be completely honest. You and I both know it is a cultural problem here in America, sir.
But you can't blame the parents.
You can blame.
You guys are trying to blame the parents. You guys are
definitely blame the parents.
Whoa. But Portia said, "Hey, these parents don't come." Yeah, because you're the teacher. Yeah, that comes with going to school. That means the parent. What do you want? So I got to get paid then? I got to get paid to come in the school and teach the kids? I got to get paid? What am I supposed to do?
It's not. Well, 7. It's not that like. The one thing that I always tell any parent is, have you been to your child's school? Have you met all of their teachers? Have you met their administration? Have you seen the campus? Have you went inside the classroom? I'm not asking you, hold on, wait, give me 1 second. I'm not asking you to teach them algebra and calculus. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you to teach your kids what you should: manners, morality, respect. That's it.
Can I talk?
Of course, go ahead.
So, okay, don't get mad at me, Portia. I rock with you, like CT says. What I will say is this, though. I think the majority, and yes, I have. I think the majority of teachers I've met are psychopaths. I think that they are legit. They're surrounded. Think about it. If you're surrounded by kids all day long, CT, you hate kids, right? Respectfully, you don't like kids, right?
Go ahead, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, come on, okay? So look at, so if you're surrounded by 20, 30 kids all day long for 6 months straight, I mean, that's why a lot of teachers, when they're, off for summer, they go crazy. I mean, they're drinking, they're partying, they're snorting lines, they're going nuts. And then these teachers get a reality check when school comes back in September. Next thing you know, oh my God, they gave me an extra 10 kids in my class. I can't handle this. But all I'm saying is, why choose a career if it's too much? And I don't mean this to Portia, because she's very educated, very classy. I respect her a lot. I'm saying that there's teachers out there sniffing lines, getting drunk, getting smashed out on the weekends, and then going, oh my God, Monday's tough enough as a regular, if you're just working a regular job. But imagine being surrounded by 30 kids going out being all hungover on a Monday morning. Like,
what on earth are you talking about, dude?
I'm cooking, sir. I got the stove on high, all 4 burners. What's the problem?
Because 777, you first of all, you're implying that teachers are doing coke. Most teachers, sir, you've never met a lot of teachers, sir, other than the teachers who sent you to the principal. Instead of the teachers who sent you to the principal's office. Most 777, you do that again, I'm kicking you out of here, man. 777. I don't believe that most teachers are doing lines of coke and are drinking excessively. Most teachers,
when they are smoking weed, though.
Most teachers are doing lesson plans and they're preparing for the next day. Portia, go ahead. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to discredit what 7 is saying, because with any career or with any person, every human isn't always doing what we believe they should. So we understand that there are a whole host, and I guess I could say, maybe not 50-50, but there's a large percentage of teachers that should not be in the profession. But I could also say what turned them off of the profession, what brought them there. It's just the job. I didn't go to school to be a teacher. I just kind of fell into it. But it's a very stressful job. And then going back to something else that 7 said, with 43 kids, you get a few months into it and you give up on 60%. I don't give up on any of my kids. I always say it's the kids that give up on me. So I give my all to all of my kids as much as I can. But as CT was saying, there are some kids that just literally do not want to be at school. There are some kids that are so destructive in such a manner that they want to get kicked out of school. And they do egregious things. And those kids, I can't waste my time on those kids, because I do have the other 80% of kids in my class that are going to go to college, that are going to go to a trade, that are going to be successful. So I can't waste my time on this little knucklehead over here just cutting the fool during class. He doesn't want to be here. And it's very hard. And I appreciate that Rifle said what he said. It is so hard at a minority school or a black school to get them expelled. It's so hard. They just keep them. They just keep them in there. It doesn't matter. And they'll fire teachers. Like, I don't know if y'all did this at your school, CT, but failure justification forms. It's about 20 pages that you have to fill out to justify why you're failing this student. And you know what? You'll fail them. And I fill out my forms every time because I give out homework. I get cussed out by parents for giving out homework. If you fail that kid, go through the whole process, go to admin and everything, you know what you'll see in a couple of months? That kid back in your room.
Yep. They don't want to fail the kids because the kids are money, from the state. Let's be completely honest. They don't want to fail the kids. They don't want you to kick them out of school because you kick them out of school, they miss days. The school doesn't get the money. Let's be completely honest about it. And I don't know why nobody's being honest about it, but let me read this super chat real quick. $5 super chat is from Big Time, says 777, you are the father. Your job is to support your children. End of the story. Only a blank asks for money to raise his own children. Chaotic Truth Live says 777 has been kicked off the show. If you want him back, please hit the Cash App for $50. So 777 is gone unless somebody comes back with 50. Portia, real quick before we get to Barnabas, would LeBron's school fare well if he implemented my Negro policies, like only admit smart kids who are mathematically inclined or scientifically inclined, like make the kid earn the right to be under that LeBron James name? Go ahead.
Absolutely. I think it should only be the best of the best because I'll say before I switched to charter at district, I had, out of all of my students, I probably had 3 that were brilliant. Yeah. They were exceptional kids, but being in that environment held them back. Yeah. But there's kids like that all across the country. If you just pick out those few and put them in LeBron's school, he would have the best school in the world.
Yep.
And then teachers would love to be there. The students would love to be there. They would have STEM. They would thrive. They would be exceptional in all of the things that they do. But you should pick the best of us. Absolutely. And then you need no, it's not me. Okay. You need those strict, hard, no nonsense teachers that aren't afraid of these kids, that can manage a classroom, and they're not afraid that one of the kids. I'm gonna tell my mama. Tell your mom. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call your mama for you. How about that? Get out, because I'll put you out my room. However, if you had that type of attitude at LeBron's school, and then for me, the biggest part of education to me is males. Whenever men are in the school is just different, but it's filled with women. It's filled with women. So there's a lot of emotional things that are going on.
Right.
How women are
different. How though?
In every which way. Whenever you have a male presence with all kids, they just act different. They behave different. Men, y'all have that masculine presence that just make kids just sit down somewhere and hush and listen. They respond differently to male teachers. Everything about a male teacher or a male administrator just being in the presence, it just keeps the chaos out of the school. It keeps a very healthy balance in the school. But there's such a negative just idea over men as teachers, which complicates things. And then you have these fast tail little girls that actually try to sexually harass the teachers. And whenever you see the little girls sexually harassing the male teachers, it's not the little girl, it's always the male teacher. So a lot of them get out of it. So
Big Time with the super chat. Give me 1 second. Let me see this. Big Time with the $2 super chat says it takes a man to raise boys. Portia, real quick, before we get to Barnabas, men have a lot of options. Men can be truckers, oil rig workers. Men can make money online in the tech industry or the tech field now. Do you think that the Board of Education in different states should make it a point to pay men significantly more money to attract more males? Portia. Okay, I don't know what happened to Portia. Barnabas, go ahead.
All right, first off, AFR, how's it going? He's looking like affirmative action Luigi. Second off, 777, he's just making excuses, trying to blame teachers because his kids are failing school. Okay, on to Portia. Did you say girls are sexually harassing male teachers?
Definitely. Yep.
Yeah, they even did it. They even did it back when I was in school, man.
They definitely
Like
have.
what?
They would talk about it back when I was in school. In high school, one male teacher, and girls would talk about wanting to sleep with them, like openly.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean, as a guy, what can you really do with that?
Also, too, just not to interject, I've done assistant teaching a little bit over the years in the school system where I live, and they train male substitute teachers on that subject. Like, hey, like if they say anything suspect, you need to report it immediately. You need, to an administrator, just stuff like that. So, and I was like taken aback. I'm like, what the hell? I'm in the middle school.
Yeah.
Were you sexually harassed by a student, AFR?
No,
he was training.
Well, man, he was there. I don't know.
Barnabas, what say you about LeBron James' school performing at horrible levels or records?
It's unfortunate that it's not going well. But what troubles me is it almost seems like with glee, you're reporting on this. Mm-hmm. Almost like you're happy that they're failing.
Yeah.
It's okay to have a school for the best and the brightest. It's okay, in my eyes, at least, to do that. But what do you suggest with the rest? The school to prison pipeline? Should you just speed it up, put them on the express? I mean, and then another thing, you say you don't want to kick kids out of school due to monetary reasons. Okay, but maybe you don't want to kick them out of school because you want to get them an education and give them a chance, especially you being a teacher, CT. What do you suggest to do with the non-best and brightest?
You ready for me to respond?
No, I'm actually not.
Okay,
And I got another complaint. Make sure you write these down.
No, I have a great memory. Go ahead.
Okay. This man puts his money where his mouth is, opens a school to try to help people that are not doing well. And everyone comes up on the panel here. He's just doing it for clout. He's just showing off. I mean, heaven forbid you try to do something good and show someone. Maybe he has an altruistic reason. Maybe he really deeply in his soul wants to help people that need help. And you're just kicking them. You're like a crab bucket. That's what you are, CT. You're that bottom crab just pulling on LeBron as he's trying to get to the top, trying to take these kids to the next level. Now, everyone up here hating. LeBron's, but yeah, doesn't look good. It's not a good look, but he's trying. It's better than Oprah's school, the one she opened in Africa, where everyone turned out to be lesbian sex offenders. At least it's not that bad. So it's a step up.
Now, may I respond to you, sir?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like I got some more in me.
Fourth point. Go ahead. You got the.
I feel like I got some more in me here.
Go ahead.
You just, what exactly do you suggest to do with the bad kids? Sure.
You already asked that. That was your first point.
I just want to make sure that you don't skip over that.
No. First off, I'm not hating on LeBron. Second off, I do know for a fact that this is all for his brand. LeBron is one of the cheapest bastards rumored in the NBA. Even when he first got his $1 million contract, $100 million contract, LeBron was known to go to restaurants in Northeast Ohio and not tip anything. He's one of the cheapest. What? Will you ask me a question, sir? Can I give you my answer? Now,
can we do these one by one?
Sir, I'm answering your questions one by one. LeBron did not do it for some altruistic reason. He's a cheap bastard. He was cheap. He's always been cheap. He had on his Instagram, he was complaining about the price of some wine one time. Okay? The man is cheap. He's rumored to have been cheap for 20 years. I remember it even when I was 19 years old and heard how cheap he was. He's cheap. Secondly, sir, yes, I do get on here and I do whistleblow on the Black community. You know why I do it? It's because the cycle must end somewhere. I see you in the back, guys. Give me a second. The cycle has to end somewhere. I went to school with these moon crickets. I went to school in the community with moon crickets. I'm telling you what goes on in these schools. These kids are in school showboating their clothes. They're ranking all day. They're not doing the lesson work. They're playing around all day. They're not competing on a global scale. The Jews are competing. The Chinese are competing. Yes, get rid of a lot of these kids, sir. A lot of these kids don't care about education. Put them in a trade school. Put them in an apprenticeship. Or keep them out of school altogether. They don't need to be there. I went to school with psychopaths. I went to school with kids who were schizophrenic. I went to school with some wild animals. And yes, I was like the wrangler amongst those dumb Negroes. You have to be. See, you're not black, Barnabas. As much as you pretend to be black and you live around Negroes, but you're not black. I'm black, sir. I want to save the Negro community. I want to end cycles. He's wasting money. They're wasting time on those kids. They're wasting time on the bad kids instead of putting the smarter kids on the pedestal. I'm pretty sure Portia knows what I'm talking about. You know how many times I got in trouble when I was a teacher for showing favoritism to the smart kids? Because in the black community, they want to show favoritism to the dumb kids. You don't show favoritism to dumb kids. You show favoritism to smart kids. You elevate the smart ones. You get the smart ones prepared for rulership. Always advocating for the dummies amongst us. I'm tired of that. And that's that problem with that school. No kids have passed. No kids have passed the math portion of the state exam. No kids are passing the science portion. America's First Rifleman. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, CT. And shout out to you for being a teacher in the community, because I can tell you from my anecdotal experience as being a young black boy in a shitty New Jersey.
Yeah.
Damn it. Sorry. Okay. In a crappy New Jersey school, if it wasn't for a couple of male white teachers, mostly male white teachers that actually saw the promise and saw some promise in me, took me under their wing, and actually showed me favoritism over those other dumb kids I didn't want to be there. If it wasn't for some of these men, I don't know where I would be today. So you are the reason why we have a school to prison pipeline, because you want to be so nice to the blacks and not hurt their feelings. You will kill them with kindness. Yes, you. Yes, you.
Big Time with the $5 super chat says school to prison pipeline, Barnabas. Baltimore puts violence interrupters in schools over cops. So ex-felons, why are kids more comfortable around thugs? Ooh.
All right, hold on. My turn to talk. First off, there's some rumor that LeBron James doesn't tip. It's just some angry waitress probably didn't get an extra tip. You seen that Dave Chappelle skit when he got follow me on this.
Go ahead.
He got the $50 million contract, and then he went to the haircut place, and they cut his hair, and he's like, "All right, that'll be $10,000." They expect more money for same service.
Who is they?
Tipped people who get tipped. Servers. Apparently, LeBron James has a reputation for not tipping. I say, I don't believe it. Hold up, Eric. I know you want some of this, but wait up. So, CT, just to clarify, you just want to kick kids out of school and have them hanging out on the corner?
You didn't hear a
Is
word.
That better?
Can you hear me right now?
You didn't hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
A word I said, Barnabas.
I heard what you said. I didn't say. Eric, hold up. You can get some of this in a minute.
CT.
Hold up. Eric,
give me a second. Barnabas is talking to me.
It's okay.
What are you talking
about?
Barnabas, you didn't hear a word I said, sir. Barnabas, you didn't hear a word I said.
You look like the host from Deal or No Deal.
Give me a second, Eric. You didn't hear
Isn't
a word.
That a black guy? The modern host?
I think he's talking about Howie Mandel.
Isn't that guy that can sing?
You didn't hear a word that I said, Barnabas.
I heard what you said.
That's your
you said
problem.
You want to get him up out of there.
That's your problem as a white liberal. See, you want, in my opinion, want to destroy them. Go ahead, Eric.
He's just so impatient.
What he's doing is this, right? So what he's actually using is white supremacy, right? He feels, and this is what white people have done, right? white people can never live moderately, right? They feel so bad that now they have to overcompensate for all the things that they feel like they were wrong for doing in the past, right? So now it's the same thing. It's like back in the day, people, they had forced oppression on you. They would force religion on you. They would force all these things on you. And some of those things were positive. Today, what they're doing is they're forcing humanitarianism on you. They're forcing egalitarianism on you. And the funny thing is, all this stuff is like white people, the white oppressors, you've never changed how you do things. You've only changed the things that you're saying. Back in the day, it was people are not equal. And if you think you're equal, I'm going to kill you. Now it's like, if you don't treat everybody equal, even though they're not, I'm going to kill you. It's the exact same thing. You're just you want to run America like a big ass daycare. And it's really white people's arrogance. It's the arrogance to think that you can make things that are not real. You can make men into women. You can make people who are stupid into people who are smart. And you cannot do that because you think you're God and you're not.
That was a good point. No. Eric made a great point.
Blame your white ass.
Well, may I make a brief statement? Right now, Black Americans and white Americans are arguing while both of you are being bred out by Latinos in the U.S.
There he goes.
Afro Diaspora, we're not going to do this today. Just broach the topic about the school, sir.
He's right, though. I don't disagree with what he's saying.
He's being bred out by Latinos.
But who allowed them in here? Who allowed those Latinos?
Yeah, let's get to the schools. CT, you're right. Let's get to the.
Broach the topic about the schools. Broach the topic about the schools first. Okay, we can talk about immigration later. Broach the topic.
Let's talk about the schools right now. Now, CT, and I'm glad you brought that up. You said that your upbringing in public school in the community was so bad. Why didn't your African parents take your spear chucking ass back to Africa so you could develop Africa, so you could actually compete against the Chinese that you brought up earlier? With all due respect,
a good point.
He just asked you a question, CT.
It's actually a decent question too.
Again, I had a private education. I went to private school as well, and also went to communitized schools. And sir, I'm well educated. Now my degrees are not in math and science.
Hey, CT.
Okay.
CT, do you know how
we're not going to do this? I'm just going to drop you guys and just answer the question and bring you back up because obviously you keep cutting me off for a reason. Again,
can I talk?
Again, Afro Diaspora. I have multiple college degrees. I have multiple advanced college degrees. I have a master's degree. When I was a kid, I was proficient at math. Thus, I passed the 8th grade math portion of the proficiency test in Ohio. I was way ahead of the curve. I don't use excuses for my failures. I don't use white supremacy or slavery or bad background, which I didn't really have. Unlike these little moon crickets in these schools that will eventually use those excuses. I was in school and I did my work. I was obedient. I didn't talk about clothes all day. So for you to say, well, why didn't my parents put me in a Nigerian school and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess what you're trying to ask is, well, if Nigeria is so great, maybe you're trying to ask that. But I didn't have a problem in school, my good man. My parents were participants in my educational upbringing. Okay? That's the reason why I can speak English coherently, unlike you, Afro Diaspora. I was born to respect this country and its values, unlike you, African or Afro Diaspora. So don't ask me about competition because I compete with people, sir. You probably don't compete with Chinese. I do. Go ahead. I'm gonna bring this moon cricket back up. Go ahead. Oh, he dropped off. All right. He dropped off.
Let me up.
I just feel like I have
up, CT. You should say this, right? The point when they throw that at you, I'm gonna give you some free game. When they throw that at you, Black people have only been anti-immigrant for the last 2 to 3 years. Black people wanted immigrants in this country. They didn't. So that's your response to that. Like, if it wasn't until Tariq Nasheed that all these people started being pro-America. Before that, they were not pro-America. They were taking a knee for the flag, and they wanted. Remember Nipsey Hussle? We love the Mexicans. We love the immigrants. We all from Africa. They wasn't singing. They didn't stop saying that until the last 2 years.
Exactly. Totally agree. Big time with the $5 super chat says Barnabas thought ex-felons in schools in Baltimore also called violence interrupters. Barnabas, go ahead. And thank you so much, Eric. And you're absolutely right.
Ex-felons in school. That's a thing. I never heard of that. It sounds like a horrible idea. Like reformed gang members. I'm not into that. I don't like the guardian angels, all these reformed street dudes trying to teach game. No, I'm not with it personally.
Barnabas, why do you have a problem with me and American First Rifleman and our viewpoints on this school? What is your major problem? Go ahead.
Let me just clarify. What is your viewpoint on the school? It's failing, and what? And what should they do? Burn it? What is your solution?
Actually, they should burn it.
Burn the school.
Yeah, I knew
you don't believe that.
Barnabas, you asked me a question. I'm giving you my answer. I knew it was going to be a failure from the beginning.
Why?
Because it's a communitized school. I've worked in these schools. I was a student for 3 years in communitized schools.
Didn't the article not say that they're performing at the same level as all the other failing schools? So it's just par for the course. Doesn't mean you should destroy the building. That's not going to help. No, Matt, listen. If you identify your high achieving students, yes, put them in a high achieving school. By all means, great things will come of it.
I promise.
But you still want to have
schools in Ohio.
I promise.
The percentage of students achieving proficiency in math is 2%. This is way below the percentage of students.
The bottom 50 is like median. That's the half.
Sir, the percentage of students achieving proficiency in reading and language arts is 3%. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's lower. Oh, it's even worse. Okay. Thank you. I stand corrected. It is a failing school. Thank you for bringing the facts to my attention. I appreciate that. The building, I'm sure, is sound and beautiful. Perhaps we should just change
for now.
Something
only for now.
But listen.
In the 90s, Barnabas, when I was a kid, the school that I went to, which was a communitized school, was nice. It was new books. We even started getting computers back in the mid 90s. Sir, the kids don't care about education. That's the problem. You can have all the fancy stuff you want. Kids don't care.
Okay, I agree with you there.
Like,
listen, I agree with you. And when you go over the stats, I think New Jersey pays the most per student, and they have like the lowest rates. Same as Baltimore. Didn't they have like every single school failed or something recently?
Yeah, Baltimore had an experiment where they paid more per student and it failed. Yeah.
It still failed. Okay, I'm not arguing facts, but my point is, okay, you have the good students, put them somewhere nice so they're not brought down by the horrible students. You still got millions of horrible, not caring about education kids. What are you going to do with them? Set them loose on the neighborhood?
No.
America will be worse.
Sir, no.
Barnabas is actually bringing up a decent point. Actually, something has to be.
I'm trying to answer the question.
What do you want? Like a chain gang, like Cool Hand Luke, so they can chop some weeds on the side of the street?
You still have schools for those kids, just like how you have now. But
LeBron James School is one of those schools.
No,
it is.
The way that, sir, with his name attached to it, he should have recruited elite black kids.
That's not his business model. He wants to help the downtrodden.
And that's okay. Well, his school is up for scrutiny, just like every other bad performing school. Then
that's fine. Scrutinize it. But you can't just throw kids out on the street. So the bad kids have to go to school somewhere, like where you taught. You can't throw away kids.
Sir, the problem here is that people viewing this article have a perception that this is an elite school because his name is attached to it. It's had national coverage for the past 3 or 4 years because his name is attached to it. And if it's underperforming, people don't view it as an elite school that's underperforming. I'm sorry, they view it as an elite school underperforming when it is not an elite school. He needs to get the best and brightest kids there.
I know I sound like a broken record.
No, you're fine.
I believe his business model is to help the poor people. You know, like when Ethiopia was starving in the 80s and everyone was like, let's give them food.
Sir,
let's help the people that are starving. He wants to go to the place that needs the most help and try.
Barnabas,
the results are not what he wanted.
You are not black, bro. I don't know how it is in the white community for real, but you're not black, man. No offense to you, man. I know you want to be.
In the white community,
and then who's to say that they're poor, though? Why do
You
they
gotta
have to
help
be poor?
people who want to help themselves. Help people who want to help themselves.
AFR. What should you do to these students who don't want to help themselves? What is your just put them in the army, JROTC or whatever it's called? What do you want to do with them?
You listen again. You put them in some sort of trade. You have them constantly doing some sort of trade activity, or worse, put them somewhere where they're just confined to a building all day. These types of students do not deserve to be at that school.
So just put them in juvie.
I'm not saying put them in juvie. I don't think those kids aren't delinquent. I don't know if those kids are delinquent or not. It might be one or two in a school. But what I'm saying is that those kids are not intellectuals. Barnabas, listen, man, I've been to school around niggas all my life, man. I'm telling you.
Barnabas act like he's never heard of an alternative school before.
Maybe this is an alternative school.
Let me read this super chat.
Or what is it? I don't know. What is an alternative school? Is that one for the bad ones or the good ones? Tell me. I don't know.
It's for kids who are underperforming. Barnabas,
the bad ones.
Big Time with the $5 super chat says, Barnabas, Baltimore has $1.6 billion school budget. 2,000 kids can't read or perform at the math or state level. And thank you so much, T. Stewart, for becoming a member. Go ahead, Barnabas.
Okay. Who's this Big Time? Yeah, I'm in Baltimore. I could see that these people are not performing just on the streets. And I don't know what to do. Of course, I'm just poor white trash. I have no power or authority. So there's nothing I can do but come on here and talk to CT. But I guess my point that I just want to reiterate is you have to do something with kids. You can't set them loose in the neighborhoods. They'll tear it apart. Perhaps trades, I guess. I don't know. I don't want a bunch of bad kids with hammers and saws. That sounds scary.
Barnabas, can I ask you a question?
What's up? Yeah, ask me a question.
Okay, so you're white. Okay, we know, we get it. So Black people have, on a mainstream scale, let's just keep it there, have been on this rant for many years. They don't want police. So why should they have them? They don't want any type of first responders. You ask me, I think you should take the cops, the firefighters, and the EMS, the hospitals, take it all away. They don't want to go to school.
You're silly.
So why should
you
they
are
have
so
it?
silly, respectfully.
Why should they have it? So I'm asking, why should they have it? If they don't want something, why should we give it to them?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, I pose a question to you.
Okay, first off, respectfully, you don't even believe that yourself. You know, taking away services is insane. And if you let's pretend that I'm like some hoity-toity white guy, the lack of services would just spill into the good neighborhoods, which would be even worse for the whiteys, right? But people say all kinds of things, but sometimes no police, no services. That's insane, Portia. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. No one believes that. So
no. But the thing is, again, in the Black community, they do though. That's a real thing, and it has been my whole life. Now, for me, I grew up in a white community. I'm from a small town in Texas. However, all of my life, I have heard the same things. School is stupid. As a Black person, you get penalized for speaking proper English. Oh, you want to be white. And then you have the whole Becky and Billy thing. Oh, you think you better because of whatever. And then you have, F the police, this, that, and the third. If they don't want these things, why should we give them to them?
When you say they, what do you mean? Students? I mean, you're a teacher. Thank you for your teaching service. Lots of kids don't like school. What do you propose we do with students who just drop out of school at age 13 as soon as puberty hits or whatever?
Let me read these super chats real quick. Gary with the 5 Canadian says, for the students with the good academic skills, vocational is the answer. At the present time, America is lacking trades, people more than coders. Okay, he's right. Big Time with the $5 super chat says, Barnabas, the Dominican Republic built a wall to keep out the people of Haiti. I didn't know that. Barnabas.
Big time. Okay, listen up. Haiti, Dominican Republic, the island of Hispaniola, that's their problem. But everyone in America that is an American is an American. We ain't building up no walls to keep Americans separate.
Barnabas
People fought for desegregation.
Let's get.
We're not going to build up a wall of poor performing children and put them on an island. It'll be like Lord of Flies. No, thanks. They're children. They need help. They need protection.
Let's get Jerice in. Jerice, go ahead, sir.
Oh, what's going on, Chaotic?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just came to chime in about this school failing. I'm actually happy that it's failing because this just proves that you can't put a school in the hood and then expect different results. I know, Barnabas, I know you want to be the white savior, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It just don't work like that. You can't expect niggas who don't care about education. All they care about is Jordans, fighting and having sex. You can't just drop a school in the hood with money and then expect shit to change, bro. I'm sorry. Just take it and eat the L, bro. Just hold that L. Just hold it and embrace it. Embrace it, bro.
Listen, when I was a kid, I wanted Reebok pumps. Okay. I was trying to have sex, but I just didn't have any game and I'm a dork. So that really wasn't working out so well. In fights, I was just too much of a coward to fight, but I ain't no different than the rest of that. Okay. You still, so Jerice, what should you do with these kids that don't want to go to school? Just be like, okay, you win. Don't go to school. What would you do?
Just let them keep going to the public school that they was at.
You know what I believe what would happen, Barnabas, especially in the black community, because I know in Barnabas, one thing I do is I'm an expert at knowing niggas. If black politicians, if black actors, if black athletes would take my advice, would say, you know what, we only want the elite black kids, the smart ones. We don't want to be associated with you stupid ones. I'm telling you, little nigga kids would start going to the library, would start researching quantum mechanics, because I know how black kids are. When I was a teacher, Barnabas, when those little moon crickets started acting up in class, I said, hey man, this is why the Jews are winning, because you little mud sharks are acting a fool. Why he call us that? All the while they're doing their math now, they're doing their work. You gotta talk about them to their faces. You gotta say listen, Barnabas. Listen. I know blacks. Blacks are triggered by words. That's why I say in the hoods, you need to put up billboards that say only N-words litter, and it needs to be like a face of Barack Obama like this. You gotta do these things, man. You gotta do it, because I'm telling you, man, I know how blacks are. They're
okay.
We get, not me, because I'm a higher thinking Negro, but we get triggered by words, bro. You start saying, hey man, we only want the smart black people, man, in our race. Man, I'm telling you, a lot of kids would try to pretend to be smart because it'll be trending. Look at niggas now. Homosexuality is trending amongst Negroes. It's not because Negroes are homosexuals. It's because it's trending now. It's cool to be gay. That's why you got a lot of black kids that are gay now, supposedly, because it's cool. You could make education cool amongst the Negroes, Barnabas. But go ahead, Barnabas. I know you don't believe that, but go ahead, because you're
education cool again is great. Okay, it's like a Maca hat. Cool again. Make or whatever. Miku. Secondly, it pains me that I have to say this, and don't hold this against me, but that shark term, you're using it wrong. I honestly suggest you look it up.
He is right. You are using it wrong.
So get your racial epithets like in order, okay? Because you sound like a fool, right? You sound like a hoity-toity private school fraternity dude that's never been hanging out in the gutter with the rest of the people. Thirdly,
what does a mud shark mean?
I don't know. Someone told me to tell you.
I'll tell you, CT.
Thank you.
It's a white woman who primarily has relations with black men. That's what white men call them.
I never knew that. I didn't
know it either. But
and also, and I'll give you another white nationalist talking point or whatever. It's pretty funny to me because it's kind of true. They have this thing that they say, hey, you burn the coal, you pay the toll. So they use anecdotal examples of white women's interracial relationships going wrong, whether it be a baby daddy or they get their head punched in by the black dude, they'll say, see, the mud shark wanted to burn the coal. She paid the toll, dude. So yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, good. I'm glad
AFR, you're going down a rabbit hole. I think
you guys broached me on the racial epithets.
We need to fix your
we gotta let
internet search history. Hold up. So CT, President, Lord and Savior of the U.S., is going to implement a policy for his people that you should use racial epithets and cuss at them to improve performance.
Yeah.
That's going to be an open policy.
Yeah.
But only for your people. You are insane, sir.
Dude.
Barnabas, that's what they understand. That's what they respond to.
Yeah, dude, Barnabas, look at black countries, right? Look at countries like Uganda or we can even say Nigeria. These countries, man, they talk harsh to their people. You have to do it. Blacks, listen. If it were not for the white man, black people would never practice democracy. Black people are a dictatorship-led people. We've always been, all the way from ancient Egypt. You got to have one ruler. You got to have one person that could just look at a sea of niggas and say, I know how to get these niggas in order. And you got to do it.
Would go over like a Led Zeppelin, literally. Okay. Could you imagine? It's going to be like open racism, different forms of teaching for different races. That's never going to happen.
Barnabas,
there could be no clear instance of racism if that was
is it open
in the syllabus.
How is it open racism if black people are doing it? You think that I want your white ass to do it? No, I'm talking about black teachers.
So you want fully segregated schools is your answer?
Yes, because white people like you shouldn't teach black children, Barnabas.
Exactly.
White people like you shouldn't teach black children. And the reason why, and I'm so sorry to cut you off, the reason why is because you have a whole panel full of black folks right now that are telling you, white person, this is what we need, and we know what we need because that is who we are. So I had a student over summer school. Her mouth was filthy and dirty, just cursed like nobody's business. And I told her, you sound like an angry black woman. Is that how your mama talk? Your auntie talk? Your granny talk? Well, for the little boy that you think you ain't gonna get him with that nasty mouth you got. You got to talk to them like that because that's what they understand. Yes. But you would come in, Barnabas, and be like, oh, well, Tasha, it's not so nice to use swear words. We can talk about it. I'm not going to call your parents. I'm not going to write you up or send you to the. No,
might have a breakthrough. It might be effective.
No, it's not effective.
Barnabas, they're not going to have a breakthrough, man. Barnabas, Portia, me, we are black. We know how our people are. Sometimes you have to be brutal.
May I ask this?
This is be quiet, Afro-Diaspora.
Yeah, you scared. Keep running.
When Idi Amin took over, Barnabas, do you think he was being nice to the people? Do you think
listen, please go watch a documentary of Idi Amin. That dude was crazy. So please don't put him up there. Not the move, not Last King of Scotland. Watch the real documentary of him and his craziness.
You whites did not like how effective he was. So you created this cannibalist persona about him. We don't know if he was really a cannibal or not. But what it is that he was a great dictator who challenged the throne of that white woman by saying, hey, she should kneel to me. And you whiteys didn't like that. Let's become not you.
That's true. That's true.
But you hunkies didn't like that. And that's why. Same thing with, let me not even talk about that guy. Sir, when Jerry Rollins took over, what country did Jerry Rollins take over, Barnabas?
I don't even know. I'm just uneducated, poor white trash.
Ghana. Jerry Rollins was the president of Ghana. When he came into power, he told those Negroes, stop cooking on the ground, you dummies. That's primitive stuff. And even little things like that. He didn't go in there and play pity pat cake with them. And maybe you guys should do this to. No, it's like you're gonna stop doing this. We are not savages.
Chaotic. Please let me say this. It'll be so brief.
You keep cutting everybody.
And don't run from this question. I asked a very simple question. You brought up the Chinese earlier. You saying that our race is in competition against the Chinese and other races. My question is, why aren't you in Africa developing Nigeria to compete against the Chinese that are neo-colonizing your country of origin?
My country of origin is America. My
Wow.
I was born in America.
Where your let's talk about it. Did your parents come from America? No, they came from Nigeria. Let's talk about reality. Your parents fled Nigeria.
Sir, I am an American just like Sydney.
That means your parents fled Nigeria, brother. Be honest.
Afro-diaspora. We're not going to do this. Okay? I am an American just like how Sidney Poitier is an American.
You're not ethnically American, though.
Just how Farrakhan.
But ethnically,
Farrakhan is never questioned about his citizenship. His mother, his father were straight from the islands. No black people. You American first rifleman. Would this Negro walk up to Farrakhan and say, "Oh, you ain't a real black"? Would he do that to Farrakhan at 90 years old? Just ask.
No, he would not. He'd start kissing his butt.
Yep. You wouldn't dare take your black.
I never said you was
after diaspora. You wouldn't dare walk up to Farrakhan at 90 years old and utter those words to him. So you're questioning my citizenship? Do you know how many black in America? You know how many black people in America you Negroes have worshiped that are first generation and have said nothing? Stop with the Tariq Nasheed talking points, Coon. Go ahead. Let me bring this dude back up.
Yeah, you got to put me backstage because you know I'm cooking.
I got to put you backstage because you overtalk me when I'm talking. I don't mind you talking, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're cooking, you brother. I said you're not ethnically American, which is a fact. You're ethnically Nigerian. You're from the Igbo tribe. My question is, since you say that we should advocate, you just said that we need to compete against the Chinese. My question is, why aren't you in Yoruba land where you claim to be from ethnically, ancestrally? Why aren't you developing your ancestry to compete against the Chinese that are neo-colonizing Nigeria? Simple question.
Let me do everybody a favor. I want you guys to stay on the panel real quick, okay?
But answer that question though. Don't run.
This is gonna be me and him for a minute, okay?
Yeah, one-on-one.
I'm gonna bring everybody back up. Just
one-on-one. What's the answer though, brother?
Okay. Listen, monkey.
All right, but what's the answer, Spear Chucker?
No.
Spear Chucker, what's the answer? No, we could be ignorant. What's the answer?
Listen, monkey.
Yeah, Spear Chucker, what's the answer?
I go through this with you time.
Yes, I'm asking, why you're not developing your country? What's the answer?
The country that I am a part of, the country that I was born in.
Yes, we know your family fled to the U.S. We know that. Yes, you fled to the U.S. We know that. Why don't you go to your country of origin? Simple question. You're dodging the question.
Listen, you moon cricket. I am an American Afro-diaspora. I am an American supremacist. All I think about is America. All I care about is America. I don't care about Africa the way that you think I should care about it. I care about American ideals. I don't care about Nigerian ideals. I don't care about Liberian ideals. I don't care about Ghanaian ideals. I care about America. This is the greatest country on the planet. Quit asking me about Nigeria. Because your black ass wouldn't ask Sidney Poitier. You wouldn't ask Harry Belafonte that. You didn't ask Farrakhan that. You didn't ask Cicely Tyson that. And all the other black people that have been worshipped throughout the past 100 years that weren't technically from here, like you say. You wouldn't dare walk up to one of the Gaudis and ask, "Hey, man, your grandfather wasn't, his parents were first gen." Stop it with this. The question is about LeBron, Afro-diaspora, and his school not succeeding on this land. You son bitch. Don't get me out of my square today, man. Let me bring this bastard back up. Hold on. Let me read this real quick. Hold on for a second. Think Tank with the $5 super chat says, AFR, how many blacks have a GT score over 110 for a more technical job in the Army? Average IQ of 85. You can't major in STEM or most vocational jobs. Let me bring him up real quick. Is this true?
Unfortunately, yes, it's very true, because in the military, they have kind of two scores. They have the ASVAB score, and then they have the GT score, which has your general technical, which pretty much it's high IQ. You can do more advanced, like pretty much it takes a lot of consideration of your math and spatial intelligence in the ASVAB test. And whites and Asians on average have higher spatial intelligence and stuff like that. So anyway, in order to get into special forces, you need a GT score of at least 110. and that's a bare minimum. Okay. So you need that to go into intelligence field, I believe. Just all the time, if you want to go into, I would say like air traffic control, you need a GT score of 110. Me, when I first went in, because my math was so bad, I had a GT score of like 98 or something, but I took it again after a couple of years and raised it over 110. So, and a lot of blacks don't do that. They'll just go in, stay in MOS, won't try to change into something else that'll get them a higher rank or something like that, and they'll do their 4 years or leave or whatever. So yeah, it's pretty sad. So he's right.
Hey, Afar, let me bring this monkey back up real quick, okay? Gary with the $2 Canadian says Nigeria is not an ethnicity, it is a nationality. Hey, Afar, real quick, why don't you hear these monkeys ever talking about Marcus Garvey or Colin Powell, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama? They're first gen. Why don't these monkeys ever talk about? It's funny. Isn't that kind of funny to you?
Yeah, it's hilarious because Marcus Garvey, even though you can criticize him, the guy tried to get a shipping lane for black people. Okay, he didn't use any excuses like the white man once again foiled our plans or whatever. Even though he had trouble with the FBI stuff like that, but he did it. So these blacks today, hold on, Afro Diaspora, chill out. I know you in Latin America with your girl drinking it out of a coconut. So chill out. So what we're saying is, hold on, Afro Diaspora. Listen, Marcus Garvey refused to use excuses like the white man is stopping me from achieving something. He literally put a blueprint out there for black people to follow. Yep. And instead of doing that, what did we do? We wanted to integrate into white America.
That was a mistake. You're right.
Well, I'm not saying whatever, but no. But your mind is so soft. You want to make excuses for why we are not great, and then at the same time talk about how great black people are. You're down there with Maria right now.
Yeah, Maria's in the U.S. with you.
Maria
in the U.S. with you though.
Let me get back at it. Let me get back at it. I'm gonna bring everybody up in like a couple of minutes. Let me hear from Afro Diaspora real quick. Okay, go ahead, Afro Diaspora.
Yes, and this will be so brief. You're trying to deflect. The question is,
come on,
you want to interrupt me again?
We got time.
The question is very, very concise. You said that we need to compete against Chinese and other races. The question is, and you cannot avoid it, how will people of African descent compete against the Chinese when people of African descent, such as yourself, a Nigerian, and your family are fleeing majority black nations to work for Caucasians in Europe, in the US, and in Canada? How will we compete against these other races when you're fleeing your country instead of developing it? You won't even go back. You don't even claim it. You claim to be American.
May I respond to you now?
It was a simple question. You heard the question mark. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go on mute. You do not really want to go there in terms of competition with Africans. Yes, African Americans are the wealthiest Africans on the planet. The African American has the highest standard of. Let me talk, man.
I agree with you, bitch. I'm listening.
Let me talk, man. The African American has the highest standard of living. But here goes the difference, sir.
Yes.
When we talk about competition, let's use some metrics. Let's use language.
Yes.
The average African is multilingual.
I respect that.
The average African can literally go to Southeast Asia, can literally go to Middle East and be able to communicate with the people.
Yep.
Okay. You talk about Nigeria. Okay. Yes. Nigeria is an emerging market.
Yes.
But a lot of economists forecast that Nigeria.
Why you not there helping it, brother? That's the only question. Why you not in Africa helping it?
You ask me a question. Can I talk?
But brother, you're deflecting again.
Can I talk? I'm not deflecting.
Why you not there?
I'm not. Sir, I'm here in America because America is the best country on the planet.
So you fled Nigeria. So how we going to compete?
I didn't flee anything.
How we going to compete? I'm asking how we going to compete when you abandon Nigeria? Sir, your family abandoned Nigeria. How you going to compete against the Chinese when your family lives?
You dummy. Let me talk. The African, and you mentioned Nigeria, sir, is for damn sure competing. Everywhere Nigerians go, we are successful primarily. Everywhere. The Nigerian is competing. The Nigerian is in a form of a quasi colonial mode. The Nigerian can go to China and be successful. The Nigerian can go to Saudi Arabia and be successful. The average American, particularly American Black, is not going outside of their own damn neighborhood, sir. Yes, the average African American makes a lot of money. The GDP is super high here. But the average African is curb stomping the average American in a lot of different things. So don't question me about why I'm not doing this and that. I live in America, so I'm an American, and I'm an American supremacist. I'm already competing, sir. What I'm talking about is these failing schools and trying to fix these schools, Afro diaspora. I'm going to bring you back up. Hang tight for everybody in the back. Let me get that. Oh, Johnny with the $5 super chat says, at this point, only the ocean rising and flooding the earth can save us from the moon crickets. Ah, why you gotta be racist, Johnny? Go ahead.
Yes, how are you competing when Nigeria is literally being neo-colonized by Chinese, Lebanese, etc.? I would like to know.
Nigeria has or is home to several billionaires that are in major industry, one of them being Aliko Dangote.
Yeah, yes.
One of them being Aliko Dangote.
Is that stopping the Chinese, though? Let's get back to the focal point. Is that stopping the Chinese from encroaching in Nigeria?
A lot of economists, you're not an economist. You don't have.
Are you an economist? Okay, so back to the focal point.
A lot of economists,
right, brother. Let's have a dialogue. I'm asking why.
A lot of economists are suggesting that not only will Nigeria be dominant, or it's already their GDP is the highest in Africa, but a lot of economists are suggesting that Nigeria might in fact be a world power by 2100. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, the Chinese are in Nigeria. Yes, genius, we know that. We understand. I know what neocolonialism is. I understand the fact that maybe the Nigerian government or maybe the Nigerians won't be able to pay back some of those loans. We get it. But what does Nigeria have to do with the conversation about these schools in America and the communità in America? Nigerian kids aren't in classrooms in Nigeria acting a fool from coast to coast. Let me bring this coon back up. Nigga getting me out my circle today. Or Terrence with the $10 super chat says, of the African Americans, Nigerian Americans represent the highest earning and most educated demographic. I thought that was common. I thought it was common knowledge too, Terrence. Afro diaspora, what's up?
Yeah, you're a speed chucker. That's why you gotta take me in and out. Back to the focal point. I'm asking a very simple question. How will Nigerians, I put it right on you, how will Nigerians compete with the Chinese and the Arabians that are neo-colonizing Nigeria when Nigerians are simultaneously fleeing to the four corners of the earth to work for Australians, British, French, U.S. companies, Canadians. I was just in Mexico. It was Nigerians down there. Why y'all not fixing Nigeria where the children are literally swimming in feces and it's documented?
Again, sir, Nigeria has its problems.
We know that. Why you not fixing it though? That's the question.
Sir, you don't know what you're talking about.
I said, why you not fixing it? That's the only question.
You don't think that there are not engineering firms in Nigeria?
I'm talking about you, brother. Why you not fixing it, brother? You in the States?
Sir, I'm an American.
You're not, brother. Your blood don't change. Your blood don't change. You're Nigerian, brother. You have a.
I am an American Afro diaspora. My birth certificate, my social security card, my schooling. I'm American, my good man. I am America. Stop it with this. Oh, why aren't you fixing your own country? Sir, my own country is America for the last time. I was born here. Let me let this coon back up. Oh, hold on. I got a super chat to read. I'm going to let everybody back up in a minute. Give me a second, guys. Big Time says, Terrence, give me the African country with the equivalent of the U.S. Constitution written by blacks. Oh, never.
Yeah, the DNA don't lie, brother. So I'm asking a very simple question. You're trying.
So if the DNA doesn't lie, you dumbass, where are you from then? Where are you from?
How you gonna ask me a question and put?
Where are you from, sir? If the DNA doesn't lie, genius, aren't you of African descent? Your ancestors were living in Africa for millions of years before coming to the New World. You dipshit. The fuck are you talking about? Me and you are more connected than any other white person or than any Asian. Your people have been living here for 2 centuries. So what? What about the 50 million years that your people were living in Africa, you dummy? Where do you think we come from?
My DNA test results on my page. I have Native American ancestry. Checkmate. Back to the focal point.
I bet if you're a black, big nose, bubble lipped, bug eyed, nappy headed ass came on camera, you would look just like me. You're not Native American. Stop it. You big bubble lip Negroes kill me with this Native American nonsense now. Oh, I'm Native American. Sir, you're not Native American. Get off that. You Negroes kill me with the blacks were here already. No, you weren't. You are an African Afro-diaspora. Your name says it right there. If you were Native American, you would say the Native American diaspora, you dipshit. You're pissing me off, dude. I normally stay within my square, man. But today's not the day, dude. Questioning me on my ethnicity. Motherfucker, I am an American. I don't give a damn about what's going on in Africa right now. I care about this country. I care about this country that has provided for my rights, my standard of living, my opportunities, sir. Don't tell me about no goddamn Nigeria or no South Africa, Liberia.
You don't know that mixed race people exist, you dumb nigga. You spear chucking, cotton picking nigga. You don't.
Afro-diaspora, listen to me, bro. I bet if you called in and turned your camera on, I bet you would look just like me. I bet you your hair texture would be like mine. I bet you would have a big nose like mine. I bet you have big bubble lips. I bet your skin tone. You gotta stop. You're not Native American. You're cosplaying at this point. I'm gonna bring you back up.
You cosplaying African Americans. I know you're gonna take me out because you can't handle the heat. I'm asking a very simple question. Back to the focal point. You already admitted that you're Yoruba. You admitted that multiple times. The question is, how will Yoruba people compete against the Chinese that you brought up earlier, brother? How will you compete against the Chinese when Yoruba people are literally fleeing Yoruba land instead of developing Yoruba land? Yeah, go ahead, run from it. Portia, you got anything you want to say? Sis?
You're not the host, sir.
Go ahead, Queen.
You talking right now.
You scared? You stuck? You got to answer, brother. Why you not fixing your?
I'm trying to answer your question.
I'll mute up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, sir, Nigeria is an emerging market.
You're not helping it emerge, though. Facts. You're not, brother. So we can move forward. Portia, you got anything you want to say, sis?
I never. Look, you moon cricket. I never said I was a part of the economy of Nigeria. I never said I had a pocket full of naira. I never said that. The conversation is about LeBron James, I Promise School.
You brought up competition. You're not competing. You ran away from your family. You ran away.
I didn't run away, sir. I was born in America for the last time. I was born here. Where am I running from? I was born in America. I've lived in America my entire life. What on earth are you talking about? Did Farrakhan run from Grenada?
Yes, that's my point. You was born in the U.S. because your family fled Nigeria, and you're a man now. You choose not to go back, so you're not a man. You're a male. So, Portia, you got anything you want to say, sis?
Sir, it's me and you talking, sir.
Well, all right. Well, we are done. You ran away from your country. You're not gonna go fix it.
I didn't run away from nothing. What? I mean, how many times I gotta tell this monkey that I was born here? Afro diaspora. I was born in America. I didn't run from anything. America is the greatest country on the planet. You wouldn't dare walk up to an Italian and say your family ran from Italy. You get slapped. You wouldn't dare walk up to a German and say the Germans ran from Germany. I just find that very convenient that when it's black people, it's, oh, you guys ran. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was born here. Walk up to the Gotti family and say, hey, you know what, Gotti, your family ran from Italy. Walk up to one of these Albanians in New York and say that to one of them. You won't do that, Afro diaspora. You wouldn't dare walk up to no Albanian and say that to an Albanian. Would you or would you not?
You triggered because you ran. That's that.
Would you or would you not, you monkey?
You're a bitch.
Would you or would you not?
I've said worse to call.
Would you or would you not walk up to a Russian and say, you know what, your family fled Russia? Would you walk up to an Albanian? Would you walk up to one of those Eastern Europeans who live in New York and say what you're saying to me?
I answered your question, bitch. You got a Tootsie Roll?
Now, I didn't call you a bitch. You don't have to call me a bitch. I thought we were having a regular conversation here. I didn't call you a bitch, Afro diaspora. I didn't call you that.
I answered your question more than once. I said I've said worse.
But I didn't call you a bitch, sir. Can you apologize?
Pardon me.
Can you apologize? Did I call
Brother,
you
you
a bitch?
acting like a bitch. I gotta treat you like a bitch.
Did I?
Will you apologize for acting like a bitch?
Sir, did I call
but will you apologize for acting like a bitch?
Did
You've been putting me backstage. We're trying to have a dialogue. You've been putting me backstage with me. You acting like a bitch.
Can you apologize for calling me a bitch, sir?
No, brother, I cannot.
Okay, well, I'm gonna kick you out now. Okay.
All right, fuck you.
Okay, well, fuck you. How about that? Go ahead, Afro diaspora.
Well, really, I'm here to listen to Portia because we gotta let the queen.
No, sir, you're not the host. Me and you are talking.
Brother, we're done. I have nothing else to say to you, brother.
No, we're not done.
Brother,
sir.
Your family abandoned Nigeria. That's that. That's your story.
Sir,
that's your story, brother. Your family abandoned Nigeria. You're not gonna go back and fix
add to the conversation or not?
Brother, I'm asking Portia, does she have anything to say?
Portia's not okay. Let me take down Portia so you could.
Oh, all right. Well, brother, do you have anything else you want to say, brother? Because I already said everything I gotta say to you. Your family abandoned Nigeria. That's that.
This is what I have to say to you. You are a delusional.
You're triggered. You're triggered. Be honest. Look at you. You finding the insults. Go ahead. Look for them.
Can I talk? You are a delusional, mentally ill, hotep Negro. Hear me out. Hear me out. You're not well educated.
All right.
You're not really social with other people. You say that your name is Afro diaspora. All the while you're downing the very continent that you come from.
No, I'm telling you to go develop it, brother. I'm encouraging you,
sir. That's why
I'm encouraging you. You're not helping develop
it. Encouraging me. You're not encouraging me.
I'm trying to motivate you, brother. You need some motivation.
You can't motivate me, man.
You got the white man dick in your mouth. You got to take it out your mouth. I'm trying to motivate
you. White man's country.
You right? No, I don't even.
You live in the white man's country.
I don't live in the U.S.
Yes, sir. Sir.
I don't live in the U.S.
Were you not born in the U.S.?
I don't live in the U.S.
Were you not born in the U.S.? Where are you at right now?
You gonna mute me? Can I answer the question? You gonna mute me?
Where are you at right now? You monkey. Where are you at?
Spear chucker.
Sir, please don't call me a spear chucker.
I'm in Colombia, spear chucker.
Okay, so Colombia. Are you telling me that the masses of the Colombians aren't really white, sir?
Yes, and it's Colombians.
Okay, thank you. Are you telling me that the Colombians aren't speaking a European language?
Yes, and I'm calling.
Okay, so aren't you technically on the white man's, like you say that I'm on the white man's?
The difference is I'm not saying I'm Colombian. You said you're American.
Do you have
checkmate? Hold on.
Do you have Colombian citizenship?
Yeah, that's checkmate right there.
No, it's not, dude. You retard. Do you have Colombian? Do you have Colombian citizenship, you retard?
That's checkmate right.
Afro diaspora. Do you have Colombian citizenship?
That's checkmate right there. You claim to be American.
Because I'm a citizen of the country, you dipshit.
You're not ethnically American.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's a
man.
fact. You're not ethnically American. So the question is, how will, and we speaking about competition, once again, you cannot get around this. I'm asking, how will the Yoruba people compete against the Chinese when the Yoruba people, such as yourself, your entire families are fleeing Yoruba land to work for other races?
Sir, you
Simple
know
question.
as well as I do, sir, that the Nigerians are very industrious.
Not in Nigeria though. The Chinese are industrialists in Nigeria.
Not.
Let's talk about it. The Chinese, the Indians, the Pakistanis, the Lebanese, they are industrious in Nigeria. That's a
sir. If what you're saying is true, sir, how do you explain Aliko Dangote?
He's one of a few. The masses of
Oh my God.
That's a
Go
fact.
ahead.
The masses of Nigerians don't live like him. That's a fact. So I'm asking a very simple question.
I'm about to bring
and you're trying to deflect. Let somebody bring somebody else in. You can't handle it, CT. I know you can't handle it, CT.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I give up, man. You
yeah,
won.
yeah, you can't handle it.
I give up, man.
All right, do Portia got anything to say? Let the sisters
Well,
speak,
believe it
please.
or not, Portia sent over a cash app to kick you the fuck up out of here. So yeah. Portia, thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Whatever he was talking about, because I kind of checked out, but I love debate and I like to stay on the topic. So whatever y'all were just talking about, I don't even know. So
I don't even know either. I don't know.
Whoever was next, I don't know.
Let Jerice get in real quick. He's been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Jerice.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm just enjoying the conversation about how, we need to go back to Africa and help the Nigerians and Wakanda forever. It's like Afro diaspora, bro. Just relax. Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson got you in a headlock mentally, bro. Like, dude, need to relax.
Let me get L in. L was next. Go ahead, L.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk about I don't understand why it seems that you have like so much, you don't have any hope in a lot of these kids to like do better. You know what I'm saying?
Are you asking me or are you?
Yes,
you asking me?
All of you.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
I mean,
you ready? Because there is no hope, sir. There's not the culture is not built around education. That's why. It's not because they're black. It's just the fact that, just like with Mexicans, their culture is not built around intellectualism and education. It's the fact. It's true.
But why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Look at their communities. Look at the outcomes. It's just not. Look at people who are into education and look at their communities. Look at the Japanese. Look at the Chinese. Look at their cultures. Look at their cities.
Have you lived in the Mexican community?
Sir, sir,
I have.
Do me a favor real quick, if you can, L. Call in, close your eyes, and name me 10 Mexican scientists off the top of your head.
Why does that matter?
It matters because their culture is not based. They don't care about education either, man. They're not a culture who cares about education. They're not a culture that comes to America and dibbles and dabbles with corporate America. You don't see Mexican CEOs. You just don't see that. There's nothing wrong with it. They are good workers, but they're good laborers, but they're not into those things. Just like most blacks aren't into intellectualism. They're into rap. They're into shoes. You know that. Why are we pretending here? Monkeys, not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you a monkey. I'm still off that conversation I had with that Negro. Blacks don't care about those things, sir. Why are we pretending? Blacks don't care about quantum physics. What the fuck?
Most people don't care about quantum physics.
Sir, stop it. We're talking about black people. Black people don't care about those things, sir. We don't care about quantum physics. We don't care about the quadratic formula. We don't care about those things. Those are facts. So when I see that this school is failing, I just sit back and say, hey, it's been like that since I've been a kid. Niggas don't. When I was in school, I was the only kid sometimes in class doing work. Niggas don't care. And then when you call it out, it's, oh, why you down in black people? Down in black people? The fuck are we talking about?
There are some black people that don't care, but there's like that.
Man, the majority of black people don't care.
No,
man.
that's not true. That's not totally true,
bro. Stop.
That's not totally true,
bro. All you got to do is go.
I went to school with a lot of black people, and there were
if
some
black
that
people cared about math, why on earth are the state performance tests 0 when it comes to math or passing the math proficiency part or the science proficiency part? That in itself tells you that blacks don't care. What are we talking about?
Yeah, but I'm just
name me the black show. Name me the science show on BET that was out, that was popular in the 90s and the early 2000s when the blacks had BET. Name me the show.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because we didn't have one. Name me the show on TV1, bro. Why are we playing here? I don't. Go ahead.
Most people don't care about.
I'm not talking about most people, sir. I'm talking about blacks, man. I don't give a fuck about whites. I don't give a fuck about Latinos. I care about my people, sir. How about that one? I don't care how whites are performing. How about that?
Okay, but
how about that one?
Why are you? But you seem like you're categorizing the whole race when
I am categorizing the whole race, and I am making a generalization. Niggas don't care about it. That's why that school is failing. I'm tired.
Maybe they're just bad teachers. They have bad teachers because this school is supposed
to. That's the problem right there. You've never been a teacher, and I'm telling you, keep blaming the teachers. Don't blame the kids who don't want to do the fucking work. Don't blame the parents who don't want to help the kids and tutor and get them tutors and stop watching fucking TV and shit. Don't blame don't blame them. Blame the teachers, right? Blame the teachers, right?
This school was meant for kids who are underprivileged, who don't really have that great of upbringing.
My ass.
They don't have that great of upbringings, man.
None of these kids are underprivileged, sir. You know who's underprivileged? Kids in Nigeria, kids in Liberia, kids in Southeast, kids in Cambodia. That's underprivileged. These little monkeys walking around here are in the best country on the planet, man. Stop it. They're not underprivileged here, man. It's America, man. These little wealthy ass kids and their little crybaby. Dude, I went to school with Rwandans who saw their families murdered in a genocide and they never gave an excuse. Stop it. I would tell LeBron everything. I would tell him, you need to hire niggas like me, because that school would be a superior functioning school under my rulership. Go ahead, D.
I agree with you. I just want to play devil's advocate.
Thank you so much, sir. I kind of figured that. I'm sorry, man. I'm still amped about that previous conversation. Go ahead, American First Right for me, real quick.
Okay, cool. Because what I was gonna say is, like, look, we just simply have to look at the outcomes. And Jarice, by the way, I like your hat and your glasses, but we have to look at the outcomes in America when it comes to corporations and all that. The guy who's running Microsoft, Indian. The guy running NVIDIA is East Asian. You look at all these top corporations; they're filled up with whites, Asians, and Southeast Asians. All these certain demographics of these high producing organizations. There's not a lot of Hispanics and there's not a lot of blacks. So we can't say they're closing these places out where they literally have the door open and says, we want the best to walk through this door. And if you can get to the top, you get to the top. So I'm sorry, we failed. We didn't prioritize that years ago. And this now, if we try it now, we start prioritizing science and math and these types of things in our households, then 40 years from now, that's going to bear fruit.
But can I say something real quick?
Hold on for a second. Let me read the super chat real quick. Johnny with the $5 super chat says, if the majority of blacks value education, tell me a predominantly black city that is safe to live in. Afro Diaspora, he said something in the chat about not all people born in America are ethnically American. Afro Diaspora, do me a favor. I want you to walk up to Farrakhan's 6'6" grandson and tell him that his grandfather ain't ethnically American. And I bet you it gets curb stomped. He probably won't curb stomp, but you know what I mean. Go ahead.
I want to see some, but I do, but in a lot of these jobs, there's a lot of there is discrimination when it comes to black people in corporate America.
Stop. No. A lot of these other races of people either already have boutique like tech shops or networks where they're already producing things, whether they're in college, out of college, and so they're able to already have stuff that people can plug into. So stop with the it's all discrimination. They
No,
have
I'm saying there is discrimination though. There is.
But you know what, D? You know what? They should be discriminated. They
Why?
should
Why?
be.
But why should a
Because
young
I'm
black kid
gonna
coming
tell
out
you why.
who
I'm
has
gonna tell
all the
you.
qualifications?
I'm gonna tell you why they should practice discrimination, even if, and I don't necessarily believe that they are. But you know what? I'm starting to believe that they should practice discrimination because it will force you lazy, big bubble lip, broad-nosed Negroes to build and do for yourself. You Negroes have all types of degrees in accounting, architecture, etc., and you looking for the white man to give you a job when you can open up your own and do business with your own. I don't give a. I mean, I'm just to the point now where I really wish white people would say, "Leave us alone and just do your own shit, Blackie." Go ahead, D.
I mean, okay, that's possible, but I mean, if you're Asian, right, and you try to get up in the ranks in corporate America, you're possibly going to be discriminated against. It's called a bamboo ceiling. Have you heard of that before?
Sir, I don't know how old you are, and I'm so tired of this.
I'm young.
I mean, again, I don't know how old you are.
Anyway, yeah.
If a company practices discrimination at this point, I can't blame them. What more can we give to you people? You don't produce anything on your own. You're always waiting for Whitey to give you a job. I mean, my God, man, it's the year 2023, man. Are we going to be beggars in the year 2100? Are we going to be begging in 2200? Black people are too damn smart and industrious to constantly beg, and they discriminating. Well, why don't you open up your own damn accounting firm? Why don't you open up your own damn auditing firm then? Fuck them. Go ahead, D.
Okay, I agree with that, but I'm just saying let's not act like we live in a totally fair and just society.
Ice, baby. What's up? 06 says, Portia, we need teachers like you. Keep the faith. I'm sorry. Go ahead, D. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying we shouldn't. Okay, I agree with that, but then we shouldn't act like we live in a totally fair and equal and just society.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if they're allowed to practice discrimination, why are we trying to say this is some fair, equal, just society? Essentially,
this is a fair society, sir. You get a college degree, you should open up your. Let's say, for example, right? Let's do one of the big three.
Opening up a business isn't for everyone, though.
Well, give me a second here, sir. Let's say you get an an accounting degree. You know what one of the big threes are, right?
Yeah, the accounting.
Yeah. Let's say you feel as though you're being discriminated against. What is stopping you from saying, you know what? I'm going to rent out a storefront. I'm going to open up my own accounting firm, and I'm going to get Black clientele so that I can do their auditing and their books. What's stopping you from doing that?
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's why to me it's a free market. It's 38 million Black people in this country. If you feel like whites are discriminating against you, why not have 38 million potential customers, if you ask me, if you're Black.
I agree.
Yeah.
But opening up a business isn't for everyone.
Well, that's your problem. Well, go to North Korea then. You don't have to open up. You damn sure won't open up a business in North Korea. Go there. go to Cuba. That's why I was trying to tell that monkey Afro diaspora, man. Go ahead, D.
I'm just saying, don't act like this is a totally just and fair society.
It doesn't have to be, sir. Listen, you know what's so crazy? China's not just and fair. China doesn't have any Black politicians, Black CEOs of major companies. Saudi Arabia doesn't have Black people or other groups of people at the upper echelon. Those societies aren't fair either. But why is it that here in America, what more special treatment do you want in this country? Go ahead, sir.
I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking that you treat me just, fair, and equal.
Sir, how old are you?
I'm about under 30.
Yeah, I could tell. Sir, nobody has to treat you nice. Nobody has to like you. I could give a damn if another man likes me or not. You listen, I used to be like you. You probably have a liberal arts college degree.
Nah, no liberal arts college.
Okay. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did.
Do you mind telling us what college you went to?
I went to like a top 10. I went to top 10 school. Top 10 school.
A top 10, like as an Ivy?
Yeah.
So you went to a liberal arts college. Those are liberal arts.
Okay. Well, I didn't major
college.
in arts.
Okay, I understand that, but you went to a very liberal school. Did you go to Harvard?
No, not Harvard.
Did you go to Yale, Cornell?
No.
But you did go to an Ivy.
Yeah, close to an Ivy. Close to an
You
Ivy.
went to Duke?
No.
Do you want to tell us? I mean, it's not like we're gonna.
It's Johns Hopkins.
Okay, so you went to Johns Hopkins. Are you going to be a doctor in a couple of years?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So peace, Barnabas. So what? So I'm just confused. What, you went to an elite university? I mean, what did you major in?
Math.
So you are having a problem getting a job with a mathematics degree? I find that hard to believe.
I mean, it's the job search it's a bit difficult right now, you know, especially in my field. It's a bit difficult right now. I graduated like a few months ago. It's kind of difficult. I've been applying all around.
You do know that it takes even up to 2 years to get a job sometimes. And
really?
Yeah, and it's not just. Well, let me ask you this question: did you do any internships your senior
I did
year?
like two internships.
With who? NASA?
No, three internships. 4 internships.
Was one of them with NASA?
No.
Who was the other one with?
It was a bunch of. I did some with nonprofits, and I did some with education groups, things like that.
So nonprofit. Okay, so so you are aware that nonprofits are in the business of not making any money.
Yeah, I know.
So how do you correlate racism and discrimination in jobs with your own experience? Because I'm confused here at this point.
I don't know, because I've been applying for like 6-7 months and I haven't gotten a job. I've been on like 10, 15, 20 interviews and I haven't gotten a job yet.
And you're blaming that on racism?
Well, a man with me, having a background in like math, computer science, I don't know how I haven't gotten a job yet,
Okay, well, how about this? Okay, assuming that there is racism, have you ever thought about reaching out to like Sylvester James Gates or Neil deGrasse Tyson or other blacks who have similar degrees? Or
no, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, to be honest with you, I don't think that has anything to do with race, because I think it just has something to do with the fact that maybe, you probably need to apply a little bit more. There are people who I'm assuming they wait a year or two sometimes for jobs.
Well, I mean, I got out of school and, some of my classmates, I mean, I guess they have more experience than me, but still.
Could they have had more connections than you too, though? I mean,
Probably more experience than me,
Okay.
But,
are you in a fraternity or?
No fraternity. Oh, no fraternity. No.
Oh, okay. I mean, listen.
I did pledge for one.
Hey, yo,
you did pledge?
Yeah.
You pledged the white fraternity?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pledge Delta Tau Delta?
No, we had that on our campus, but we didn't. I didn't.
SIGAP?
We had that. I didn't know. No.
Oh, Sigma Nu.
No, we had that. I didn't have. No, I didn't do that.
Okay.
I was gonna do Alpha Phi Alpha, but I couldn't do
Alpha Phi Alpha.
Yeah, because
Alpha Phi Alpha.
Alpha Phi Alpha. Excuse me.
Let's
because
get you up out of here. Disrespecting my frat like that. Let's get you up on my.
What's up, CT? How you doing?
Let me hear from D real quick. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, I was gonna do Alpha Phi Alpha for grad school, but they said I couldn't do it because. Well, I couldn't be in like the formal chapter because I was a grad student and stuff. So I had to do like a
you got to do the grad chapter.
Grad chapter. Yeah. So I was like, what's the point?
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I think that I don't believe anything racist is going on with you. You just happen to be a Gen Zer. Go ahead.
No, I agree somewhat that I agree that, but I think. I'm a big dude, and I don't know.
But you got into a school that has an acceptance rate of what, 8%?
Yeah.
So isn't that kind of, or doesn't that kind of give credence that maybe the country is very equal? I mean, most people don't even get into John Hopkins, 92% of applicants. So go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening, sir.
No, I don't even think racism is probably the last thing I go to be honest. That's the last. I don't even like to play. I hate playing the race card, to be honest, but I'm just waiting here and, waiting till, I have this tremendous resume and I'm not with all of these skills and I'm not getting employed. So it's kind of, it's tearing up my confidence and my ego a little bit. So.
Okay. Well, D, hang tight real quick. We got to get to Savage. Savage, what say you about LeBron James school? Go ahead, sir.
I'm glad the state's going to take it over. I'm glad if it got closed, I'd be happy about that because the local community is getting screwed and their property taxes going up because of that giant $8 million school that was built. Of course, it's retarded that he had the money to pay for it himself, but he used taxpayer money to just fumble the bag. Also, with D, could you possibly think that in any possible way that maybe your people skills aren't great for interviewing? Could it be possibly the fact that the economy's on a downturn because of liberal policies? Could it be any of these other things besides you being a tall black guy?
No, I agree. My people skills are very good, to be honest. I communicate very well, but the economy's in a downturn. I understand that. But I've had like 15, 20 interviews, and I've gotten to like the last stage of like a few of them, and I still haven't got the job. So,
So could it possibly be the fact that they're hiring a unqualified woman of another race as a quota hire?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, there you go.
Double affirmative action?
Double minority.
Double minority, whatever it's called, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It's just, I don't have that much experience, but I do have internships, but like my internship experience and the experience I have doesn't even equal a year. So, I have like under a year of experience. So, that's most of these jobs you need like 4 or 5 years experience because they're going to be paying you like a lot of money starting off the bat. So, I understand.
Think Tank Podcast with the $5 super chat says, CT, the immigrants from Nigeria are selected to come to the U.S. based off of genius visas. You can't compare them to the average African American.
This is true.
I'm not comparing anybody to African American. Listen, all I'm saying is that these schools are failing because the kids are concerned with rap and TikTok videos and clothes.
Forget about Jordans.
No, go ahead, Savage.
Let's be fair here. CT.
Yeah.
Let's say right now. Say I found the
You're breaking up for a minute.
Liberal white in me to come out, and I came to you with an idea. Like, can you hear me?
Hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so let's say the liberal white come out of me, and I said, hey, how about this? How about we go and we'll build a school, and we'll use let's say $20 million, and we're gonna try to teach groundhogs. All right, we're gonna teach groundhogs sign language, and we're gonna use taxpayer money. How great of an idea would that sound?
It's not a good idea at all.
That comparison of animals is insane to me.
I'm pretty sure. Can I see some real quick?
To be fair, I could have said some sort of primate that can learn sign language, but I didn't want to come off and be a complete asshole and make it seem like I was trying to be racist. My analogy
would still be an animal, though.
Yes, but they could learn sign language, so it would have been more racist, and it would have been more toned to what I was saying. But the point that I'm saying,
right? Go ahead, Savage.
The point that I'm making here is if you're going to use taxpayer money and you're not getting results,
That's an issue. And we can't just keep giving 20 million, 80 million, 10 million to all these ideas that aren't working out, because there's not an endless amount of money to keep pumping into stuff. Just there isn't.
Let's get past the end. Past it, you had a problem with what I was saying and Savage was saying. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. And I agree with you. You can't throw endless amount of money at a problem and think it's going to fix it. I do agree with that. Now, CT, I don't think that you yourself would have been a great teacher for Black Americans, because of the fact of you're not actually an American. You're kind of an anchor baby. Your culture is different than ours. So I don't think that we can. I don't think that African American kids can relate to you, nor do I think that you can relate to African American kids. So therefore, I don't think you would be a good teacher for them.
That's so stupid, to be honest.
Well, you can say stupid, but I just don't think you have a relevance that matters to them. And I think that your cultural biases and your upbringing against them makes you not a good educator for Black kids. And plus, aren't you an alpha? Like you said, you just said you're an alpha, right? So why did you join a Black American fraternity if you're so proud of your Nigerian roots? You want to be one of us. We don't want to be one of you.
I rarely mention Nigeria on the show. Also, I make it an emphasis to always say that I'm pro-America, to the point where it was brought out today that I'm an American supremacist. I believe that American Blacks are the superior Africans amongst the diaspora. I've made videos about it on this channel and the Lapeef Network. I literally made a video about African Americans being the equivalent of the Chinese. And you talk about relating to the kids, sir. I don't have a bias towards those kids. Those kids were just dumb. They weren't good kids.
So on one hand, you say we have a higher IQ on the African.
I never said you had a higher IQ.
It's actually proven that it's proven that Black Americans are smarter than sub-Saharan Africans.
What does that have to do with the behavior in the classroom, sir? We're not talking about IQ here. We're talking about behavior in these community classrooms, the community.
I would say behavior does have a level of understanding or IQ to it. You just can't say that the behavior and intelligence are completely like you can't say that you can't relate intelligence and behavior together. I'm saying that because these kids are when in classrooms with teachers like you that have a biasness towards them, and a system that's biased towards them, they're not able to perform at the level that they could. I think when you pull these kids out of these schools with these teachers and you put these kids in magnet schools, they do significantly better.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't. Give me a state right now. Give me a state.
Texas. We were
to go to these Texas. Portia's a teacher, right? I don't know if Portia's still there. Portia, you still there?
Teacher.
If we Portia, if we were to go to the Texas Board of Education and go to the top 50 schools, would inner city schools with predominantly Black schools be on that top 50?
Be on the top 50 as far as like
so for example, in Ohio has a lot of Ohio, right? Cleveland's a major city in Ohio. Cleveland has a lot of magnet schools. Cleveland public schools are ranked at the bottom. Literally like 3 or 4 from the bottom. It's like 200 and something different school districts in Ohio. Pastor, that is not true, man.
So then you have to ask
the top 50 schools, like Black schools in Texas, no, they wouldn't be.
You have to ask yourself about the environment and the teachers that are teaching. I don't think you can keep calling a child a failure without calling the teacher a failure for not teaching the curriculum. The curriculum is the curriculum. You cannot keep calling children failures because teachers fail to teach the curriculum.
Hey man, listen.
And why are y'all not teaching the curriculum?
You can live in imagination land all
That's
you want.
Not imagination.
I've been a teacher. Portia's a teacher, and I could tell you, man, just like when I was in school, inner city Black kids in America are animals. The majority of them are animals in the classroom. They fight, They argue all day. They concern themselves with clothes. They don't care about math or science. I'm not about to pretend with you at all. It's not about some environment. It's just that our culture, even the African culture, does not have an emphasis on intellectualism. It is
So
the
this
truth.
is the reason why I think an
It is the truth,
African anchor baby cannot speak for us, because the reality of it is, why are Nigerians doing so? Why Nigerians actually do better when they come to this country?
because
So
they're taking advantage of the great country that you live in.
okay, then. So if they're able to put themselves in positions, because let's say the sub-Saharan Africans have a
Because
lower
the average
IQ than us.
Nigerian isn't concerned about clothes or smoking weed or rap. That's
Why do you think? Why do you think every black kid in America is? That is your bias as
No,
a.
it's not a
as-
bias,
it
man.
is a
It's
bias.
everywhere you, Pastor. Why are we playing here, man? Why are we pretending? The average black in America, the average, right? So we can say average is 50 to 60%. The average black, you know, and I know it, especially black male, concerns himself with either three things: sex, some sort of alcohol or drug, or partying. Why are we playing here, bro?
Okay,
Why are we playing? Even in college, black people, black men and women concern themselves with those three things. We're not like the Chinese. We're not like other groups of people. Why are we capping and lying?
The average American child has that on their
I'm
mind.
not talking about the average American
So
child.
none. So
I'm
let's
talking about
individually
black
talk about black.
people.
Let's talk
I'm
about
talking
black. Okay,
about
let's talk about
black
it.
people, sir.
Let's talk about it.
Go ahead, man.
So you single them out from something that the whole country does, and then you say, well, they don't perform well.
Sir,
So
let me
why
tell you
are they
something,
not
bro.
performing
Let me tell you
well?
something. Sir, you don't really want to compare. See, the reason why I'm not saying other groups of people is because you would lose. You would lose against the Jews, you would lose against the Chinese, and you would lose against whites. You're not winning, sir. If you were winning, you would be number one. It would be the black law firms would be number one. If we were number one, black auditing firms would be number one. If we were number one, the Fortune 500s would be dominated by blacks. We're not winning, sir. We're not winning because of a behavior in our culture, and it stems from school. That nigga school LeBron has. I bet you, if you go in there any given Sunday, the kids are jumping off the desk.
So I will say that it does stem from culture, family. There's a lot of where the problems initiate it, but then I would say it further continues on into the biasness of the teachers and the systems. Tell me why little black boys are put on Ritalin at a faster rate than any other child for percentage. Tell me why black boys are sent to
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question?
Can I finish the question?
Okay, because I don't know if you answered.
We're sent to detention.
You said
we're
why.
suspended.
Okay. Can I answer your question? And Portia, you could jump in too. Okay. When I was in school, the black boys fought every second, jumping off the desk, acting a fool. Why are we capping here? I went to school, sir, mostly with blacks all my life. I remember at times I was the only kid doing work in class. Black boys care about, meaning cracking jokes on each other. They don't give a shit about the education process flow. Let's be honest, man. And a lot of them sleep through classes. Portia, you're a teacher. Portia, you still there?
Yes, I am.
I don't know. I mean, am I lying here? Or
This is a narrative. This is a narrative. This is a narrative. Because these same black boys you say do nothing but sleep in class. It is. Because these same black boys you say do nothing but sleep in class. How do they end up being the top athletes in every single one of these schools? I think it's very
talking about athletes. What does that have to do with anything?
Because they become student athletes and they can't perform. They don't do anything.
Are you a teacher?
No, I'm
Pastor,
not
are you a teacher?
But I'm not a teacher at all. No.
Pastor, how many
people do you coach?
Yeah.
Pastor, do you coach?
Yeah, I do some coaching, but I don't think that's relevance. I think we all.
The reason why I brought it up is because you just brought up athletics.
Well, like I said, I've been to school too. We all been to school. We all went to school. We all noticed that in order to play sports, you had to also be a student athlete. So how are these black kids so dumb right? And so they can't behave, they aren't disciplined, but yet these schools can find a way to put them on every single sports team to get the school notoriety. But yet they can't learn, they can't behave, they can't be disciplined. But yet they can bring notoriety to the school though.
Okay, Pastor, can I ask you another question? Pastor, are you in Texas?
Yeah, I am. I'm in Texas. Yeah.
Whereabouts?
I'm in the Dallas, so I'm in the. I know about the Dallas ISD and the Terrence. I know about Terrence. I know about.
So
Terrence.
if you're in Dallas ISD, tell me what you know about DeSoto's football team.
DeSoto's football team is top level, and academically they're top level, and it's one of the nicer areas for Black people. Let's talk about it.
That's what we call the Black elite in Dallas, right? Or well, the sublet of Dallas, DeSoto. So
it extends to Lancaster, it extends to Cedar Hill, and it also extends to
Texas.
Duncanville. It also extends to Duncanville.
Absolutely. So, but I want to talk about DeSoto because we know that DeSoto is top dog out here, and they have their games at the Cowboy Stadium and all the like. However, one of my best friend actually met her in the 6th grade. She's actually an administrator over in DeSoto ISD, and she's working on becoming one of the board members at this time. Whenever she was a teacher in DeSoto, do you know that? Well, you wouldn't know, but she got suspended, written up, and almost terminated because a lot of the football players were failing, and she's a math teacher as well. And what they had them do for their football team, because the athletic department brought more money and funding to the school, no matter how they were doing in class, they had to pass them so they could play. What do you think of that?
Look, so you can say that because the University of North Carolina had the what we call the paper classes, where they weren't really classes, that this was on paper. You can argue that happened for athletes. You can argue that, but that's not. I get your point, but my whole point is, if they're able to be this great athlete and have all this discipline to be this great athlete, they have that great discipline to also be great students as well. I think it's the biasness that keeps them from doing it. Because let me ask you this question, Portia. Let me ask you this question: why come they don't have the same attitude towards South Lake Carroll? Which also does great. Which also is very good in sport.
Hold on for a second. Let me read the super chat real quick. Dex with the $10 super chat says, CT, my wife is a teacher. To preface this, which group of people she has the most difficulty with getting involved in their education? Wonder who that is. Why would parents tell her to stop calling them? Okay, Pastor, give me a second here, bro. Sports is a small minority of students. Even if the Black kids perform well in football or basketball, what does that have to do with the overall school itself? Just because you learn how to play some stupid, childish sport, that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. Don't get me wrong. Professional sports is big money. But most of these kids aren't ever going to be professional football players or basketball players. It is common knowledge, sir, even you know this, Pastor, that Black men aren't sitting around talking about geopolitics. We're not sitting around talking about mathematics. We're not sitting around talking about industry. We got to stop lying to ourselves as a people. And I think that's one of the best ways to correct our culture. And I'm talking about the overall Black culture. We're lying. You know as well as I do, most niggas, you walk into any place where there's a group of 5-6 niggas, they talking about fucking some chick. They're talking about doing some drug. They're talking about some rap music or some drama. Stop, Pastor. Why are we lying to ourselves as a people? It's the most mind-boggling thing I've ever seen in my life.
I think we're cutting ourselves short as people. I would look. I'm not going to argue with you that we discuss all of those things you just said, but for you to, on the other end, say that we don't discuss any of the other things is cutting us short. And that's the reason why I brought up the student athlete, because the student athlete is also when it's cut short into being just an athlete, not being able to expound on the skills that they actually have. So what I'm saying is, Black kids are extremely skillful and extremely intellectual at a high educational level.
Bro, wait. Playing basketball is not a skill, man. Playing basketball is not a skill.
I think he's saying that
it's entertainment.
No.
Listen, CT, you're any entertainment is not a skill. You're just playing around.
CT, didn't you say these kids have behavioral issues? So if these kids can't behave and do what it takes to stay on the field or on the court, So obviously they're doing what it takes to stay on the field in the court, right? So they don't have behavioral issues.
Yes, they do,
don't
bro.
have behavioral issues.
Bro, they are playing. A lot of kids, they love playing. They love focusing on play. So of
You
course
think these
learning
you
more
think these schools you think these schools care about these kids? These schools don't care about these kids. All these kids do that go play basketball or football, these kids fund the schools for the real kids that want to go there, for the alumni. They don't care what grades these kids get. They don't care if these kids are half. If he can run a 4.6, they don't care. They don't care.
No, CT
They'll
was
pass them regardless.
behavior. CT, was you arguing that it's not their intellect, it's their behavior and their culture, right? So I couldn't tackle culture, so I got into behavior. And if they have the behavioral skills to be able to calm down and play the sport and stay on the field, they have the behavioral skills to be able to perform in any other circumstances as well, I believe.
Pastor.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Portia.
I'm sorry. Are you saying, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that, you know how they say that if you keep kids busy, they stay out of trouble? Are you saying that for the kids that are actively involved in extracurricular activities, for be it sports or dance or cheer or whatever, band, things like that, since they show discipline in their extracurricular activities, that is a sign that they can show strong behavior and less discipline because they are involved in an extracurricular activity? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because look what happened to Carter football team after them brothers stopped playing football and they didn't further their behavior and education on the college. Them boys got into a lot of trouble. You know what I'm talking about. So therefore, you have to keep kids busy. So these boring ass YouTube classrooms are not doing what it takes to keep the average kid busy, mentally or physically.
But wait. See, this is so much, man. He's not caring. He doesn't care about the ultra athletic kids. He doesn't care about the kids who come from two parent homes who got everything given to them. He cares. He's talking about the kids that are 4'3", that ain't gonna amount to nothing, that got a 90 IQ. He's talking about those kids. What's gonna happen to those kids? Nobody cares about those kids.
Let Savage get in real quick. Savage, go ahead, bro. Let Savage get in real quick.
Well, unfortunately, you can't say that this is a behavioral issue and it's the teacher's fault, for the simple fact that at some point the parents have to take responsibility for these children. Because if we follow this guy's idea, then we should just be paying direct deposits of money to these children so they don't be terrorists in the neighborhood and do stupid stuff. Because we need to end up paying for their sports. We got to make sure that they have a book club after they get out of high school and they don't go to college. We got to start doing community centers and property things so that they can go do something. Like, at some point, someone has to take accountability, and it needs to quit being the taxpayer. The taxpayer needs to quit having to pay for all these people's kids.
No, didn't you grow up with those luxuries?
Hold on. Let Savage finish. Hold on, Pastor. Go ahead. Savage, go ahead.
No, he can address me with his bullshit question.
Okay, since it's bullshit, go ahead and show your bias. But didn't you grow up with those luxuries? Didn't you grow up? So look, I grew up with look. When I played football, my parents didn't have to go ahead and buy me some extra shoulder pads. All I do was give me some cleats. Did people historically grow up and be able to be in band and not have to purchase their own instrument? Historically, these schools were funded better, and the extracurricular activities for these schools were funded better, so it kept the kids out of trouble.
Okay, let me read the super chat real quick. Dex with the $10 super chat says, CT, how many black parents are involved in PTO or go to school board meetings? Let's discount CT Nigerian background. Why is it? Because it shatters your narrative. Dex, to answer your question, I'll tell you like this, man. Most blacks don't participate in school board meetings, and you get a few black women that'll come to a parent-teacher conference, whatever. No, black people aren't into their kids' education like that. It's just the truth. If they were, these schools would be top performing. They're not. And LeBron school wouldn't be failing. What you say?
It's because CT. It's
I said
because
pastor.
people
So
don't care.
can you?
They really don't care, man. They really
Savage, you're breaking up a little bit,
underperforming.
bro.
We got to keep it real. These people don't care. If you don't have a 50-inch vertical, if you can't run 100 yards, people don't care about you, man. In the black community, if you don't have
Spitting
money, they don't
facts.
care.
Hey,
And we got to
pastor.
quit acting like instead of making excuses, just say you don't care what happens to those kids. Bringing up all these excuses, just say you don't care.
Pastor, can I ask you a question? If
Mhm.
okay, why are communitized schools ranked the last in each and every last state?
Lack of funding, lack of funding, lack of programs, lack of they don't get the best teachers, they don't get the best books, they don't get the best resources. They're not in the best environment. They're not in the best cultural environment.
Okay.
I would argue that these kids don't get a well balanced breakfast before they start school. I would argue that these kids are hypoglycemic when they start their learning process. I think there's a lot of issues that go on with these children. I don't think it's as simple as they're just badass nigga babies.
Okay.
This nigga living
Can I
Jim
respond?
Crow.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Portia.
Well, can
Hey,
I?
Savage, come in. Go ahead, Savage. Let Savage go.
Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah, preacher. Can you reframe your question, because your question that you said to me was quite vague, and I'd like you to narrow it down to the point that you were trying to get to, so I can answer what you said to me. Pastor, you there?
I think Pastor, you on mute, bro.
Hold on, what did you say? No. So my question to you, wasn't it Red, Savage Red? My question to you, wasn't you afforded those societal opportunities when you were young?
I got a question. What would make you assume that? Is it because my skin's white?
No, not one bit. Because of your age, actually. Because of my age, I was actually afforded those. This ain't a race question. This is an age question, if you really want to know the truth.
Okay, so how old do you think I am?
I think you're in your 30s, about 35.
Yeah, I'm 34. So I was in school when 9/11 happened, and I was in school during the Great Recession. So
Yeah,
explain to me.
I was in school for those 2 days too, but those 2 days did not talk about my overall school experience. And in my overall school experience, we were a well-funded school that the blacks, whites, and Mexicans did very well in academically and athletically, because I played football, basketball, and ran track, and I also in the allied health sciences. So they funded us in sports and funded us in the health and science fields as well. So again, were you afford societal benefits when you were young?
When I went to school, you had to play sports, and you had to buy your own gear. It wasn't given to you by the school. So I don't know what you're talking about.
When I went to school, the only thing you had to pay for was your cleats to play football, and in basketball, we got discounted. We got discount on our basketball shoes, and in track, you had to buy a pair of track cleats. But outside of that, the society, our community afforded us with travel, uniforms, food, and everything. And they were parents, black, white, Mexican, and all out there. This is Eastern North Carolina too, a poor area supposedly, right? We did very well for our children. So when I get down here to Dallas and see places like that, the Dallas ISD, they got DeSoto and South Lake Carroll and Cedar High and Duncanville High, and I see how these kids are performing, and then I hear this narrative that y'all are pushing. I'm like, that's a lie. I ain't letting that go. I can't let it go.
Okay, what is the exact narrative that we're pushing?
That these black kids are stupid and don't perform, and they can't, and they not good.
Okay, so my oldest son goes to an inner city school in Cleveland. All right, he graduated his grade a few months back. When I went in there were parents that showed up, but do you know what you've seen the most of?
What do you see the most of?
I've seen the most of moms coming in with 4 or 5 kids dressed like strippers, celebrating their kid graduate.
So as
That's what I've
a
seen.
single father, man, not a single father, as a co-parenting father, right? I'm not about to let my baby mama just pull up to that schoolhouse and it not just my kid go to a private school in Texas, private Christian school, and
Portia, why does his kid go to a private? And respectfully, why does his kids go to a private Christian school?
Well, from what he just said, is that he was in Dallas. So Dallas ISD, if you know anything about Texas, Dallas ISD and Fort Worth ISD are you don't want your kids nowhere in the vicinity of those schools. So if you're in Dallas, most folks if they can't afford it, they'll put their kids in a private school. And then why? Because he knows better. Because Dallas ISD is trash.
I thought I was pushing the narrative, though. I thought that because he said that I was saying that most of these kids in these inner city schools are bad, but if I'm pushing the narrative, that means that I would be wrong. So he certainly doesn't believe that then, right? I know that you know that those schools are bad, but wouldn't he have an opposite opinion about Dallas schools then?
He would have to. I mean, whenever I first started teaching, actually for PASTA, the first school that I taught at was Carter High School, right across the street from Friendship West Baptist Church, Freddie Haynes. I taught at Carter, and that was my breaking point. Dallas ISD is horrible. So I know that he knows what he's talking about but the thing with Pastor is that he's saying so many good things that I can't discredit what he's saying. Right. But I think that he does not know how to articulate it properly to where it comes through to where we understand what it is that he's saying. Because I feel like I get what he's saying, but whenever he says it, it kind of comes off like he is being combative towards the idea. He's not wrong. It's just he's saying it wrong, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. Dex with the $10 super chat says, CT, that's a fact. Passer, why is it here in New Jersey, Camden, or Camden, what's that, Newark, New Jersey? We get the most funding per students in the state. FYI, they are the poorest performing. Also, most schools have free breakfast, which is true. And Bob with the $5 super chat. Normally, Bob doesn't want me to read him, but I'll read this one. Pastor, based on your account, you were in detention often. I got to say something to Pastor, though. Pastor, I've taught school before. A lot of those inner city schools have new buildings, new computers, new books. Even when I was a kid, even when I went to like that little ghetto little junior high school, it was good teachers, it was good new books, but the Negro kids destroyed the books, ripped out the pages. But okay, hold on, let me bring them back up.
Quick, before Pastor responds, one thing to note is that inner city schools get tons of more funding than other public schools that are not in the inner city. Like I said, I'm from a small town. I did go to a public school. It was a predominantly white school. However, our funding didn't come from the state or the federal government. It came from the alumni, and it still does right now to this day. And even myself as a contributor to my former high school, it's for those that pour into their schools. We can say the same thing for HBUs. How many of their alumni are funding their schools? But you can go to like my university, the University of Kentucky, people die, okay, and they leave their whole entire estate to the University of Kentucky. Black folks just don't give like that, and so whenever we're talking about the funding, money to me is not a problem. Even at my school right now, I can tell you that they're on, because I'm at a charter school, so we're pre-K all the way through 12. There are closets all across my campus that I can go to that's full of so much technology. That there's tens of millions of dollars in that room that we have not touched. They have the money, they have the funding. It's just, where is it going and what are they doing with it? And the Black schools, they get more money than anybody else per student, because there's an amount of money that goes per student. They have to get breakfast, they have to get lunch, after school they have to get their after school snack in order to receive all of these benefits, the funding. However, in Black schools, they're not utilizing it in the way that they should. And then going to the school board, The only reason why I got involved in politics at the level that I am now is because I became a teacher. And becoming a teacher, I saw so many things that were wrong. And I'll wait till like later on to kind of go further into that. But I decided to go to a school board meeting. And the only people that were there at that school board meeting were Hispanic parents. There was not one Black parent. And so I was the only Black person there actually at this time. This was several years ago. But the only time I saw Black folks at a school board meeting is whenever it was a BLM thing. We had a Tatiana Jefferson in Fort Worth, Texas, in Stop 6. Black folks, they was all up and down protesting this, that, and the third. That's the only time that you can bet your bottom dollar that Blacks are going to be there. But if it's anything about curriculum, if there's anything about busing, if there's anything about before and after school programs,
you won't see no Negroes.
Black folks are never there. They're never there. And I had to ask myself why. And then I got politically involved and I saw what it was about. So,
Pastor, respectfully,
I messed up by telling you. I messed up with the school. I messed up with the school shit. I shouldn't have said that. I did.
No,
I messed up with that one. I did.
Pastor,
it's true, but I messed up on that.
Pastor, respectfully. Are you familiar with Bosnia?
I know of Bosnia, but what do you want to tell me about Bosnia?
Nothing. I just want to ask you. In the 1990s, when Bosnia was going through their situation, would you have rather have visited Bosnia or Monaco?
Monaco. Bosnia wasn't a good place to be at that time.
Okay. Would you say that Bosnia was more dangerous, and that's why you were? If I could go to Europe, I'd rather go to Monaco, right?
Yeah.
So is that the same thing you could say about the reason why you didn't send your kids to Dallas public schools?
Not in particular, because this was a discussion that we had before we did it. The reason why I went on and sent my kid to a public Christian school is because I could. I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm not a rich guy. I'm not some super high value. I'm not claiming to be rich and got everything together. But what I'm saying is I was able to afford that for my child. So I provided that for my child because I was able to provide that for him.
So, okay, but would you say that the private school is better?
Yes, significantly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know it is. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and fake like it's not better. It's better because of the culture of the school is better. The students mainly come from a 2-parent household or know their father. They have homework, school projects. They still do field trips. They keep them they don't teach them that extra sexual stuff. It's a great. I like it. I wouldn't complain about it.
Are there any behavioral problems there?
No, they don't really suspend kids. They don't really have to corporal punish. They have the ability to corporal punish, but they don't corporally punish kids as well. They don't. My kid, they don't hardly have to corporal punish those kids either. Or my kid, no, they don't.
Is it so wrong for me to say that, hey, man, that LeBron James school was probably just a bad school?
Okay, you can say that it's a bad school, but we got to talk about why it's a bad school. And I don't think blaming the kids is where you start.
Okay. Go ahead, Savage.
All right, so I want to address what you were saying because you started off with if I was a baby daddy, I want to have my kid in public school. So you don't live in Ohio, for one. You don't live in the Cleveland area where the school systems are set up. So say hypothetically, because I have 4 kids, 3 of them live with me and 1 does not. So when it comes to enrolling kids in school, it's based on the parental rights that you have. In Ohio, I don't have parental rights. I have visitation rights. Second thing of it is, when you have 4 kids and it's going to cost you $15,000 a year to put a kid in a school, it's a hard sell when you're putting that much money specifically for one child against your other kids. The other thing of it is in Cleveland, the private schools have to have scholarships and lotteries to allow kids that are bad or in bad situations or single parent households to go to their schools for free. So even if you pay the money to put your kid in a private school out here, you still have behavioral issues because the the city makes these private schools still bring in inner city kids
I
into these
disagree.
schools for free.
I disagree because because what you're saying right now, because I actually have a kid in a private school, right? And and then we do have those kids that you're talking about. There's not many of them, but there's a couple. And honestly, CT, I hate to say this, but my kid's school is kind of racist. It's kind of all black too, and that's really it's a kind of an all black Christian school. But that's really kind of, it is what it is. But we do have kids from the inner city that come in. Do you realize those kids take on the culture of the school? If you think your one or two little badass child is going to overrun that school, you are out your damn mind.
Yeah, but I agree with that. But the thing of the matter is,
you're not in Cleveland. It's not one or two kids.
I don't care where you at. The numbers don't match up. Your kid can't outrun them kids. Y'all keep thinking
that's one or two kids. That's one or two. But if you start letting, like, I've seen school districts go down the drain because, like, for example, I don't want to say this school district. I ain't gonna say it. But anyway, I've seen school districts go down the drain because certain people start moving into the neighborhood or the city, and those kids are not really the brightest. They're not really the most civilized. They will literally ruin a school. It could be 50. It could be 50. And 50 kids can ruin a school of 1,000 kids.
Chaotic. That's not true. And I'm gonna shut up after that.
Okay, I'll just say the name of the school. Cleveland Heights High School. Cleveland Heights High School. I gotta say it.
I'm gonna let Portia prove it. Check this right. Dallas ISD is a free independent school district. These kids can go to any school they want to in the whole, pretty much at this point in the DFW. And our schools, and I don't think our schools are doing worse because of the independent school district, and they can go to any school that they want to. Portia, do you think our schools have gotten worse or better since they freed the market up for our schools in Dallas?
I'll say Dallas ISD, to be honest, Pastor, and I would like to preface this. I appreciate your dialogue because you're not being rude or nasty or insulting, and you're easy to understand. You speak and you respond, you listen, things like that. But Dallas ISD is horrible. And the best thing that happened to Dallas ISD was school choice, charter schools, and of course, all of the private schools. To me, in my opinion, I don't know if you can do anything to Dallas ISD to fix it or make it better. And I also believe that in a school with 2,000, 1,000 students, one or two students can ruin the whole entire culture of that school. It doesn't take many. You don't need 50. You don't need 20, 30. All you need is a couple, because our kids, Black kids, they're very impressionable. And as much as, parents do, as much as teachers can do, there are just some kids that, like the jock or the class clown or whomever, they leave such a strong impact and impression on these kids that they just want to follow that lead. And in Dallas ISD, and I can only speak to Carter because that's the school that I worked at, do I believe that those kids could have been great things and went on to do so many? Of course. But there's just those couple that they just won't put out the school. If you put them out the school, then yes, Dallas ISD, of course, they could be, one of the top tier districts, but they don't. They hold on to these kids, they harness these kids, they elevate these kids, and then they pity the kids. And then in a district like Dallas ISD, what I don't like, especially to what Barnabas was saying earlier, the one thing that disgusts me the most, especially going back to what I said about the reason why I got involved in politics in the first place, the one thing that disgusts me the most is that we limit Black children. We give them mediocrity when they don't deserve that. And Black children, they don't even want that. So do I think that all of the kids are bad? No. Do I believe they want to be challenged? Yes. But because you have this curriculum and you have this district that says, Black kids are just supposed to be here. You guys, order, structure, respect, morality. Oh, no, Black kids don't get that. And one thing that you said earlier about Ritalin and Black boys and all of the things that they put our children through, it disgusts me. I hate that. But you don't have enough parents like yourself, Pastor, or other Black parents that are going to the school board meetings, that are protesting for the things that you desire for your children, which is why your children are in a private school, They don't do that on a large scale. So do I think that Dallas is any better? No, I think it's worse. I don't, and I'm not sure if you're familiar. Are you aware that Dallas went to 4-day weeks instead of 5-day?
They did what?
So they had a vote, and so they go to school Tuesday through Friday. They took a day off
Yeah,
because
they
out of
tried.
every single
You know,
district, every single district
they
in the
also
state of Texas, out of all of the districts in the whole entire state of Texas, Dallas lost the most teachers with
we
all of
lost
the
the
stipends,
superintendent too.
with all of the increases in salary. Dallas teachers are among the most in the whole entire state that did not return, even with going to 4-day weeks, stipends, and increased salaries, because it's that bad in that district.
Well, we lost the most superintendents too. We have to ask ourselves, why is it that bad? And CT, this goes into a lot of different things that y'all are talking about. It goes into the influx of how large these cities and how large or confined these cities are becoming and growing. And then can we individually single out and teach our kids with these large growing cities? Because look, Savage just said he has multiple kids. So the fact that he has multiple kids, all of his kids should be able to receive at least a decent education and not be put, because his kids, he's a white guy, so you know they're gonna put his kids on some form of Vyvanse or some form of ADHD medication. So they're gonna put them on some type of Ritalin, but Vyvanse, or what's the other one they like to put those kids on, Adderall. So we already know that they're targeting kids as far as behavior. There are children. This ain't even a race thing. Our children can perform, and our children can do very well. We just have to invest and push into these kids, into these schools, rather than saying these are bad kids, rather than saying it's a bad school. That's easy to say, CT.
And we see the success that LeBron has had, right? Hold on, we got to get Nas in. He's been patiently waiting. Nas, real quick. Nas, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? CT, how you doing? Can you hear me?
What say you about LeBron James' school failing?
LeBron, well, I'll tell you, I live in Oakland, and I think it's the worst school district after Baltimore, I think, in the United States, right? And I think one of the biggest problems.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems in Oakland is we have this blue hair liberal freaks that teaching these kids, right? No, seriously, like they come in there, it's like these black kids can't connect with this like freak show. So a lot of them are dykes or transformers. They go into inner cities acting like they're Michelle Pfeiffer, so the Dangerous Minds and stuff. These kids don't connect with them. They don't want to like be around them. That's one of the things. I think another thing, big problems right now. A lot of single moms using telephones and tablets like as babysitters. So a lot of these kids got ADDs now. They can't concentrate anymore. So it's like it's getting bad. And about funding, there's a lot of the fundings, a lot of that money get jacked, man. California is giving a lot of money to them, but a lot of them get jacked by a lot of these politicians.
I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, I'm good. I just want to tell you that. That's what's happening in Oakland. That's the problem. It's like you can't have this. The black kids can't connect with this white liberals, man. So it's like you can't have them teaching these black kids.
Well, a lot of those schools, you'll see a lot of black teachers, but you're saying because they're liberals that the school will still fail, right?
Yeah. A lot of, but they show you on the camera the black faces, but there are a lot of them are just. There are a lot of white. I'm in Oakland every day, so like I see this.
Jerice, what's up, man?
Man, that boy Posda was putting me to sleep with them same old talking points. That good old blackity black, our students are this and that. It's like, bro, the culture does not promote learning in the classroom. These kids will listen to a coach before they listen to a teacher. I don't know why the hell he trying to pretend like he fucking don't know what it is. Like, bro, this shit is getting old, man.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I don't know why we play around and pretend like black culture is a culture that sits around and discusses intellectualism and this, that, and the other. That's the first big lie. And then when you bring it up, you ever been around a whole bunch of Negroes, Jerice, and you could bring up something smart as shit, and they'll say, "That's what's up. That's what's up." Let's be honest, man. Most niggas, even the ones who have educations, they don't get it. We don't sit around talking about no complex nothing.
Yep, and I think I'm like the youngest one on the panel. I'm 29 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm from Houston, so Cypher ISD, so kind of a white school district. It is what it is. But when it came to the black kids, I mean, hey, I'm sitting there doing my work, paying attention to the teacher. Oh, you trying to act white? It's like, oh, you ain't black. It's like, bro, what are we really talking about? The way I talk. I'm like, oh, you trying to talk like a white boy? It's like, are y'all fucking kidding me? It's like, bro. We already know what it is. Like, we already know what the problem is.
You come up with these same. I have same old talking points. What's your name? Jarice. You a same old talking point boy. Oh, I talk white. I act white. How about people can tell when you are not authentically being yourself? You're trying to fit a narrative, nigga. So therefore, we will look at you and laugh and joke at you, education or not. And CT, we do have a lot of discussions over on our space.
No, we don't.
This
man,
nigga,
why you lying, man? No, we don't, bro. No, we don't.
Get your ass up out of here, Jarice.
I ain't going nowhere, motherfucker. Like, the fuck you talking about? Yeah, I'm not authentically being myself. Okay.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Oh, God.
Stop it, bro.
Oh, man.
A group of black men are not sitting around talking about geopolitics. We're not talking about the quantum computers. Black men that's not in our culture. It's not. Now, you may have unique Negroes like me. I think I'm unique. But most blacks aren't talking about this, man. I've been to school, man. Even niggas with masters and PhDs don't sit around talking about stuff like this. Most black men are sitting around talking about sex, some sort of drug or alcohol, or some sort of drama, or the fourth one, I'm about to get me. And ain't nothing wrong with it, but in pursuing money.
Don't forget about sports.
Black people are it's funny how we pretend as a culture. We are the most pretending ass culture imaginable.
To be honest about CT, I've been around a lot of these white boys and they talk about the same things too.
I don't care about what the fuck white boys are talking about.
This is about black people, bro.
That's what you don't understand. I don't give a fuck about what they're talking about, to be completely honest with you. I don't give a fuck about what Asians are talking about. But here goes the difference, though. Whether white boys are talking about it or not, it ain't niggas putting ships in the fucking lower Earth atmosphere. It's whites. It's whites that are doing all this industry stuff. So they still dominate at all the things that need to be dominated.
Okay. So, I mean, okay. Yeah. But I mean, that's only like a select few.
Who was the dean? When you went to Johns Hopkins, who was the dean of the medical program?
I don't know who the dean was.
Who was the president of the university? Who was the provost? Mostly whites, right?
Yeah.
So even if they are talking about drugs and shit, look at their race. So a few white boys who are talking about nonsense don't mean anything because they're best of the best run shit.
Well, a black man will forever be known at St. John Hopkins because he cured a pulmonary issue. You know, the blue babies, you know, we don't get this. Don't get it.
Get the hell out of here with that, man. That make-believe, most deaf movie. Stop it, bro. That dude. Listen, man. Just like when niggas were lying talking about that, a black woman was responsible for charting the trajectory to the moon. Y'all can't really believe that horse Hollywood bullshit. One person, this is one black man, he did all that. Katherine Johnson, stop it. You guys live in magic land.
I have a question for
niggas. When I was in school, we're not talking about anything other than sex, drugs, or just getting money. I don't care about that kind of stuff, man. Look, I've been around niggas, man. We don't. That's why these kids are bad because they're not intellects. Go ahead.
I really don't. I mean, to be honest, like, there's very few people who are intellectual in this world. To be honest, there's very few people that are intellectual in this world. To be honest, so I mean, like, you just can't.
D, hold on for a second. Let's be honest, bro. D, let's be honest. How many times have you walked past 2 or 3 white men and the conversation went like, yeah, man, you know, so Bill, you know, I'm gonna put that deck in next week, Bob, and hey, yo, yeah, how many times have you walked around whites and they're talking about something productive versus walking around blacks and we're talking about something productive? Let's be honest, niggas ain't talking about nothing productive. Why are we lying? Why are we lying, man? Why are we lying? You walk around whites.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not no
just,
narrative, man.
that's just self-hatred.
You know it's the truth, man. Niggas ain't talking about nothing productive generally, man.
I think that's your self-hatred, brother.
Portia, how many times have you went
If
to the grocery store?
if white America was having this conversation that you're talking about,
Portia, how many times have you walked into a grocery store and black women, Keisha, get the motherfucking car around here, bitch? How many times have you walked to the grocery store and heard some black women hollering and screaming because of somebody out on the phone? Let's be honest. Why do we lie so much as a people?
Well, the thing is that black people know black people. We know each other, you know?
And I think that one thing, and Lord forgive me on a Sunday to bring up Afro Nerd.
We talk about the worst of us, and then he says he wants to talk about the best of us, but then he talks about like the old school, you know, back 100, 200, 1,000, whatever. However, black folks know what black folks are doing today. And there's been times of plenty where I have not just seen black women walking into a store. I've seen black women that actually work at the store acting like that on the phone and with other customers.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Like, look, I'm listening to Pastor. I'm listening to D. But we're lying, man, as a people. And I think that if we overcome this lying, we can progress.
Well, see, you may be lying about the entire narrative, because if the American white family was having this discussion, their birth rates would not be plummeting. The country would be in debt.
I care about whites. I care about
niggas. You brought them up as an example.
I care about niggas, sir.
You brought them up as an example. And Jerice, why you gonna take off your cowboy hat for, brother?
Oh, you want me to go get it?
Yeah.
All right, hold up. I got you. Hold up.
Pastor, let's be honest, bro. If you walk into a barbershop, it could be 12 black men in there. Man, what are they talking about and what's playing on the TV, bro?
Let's talk about the basketball game.
All right, there you go.
Talking about nothing other than some sex, some drugs, that stupid TV show Power, man. They ain't talking about nothing productive, man. Let's be honest, man. Why we lying, man? Why we lying, Pastor? Come on, Pastor. I think the fact that you even watch me is because you know, like, man, damn, that nigga right.
Niggas watching Power, the females watching Real Housewives of Atlanta, and what's the other one? Love and Hip Hop. There you go. Worshiping Krishan Rock and Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. Oh, Sexy Red.
Do you watch Duck Dynasty to make yourself intellectual?
I don't watch no damn hillbillies, man. I'm not watching Duck Dynasty, bro.
CT, this is why they have country clubs, because they know they want this rich people, the elite people want to separate themselves because they know that the plebeians don't have they're not intellectual. They don't make sense.
Hold on, Schizo's been waiting for 3.5 hours. Schizo, what's going on, bro? What say you, man? Did you go? Would you send your kids to LeBron James school?
Not well. To me, I look at it like a little differently. How's my sound?
It doesn't sound like you're talking through a mic. It sounds like you're talking through the computer's mic.
All right, hold on. I gotta fix that. Give me a second. Sorry.
Clip says, CT, you are absolutely right. Prime example is Fight Club. There's a lot of smart people in there, but they talk about the dumbest ever in the most ignorant and disrespectful way imaginable. Man, look, I'm the Negro whisperer for a reason, man. I grew up around blacks, and I'm telling you. Tell me when you're ready, Schizo. And I grew up around blacks, and I feel like if we keep on lying, we're just going to be further behind. LeBron James school failed because black kids are not interested in education. That's just the clear answer of it. And that's why I gave my example of growing up in the 90s and going to a junior high school with blacks. And I could tell you, Pastor, every day, Pastor, these niggers would talk about shoes and Avarax jackets. And fighting and you know, back in the 90s we had CDs and they would talk about the latest Master P came out every week. They would talk about the next No Limit, man. That's all they would talk about. And I would be like, hey guys, why don't we pay attention to the teacher? Hey man, no man, that's corny. You being white. I'm like, being white, motherfucker. Okay. I'm just trying to do the work. Go ahead. Man.
Okay. So you called him a nigger, which ends up which shows your bias of their.
I don't have a bias, man.
And I would argue that all children, all I would argue that all children are interested in social dynamics and social issues.
Okay, why are
That is the reason why they say if you're not a Democrat as a child, you have no heart. If you're not a Republican as an adult, you have no mind. I get it. So for you to argue with black kids for having fun and growing up in social dynamics is insane. That's one of the best ways for them to learn.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Having fun.
The cognitive dissonance is strong.
The cognitive dissonance with you is strong too. You took that hat on and put it back on.
You told me to. I did what you wanted. I'm a people pleaser. Sorry.
Jerice, who do you want to be?
Myself.
City boy or country boy? City boy or country boy? Who are you, nigga? But no,
hold on for a second. Hey, hold on for a second, Pastor. This is why our children are going to be speaking Mandarin in 20 years, because we like to have fun over here. Woo, we having fun, huh? And then next thing you know, we're gonna be bowing to our Chinese masters, but not my kids. See, I'm gonna try to stop it because I see it just like when I was a kid and I saw the gay culture. I said, man, it's gonna become a time of day where men are gonna walk into women's bathrooms and you can't say nothing to them. People looked at me like I was crazy in 1999, freshman year of high school. I said, I bet you're gonna have grown men claiming to be women walking, and they're gonna be walking in women's bathrooms. Look what the fuck happened. I'm telling you, Pastor, all this fun stuff you talking about, watch what's gonna happen. We're gonna be bowing to the Chinese and working for these people.
So CT, let me ask you a quick question. Do children, animals, since y'all made even a comparison of animals, do children and even animals learn better and learn more during playtime or during this so-called American sit you down, you're going to learn from this, you're going to learn directly from this teacher behavior that we have, that we call school?
Hold on, let's get so
really teach children more.
Let's get so good in. Go ahead, Skitz.
Exactly.
Thanks, CT. I don't know what my sign is, but I go good. You kind of touched on it earlier. Basically, the school system needs to be changed to where it is where you have a system set up for two types of kids. You got kids that are going to be advanced. Their parents are involved. They're actually trying to help. But then you also have the kids who parents don't care about them. They're not going to be involved. They don't give their children the basics of how to act in public, how to control themselves. So that way those kids are separated, especially if they have behavioral problems. They need to be separated, which would be kind of hard because of politics. But that's what needs to happen, because a lot of the disruptive kids are keeping other kids from learning, and they do need to be separated. And of course, discipline needs to happen more. And one last thing, though, pay attention to those government statistics, because all that money that's slated to go to the school system that doesn't go to it doesn't. But basically, we need a system that doesn't involve parenting, because a lot of parents don't care about their kids no more. If the teacher is called home and they talk about problems, the parents are like, "What?" I think you said it before, where they hung up on you, or they asking, "Why are you calling?" Like it's your job to educate their children.
Yeah.
A lot of the parents don't understand. It's their job to make sure your parents, not the school system. If your child can't read, it's your fault as a parent. If your child is getting kicked out of school, you need to teach them better. It's on the parents. But some parents don't want to parent.
Exactly, Schizo. Savage, what's up, bro?
I find it hilarious that the guy that keeps saying that there's a bias, every time he refers to me, anytime that he refers to me, he refers about my white skin. But he's not biased. He doesn't want to get into race, but he mentions my skin. But so
I never mentioned your skin. You mentioned your skin. I mentioned your age. Don't get it twisted.
No, you said because I'm white, my kids won't be put on Ritalin. You said those words, correct?
No. Because your kids are white, they're probably put on Adderall.
Yeah, you said
Adderall or Vyvanse. Yeah, I said that.
I heard you said, yeah.
Okay, so here. Liam, say hi. Hi. You see that? Do you see him?
Okay, you have a biracial kid. Cool. Don't put your kid on. I know you. Okay, you gotta. So they might do a mixture then. Okay. All I'm saying is your child should be able to get a education, even if they are biracial.
Again,
and then your kid's a bad kid because he's biracial.
Both of my kids are biracial. Both of my sons are biracial. and my sons don't act like that in school. They don't do that. If
okay, that's great, but what I'm saying, that's what they're pushing on these kids. Stop what? They will try to push that on your kid. Let your kid act up, and yes, they will. You can say stop or not. Those kids will, those teachers will look at you and your tattoos and that biracial kid and be like, "Yep, we need to medicate him." So don't get it twisted.
No. So this is what you don't understand. You keep trying to
Less
avoid
about
the
your
action.
whiteness. Your whiteness doesn't equate to nothing, actually, to me. If you want to keep it real, that's why I didn't bring up your white skin, because I do better than you, white boy. So don't bring up your whiteness. I brought up your age.
Now, Pastor, hold on for a second. Now, before you get to like doing that, you know, I don't know, man, because Savage then dropped some heavy heat on the channel, man, some Skrilla. So,
I can drop a mortgage payment and get you off this channel, my guy. I make $125 an hour. All right, bro. So like before you start getting into this white boy, you do better than me thing. Like you're not on my level, my guy. But
okay, sure.
Now, Pastor, hold on for a second. Now, I will admit, Savage has dropped some heavy Skrilla on the channel. So, I mean,
what do you need, CT? What do you need, CT?
It's not what I need. It's just that it's not what I need. It's just what I'm telling you. Savage
what do you need for me to prove a point?
It's just Savage. Hey, look, listen. It's just what Savage has done. You know, I gotta ride with Savage on that one. So, you know, the cash app is at the bottom. So, you know,
I don't come up here often, and I'm not it is what it is. But if I got to prove a point, it's all good.
Well, okay, we'll prove a point now.
Well, it's not that you have to prove a point. The fact of the matter is you made an assumption about what was going to happen because of my skin, and I told you were wrong. And then you went to start going about you don't care about me, you don't care about me because I'm a white boy, when you were the one that keeps bringing up bias. And then you want to talk about how you do better than me. Like, these are all things that I'm talking about because you brought them up. So, unfortunately, the thing that you don't realize is my
fault, Savage. I got to get you up out of here. Bob says Savage needs time off for involving his kids at a political point. He said this is disgusting. Savage, you got to wait 20 minutes, bro. Bob put you down for a minute. Sorry, you know how it is, man. It's across the board. He said that's disgusting. Okay, I don't know, Pastor, man. You know, you brought this out there. You know, you want to prove a point today. You want to show Savage that you can prove a point. Okay. Portia, you've been quiet for a minute. Go ahead, Portia.
I think that it just keeps going back and forth, and I don't want it to sound, so much so like an echo chamber to where we're not, building and growing off of the topic.
Go ahead.
But Pastor, one thing I would encourage is I said it in the chat. You were doing so good. You're doing so good. Like the insults and all. You don't have to do that. You don't have to step outside of your character. I actually dropped a message in the back for you because to me you seem like you actually seem like someone that is close enough to breach.
I just received your donation, bro. I received it. Yeah.
Yeah, like Pastor, you seem close enough to breach, and for someone like you that, again, up until here within the last.
Wait a minute. Hold on for 1 second. I'm sorry, Portia. Savage, would you like me to tell the people how much you sent over, or to Bob? Bob, he dropped a note. Bob, was it a C note? Was that 100? He dropped 100. Bob, so he did, Bob.
Yeah, so back to my point.
You dropped 100, so I was gonna add another what to mine. Come on, let's go. Let's start this shit, yo.
No, you don't want sir. Please don't do it with Savage. Don't.
Let's go, nigga. Because I'm sorry, Portia, but I hate this because he's trying to bring up the fact that I said I didn't even say anything about your race. Okay, I said probably. Because you're white and they don't care about your kid being biracial. They look at you being the father and they will probably judge it from there. I'm not judging you on your race, man. You're trying to overplay how I feel about your race. This is why I brought up the whole money issue, how CT love to act like these white people just have so much more money than us. And
I do not, sir.
This is where I'm here to combat black people being stupid, uneducated, can't perform.
Hold on a second, Pastor. You're talking too much. Give me 1 second. Let me. I don't want Bob to think that I'm joking around. Your name won't show up, Savage. All right, I got you, bro. So this is Bob. You know. Of course, I love you, Bob. But this is what he sent over, man. So just to prove my, just so I ain't lying. All right, go ahead.
I want to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to. I want to carrot if you would have showed the Cash App, but this was just to get. I don't care. Like, the fact of the matter is, if it was a white school, it's the same thing. You can't keep dumping money into schools where the kids don't want to learn. Like, I'm a high school dropout. I'm 8 years sober from drugs. It has nothing to do with white privilege that I make as much money as I make. It's because I work 7 days a week and 80 hours a week. Like, the issue that you're not defeating the conversation that you need to have, and that is, the school does not call me because my son is bad, because my sons act right. Every time I pick my sons up from school, the principal tells me that my children are the most well-behaved in the school. That is the issue. There's a lack of parenting.
I can't disagree with that at all. Now, I'm not even gonna make a racial comment on that. This is not a race argument to me. The whole argument of what I said about, first of all, what I said about you probably growing up with a society that supported you was based off your age, because at one point America did support their children, so that wasn't based off your race. And then when I brought up your race, as far as drugs and medications, they are racially biased on how they try to prescribe drugs to children and people. Period.
You think so?
Yes, I know so. You treat blood pressure, you treat hypertension differently in African Americans than you do Caucasians. Yes, they treat it differently. And it's not even being racist, it's just racially how they treat it. So him being a white guy and me bringing up the drugs is not about him technically being a white guy. It's about how they're going to treat him and his kids medically. It wasn't directly about you being white. It's about how they will treat it. That's what I meant, Savage. Not talking about you being white or any white privilege or anything like that. And I don't want to get away from the conversation about educating children to race.
So, unfortunately, what you're also failing to acknowledge is that in a lot of these states, you get more money if your children are on medicines. So there's an incentive for the parents to put their kids on medicines to get more money from the state. Also, a lot of these parents that don't care and aren't parenting their kids are more likely to try to get more money or do what the school says, because they don't want to deal with those kids, because the school says, if you don't put your kid on this because your kid's misbehaving, we're going to kick him out. So it's a twofold thing that goes back to parenting.
Bro, Pastor.
What? I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say against parenting. You're not going to get me to speak against parenting. What you're not going to do is conflate it into me being me. I shouldn't have called you a white boy. All right, I shouldn't have did that. I got a little bit. I got a little bit hot. I got a little bit hot in the conversation. I called you a white boy. That was wrong. Right? Shouldn't have called you that. I tripped out and said that. All right. I crashed out and did that. Right. Cool. It is what it is. We'll move on from that. Back to my original argument. They would still rather drug the children than teach the children. That goes back to what CT was saying, that LeBron James school is failing because of these bad, uneducated, unkept children. And I get it. You can't just throw money at a problem, but you definitely got to fund an issue.
So, Pastor, do you know anyone that's been to AA or had an alcohol problem or a drug problem?
I've done AA myself.
Okay, so if you've done AA, then have you sponsored guys?
I have not sponsored guys. I haven't sponsored guys. No, I have not. I kind of when I stopped drinking as much, I kind of just left the whole lifestyle and world alone, because what I noticed is a lot of sponsors get dragged back into the lifestyle because of like say culture and people actually being around that bad culture. They kind of get dragged back into that lifestyle. So yeah, I'm not a sponsor of nobody, but I definitely walked away.
Okay, so I have my own problems with AA, but the point that I'm making here is if you've been in AA, you know as well as I do, there are facilities that you can go to for free, and they will help you. They're 90-day programs. They're like there's 9-month programs, year programs, 100% free. You don't have to pay nothing. And how many people actually finish those programs? If you don't want to get sober, you're not going to get sober. It does not matter how much your mom wants you to get sober, your brother, your sister, your kids. If you don't want to get sober, you're not going to. And it goes to the same thing with these kids. You can't force kids that don't want to learn to learn. And it doesn't matter if LeBron James is there every day. Doesn't matter if LeBron James somehow can read and is a teacher and teaching these kids. Like, if you're not going to do the work, you're just not going to do the work. And if you don't have parents that aren't going to make their kids do the work or help them, these kids aren't going to do it.
I don't CT. Let me address somebody in your chat, Blexit.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me tell you something, Blexit. I did not apologize to the white boy. What I did is I apologized for. Yeah, exactly. Why are you apologizing to the white boy? Let me tell you something, nigga. I'm not apologizing to the white boy. What I'm doing is getting back onto the conversation, and I'm apologizing technically to CT for us getting off the conversation by me using white boy. That deflected from the conversation. So I technically was apologizing for getting off the conversation. Now, Blexit, if you really want to say something, pull up, man. Don't hit the chat and be a chat gangster, man. Y'all kill me in the chats. Y'all the type of black people that make me want to stop fighting this argument. Y'all niggas are technically the niggas that make me want to go full CT, but I can't and I won't. But you so-called niggas are the ones.
You can do it today. We're cursing today because I had already cursed, so we can do it today. We can do it. What's up, Terrence? How you doing, man?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My bad, man. I was just getting ready. Hey, CT, I gotta say, man, I feel bad because, well, I don't feel bad, but I'm conflicted because Pastor is bringing up some good points domestically, but I'm still pissed off at him for implying that you're not a real American. Like, I can't get that.
It wasn't Pastor. It was Afro.
Oh, okay.
Afro guy, yeah.
All right. Wait, I thought Pastor had said something about you being Nigerian too.
I did. No. I said something about him being an Alpha Phi Alpha because my mother's an AKA chaotic, and him being Nigerian descendant. So that is a foreigner trying to fit into a Black American group, and that's fine. You know, we let him in. It's cool. Obviously, he met the standards and paid the dues, so I ain't gonna hate.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about, bro? I'm sorry. What?
Alpha Phi Alpha. You're an Alpha, right?
I am.
And that is a Black American fraternity, right?
Yes.
And you are theoretically Nigerian, right?
No.
Hey, CT. Shadow Band keep implying this is a green screen.
No, that's a
green screen, bro.
I think they're talking about me. They're talking about me, Toros.
Yeah, probably talking about Jerice.
No, because he had mentioned that a few panels ago too.
Wait a minute, hold on for a second. So what I'm sorry, you let me do what now, Pastor?
I think that a Black American fraternity did let you in, considering historically you're not an African American, but it's okay. It is what it is. So you
are you joking?
No.
Do you realize
yes, it's a joke?
Do you realize that the Divine Nine is in other countries, sir?
I understand.
If your mother's an AKA, you should know that.
Divine Nine has went international. I agree, but let's not talk about this origins. His origins weren't international, but that's again, that's deflecting, man. That's deflecting. That's not the point of this conversation.
Okay, what's the point of the conversation?
So Terrence brought it up again and said why I disagree with you being a Black American and all the other stuff, but that's not even why we even have this conversation. So I don't even want to go there no more. We was on to something way different. We was back on these children.
Yeah. So with the school, I actually with the schools, I agree with Pastor. I don't know if it's necessarily so much as a race thing, even though that is a factor. But as somebody, CT, I went to JFK, which is a Cleveland inner city school.
Yeah, terrible school, by the way.
I wanted to comment. Portia had brought up a really good point earlier about like funding. I want to remind the audience that unfortunately, especially with public schools, a lot of the funding is attached to property taxes. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And then on top of that, just because certain school districts might have more spending per pupil doesn't mean those resources actually go directly to the kids. So for example, in JFK, we had, I graduated in 2005. I was a freshman in 2001. All of our schools was busted. None of it worked, dusty as hell. We didn't have enough books for all of us. We didn't even have homework at JFK because there wasn't enough books for us to bring back home. You get what I mean? It was so underfunded that instead of having substitute teachers, if the teachers missed a day, we were just sitting in the classroom. No supervision, right? But you know what we did get, CT? We got a new football field. We got that basketball court, the gym floors redone. Here's the problem. None of the kids are in control of that. So every time we're pointing at kids, I have to remind people that the administrations and the people that run the school districts and the people that are in charge of the funding and the budget, those are the ones responsible for the lack of the mismanagement in the funding. Like, there is the money there, but we have to talk about the mismanagement. That's why it's so important that we're not just so caught up in the general election or the midterms. Your state and local elections matter just as much, if not more, than those federal elections. And so we have to remember that a lot of this is based down to funding, and we need to stop acting like we're expecting kids to act like adults.
Terrence.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also go to Elliott?
No, I just went to JFK.
Okay, so you didn't live in the Harvard Lee area then.
No, remember, CT, I'm a military bro. I didn't hit Cleveland until 2000. Yeah.
Terrence, I actually went to Elliott, which was around the corner from JFK.
Yeah.
Those kids didn't care about education, bro, and those kids went to Kennedy.
But
I didn't go. I didn't
go. CT, most kids don't. They're kids. We want to do dumb crap like kids. If we want to talk about the parents, CT, I'm with you. I think our parents are doing a lot of they're complacent and complicit and negligent a lot. But we need to stop acting like kids shouldn't be kids. We need to stop acting like expecting these kids to act like grown-ass adults. CT, they're kids. If you don't keep your foot up these kids' ass, what exactly did you expect them to do? And that's a universal principle, sir.
I'm listening, man. Go ahead.
That's a universal principle. And so let me also, just from experience, my limited experience, because obviously none of us go to every single school in the country, right? We only got our experience based off of this. But as somebody who came up in a military community, military brat, and then going to an inner city school like Cleveland, CT, I was one of the weird kids because I listened to techno music. I was into like a lot of that kind of crap. I was into the quantum mechanics and stuff you're talking about. You know what? Those kids didn't understand anything I was saying, but you know what they didn't call me? They didn't say I was acting white. The big thing was they just wasn't exposed to that. You know how many kids or how many students I grew up with in high school? They didn't know anything about the stock market because nobody was talking about that. They didn't know anything about quantum mechanics and things like that because nobody was talking about it.
Well,
like in the school district that my kids go to now,
yeah,
where they got the iPads and they have all of these different things, they talk about those things.
Well, can I ask you a question, Terrence? Yeah. If what you're saying is true and correct, why didn't you send your kids to Cleveland Public Schools so that they can enlighten those kids there?
Because that funding is not going to go, is not dependent necessarily on where you're living. For example, You're going to deal with the same thing in Lincoln West. You're going to deal with the same thing at John Marshall. You're going to deal with the same thing at Collinwood and East Tech and South High, right, CT? Right.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter what school in that district you put into if the entire district itself is mismanaged.
Chill Will with the $5 super chat says, shout out to CT, my favorite African American. And I got my wife listening to your show now. Thank you so much, Chill Will. I really appreciate that. Salute to you and your wife. Bob with the $5 super chat says, the Jewish kids would throw parties while their parents were gone, but they all had straight A's. Thank you so much, Bob.
All Jewish kids or some privileged ones?
Go ahead.
Because like CT, you know this because you live in the same area. I don't like saying small hats because I feel like that's disrespectful, but the Jewish community here in Cleveland, like in Beechwood, Pepper Pike, you see how well funded that those areas are. And a lot of that also has to do with property tax, right? Which again, it doesn't cover everything, but property taxes is a huge huge criteria when it comes to how well your school districts are funded. And that's a good thing, by the way. I don't want to take money away from anybody. I don't even think we got money. We don't need to increase the spending. I think we need to have a mismanagement problem or a management problem. I think the way that our administrators go, because a lot of them get caught up in red tape, administrative fees. You got a lot of these overpaid like principals and things like that. And a lot of that money that's designated for the kids aren't actually going to teach the kids, amongst a whole bunch of other reasons.
Go ahead, Savage.
So, a misunderstanding about the small hats. Most of the small hats live in Cleveland Heights in Cleveland. And most of them live in a very small knit little community. And I go and do work on these people's houses. They don't they got 9 people in a 3-bedroom house living just like normal people, not fancy cars.
Yep.
Nothing fancy in their house, but they put all their kids through school for their own Jewish schools and pay for their education that way. Like they don't buy name brand clothes.
I disagree with that, Savage. Like Beechwood, the Maple Heights area, the Lyndhurst area, all those places have a lot of Jewish kids that go to public schools.
But there's a difference though, because even though they go to public schools, they still have a high staking earning. Do you know that Maryland Turpins, the University of Maryland, is one of those schools that they run very heavily. We know what I'm saying.
But Pastor, you also know if you have a certain a local area that has a high income, per capita, then just by the nature of all that property tax going to the school districts, you know what I mean?
But
again, it's not the end all be all, but that's a huge portion.
But see, the argument that I'm making is you would argue that a lot of those small head or kids go to private schools, but I'm trying to tell y'all that they even have a high stake in the public sector. So we can't always just say, oh, send them to private, it'll always be better. Well, what if you want your kid to start to experience the public space? You have to have that funded as well, and they do.
But again, you're conflating two things. A lot of the small hats that live in the Beechwood area are secular. They're not Orthodox. The majority of the Jewish community is in Cleveland Heights. So when you see the black brim hats with the black coats, they have to live around their synagogue. They can't live super far because they have to walk.
Right, but they're but Savage, you already said it. They're going to private school, and we're talking more about public schools right now, man.
But listen. The point that I'm making is the people, the majority of the Jewish population in Cleveland is Orthodox. The majority of them send their kids to a private Jewish school. The majority of them don't live high lives because they send their kids to school. Like that is what they prioritize, is my point.
Right. So a lot of them do drive around in luxury vehicles. Now, if you're talking about the religious sect in Cleveland Heights, okay, but they've always been like that. And by the way, that's any Jewish community like in New York. They also send their kids to private schools. Unfortunately, You can call it a culture thing or a religious thing, but that's a horrible comparison because Savage, that's like me saying, well, you know, some of the people who got high income, they send their kids to Gilmore Academy. I know you heard of Gilmore. Like, bro, that's such an unfair comparison. That school costs $45,000 per kid to go. Like what average American got $45K to send their kid to private school? Come on, Savage. Come on, man.
And why come the public sector can't be just as good? This is the issue. I don't think this. I'm glad you had this conversation. I think it's bigger than black. It's bigger than black kids in LeBron school. This is about American schools. American children are falling back and behind. And the vast majority of American children are in public schools.
Yeah, I agree. Like we have to severely reform our public schools because right now, across all demographics and across the country, this is an undeniable fact. Our testing in English and science across all boards is continuously declining. Right? And school choice isn't going to solve that problem. Sending every kid to private school is not going to solve that problem. Right? We have to have a serious conversation about reforming our public education system.
Yeah, but the problem with the public school system is you have, like, in order to get all the kids to go to school, you have a lot of teachers. You have a lot of overhead. So, like, you're not going to get teachers unions or teachers to want to take less money and less on their pensions. Like,
but Savage, why should they take less money? Because, for example, and this is go to Portia because I saw a good comment in the chat. Portia, you have to also admit there's way too many teachers out here having to get second jobs like Uber and Lyft just to supply the classroom with school supplies. Like that's crazy. Like as much as
OnlyFans. There's way too many teachers on OnlyFans during the summer, and then come back to school in August.
Yeah, I know that there's certain school districts where the teachers are getting paid what they're worth. But unfortunately, that's declining, and we have too many teachers in this country who have to get second jobs just to supply resources to their own class. I think that's really messed up.
But again,
today they ain't got no tissues for the children, no Kleenexes. They ain't got no Kleenexes, no color pencils, no scissors, no Elmer's glue. This shit is sad.
So what is
sad? This is not a behavioral issue. This is the fact that we're not giving our children what they need issue. We can talk about how our children behave. We can talk about how our children behave once we give them the resources. Okay, then so we can get on their behavior. I'm not saying that we should not get on their behavior. I'm not saying that the parents are doing great. The parents are sucking too. The kids are not. The kids are. Come on, man. This. We got to fund these kids better than this, man.
But again, the money has to come from somewhere. You can't have, you can't increase all the free stuff the city gives and at the same time increase all the stuff that you're giving to the teachers. Like the money has to come from somewhere.
Right, Savage. But that's why I pointed out earlier about because you guys had brought up in the comment section and on here about the amount of the amount of money per pupil, right? The thing is that just because that's the amount designated doesn't mean that's the amount being spent on those kids in the classroom. For example, a lot of that money that's allocated by the state first gets wrapped up in administrative fees and district fees. And again, instead of having that money go to, say, books, then you'll have a district or a principal choose to instead have that money go to what? Redoing the football field. Again, the kids ain't responsible for that. Neither are the parents. That's on the districts that are in control of that funding, right? So even if we don't have a money problem, we have to reform because clearly the money that we're spending is not being used properly. Right?
I don't disagree.
We all admit that throwing money at the problem is not gonna, throwing money at this problem is not working.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, but again, a lot of these inner cities are ran by Democrats. Like
Right.
What
the
do
cities
you
are
want to
ran
do?
by Democrats, Savage, but the budget is controlled by the state legislature, which here in Ohio is all Republican. They're the ones who allocate the sources out to these districts.
It's bigger than Democrat and Republican. It's bigger than Democrat
and that's what I'm saying. It's way bigger than that.
Yeah, but
but
again, the administration is what divvies up the money.
Right. They divvy up the money after the money's already been divvied up at the state level, Savage. That's you got to follow the chain of command here. That's how it works.
Man, this is bigger than Democrat and Republican. It's bigger than even the independent.
This is just government, period. As far as like mismanagement and all this other things, it's just I'm only responding to Savage thinking this is just a Democratic problem. When in Ohio we got Democrats and Republicans in control, and it keeps declining. So clearly, this goes way above Democrat and Republican, like you're saying, Pastor.
Cause we got Portia sitting there saying she paid for everything that her that her students use. And check this: certain schools have a surplus because certain parents make sure that their children. Look, man, look.
You're right. Keep it going, man.
Look, my kids' school. I'm not even bragging. God forgive me if it seems like I'm bragging. But because I'm talking about the parents, right? They send out one email and then they get everything they want. And it should be that way. It should. They don't even really chastise us about money. They just ask us, "This is what we need." Bam, we throw it at them and they get it, and then they use it the right way, and we don't have a problem. Why come we just can't do that across the board? Why can we just
greed and corruption, Pastor? Greed and corruption. You know that, man. Pastor, you would agree with this. Portia is absolutely a dope teacher for doing what she's doing to make sure her students have enough supplies. What's also true is that Portia, as a teacher, shouldn't have to worry about that in the first place.
She shouldn't have to worry if her kids got a Kleenex. See, this right. They rather send a child home and them not get that education for the day because they have a runny nose, rather than afford these children with some Kleenex, a school nurse to give them some Tylenol, rather than afford to give them the Kleenexes and the pencils and the scissors and the school nurses and the social workers and the counselors that they need. They rather just say our kids are bad. Our schools are not ran well. These children can't perform.
And let's be clear here too. Book bags, pencils, paper, they got the tax-free weekends at Walmart and Target, and that's on the parents that have those initial first day school supplies. But when Portia's talking about the fact that they taking it out her paycheck using the copy machine, what? Like if you like as a teacher, if you got to be worried about getting a second job just to do everything else, you have already told me that your school district doesn't allow you to focus purely on teaching. You got to be worried about everything else instead of doing what your dream job is, and that's messed up. That gets back to what Pastor's saying. Like we got to really think about how we're going about these school districts right now, guys.
Well, part of having these independent school districts where kids can pick different schools, that means that so you can't force the spread of wealth. You can't force people to spread the wealth, right? I think that's wrong. Now, I do agree. I think that's wrong to force spread of wealth.
Right.
But if you free up these children and the parents to take their kids to certain schools, it helps the schools and it helps. I don't think that these kids are just going to be gangster thugs when they go to nicer schools. I think that they're going to get in line and get in order. I mean, but y'all got it.
Pastor, I agree. I think that the thing is that yes, we don't want a redistribution of wealth, right? But at the same time, there's things called social contracts that every country has, right? Like, for example, the fire department, the police department, right? Those are all things that we as taxpayers pay for based on the social contract. Those things are not socialism. That's not communism. Those are basic services that every government provides to their citizens. Public education has to be, and for most countries it is just as important as that. Like, for example, in Germany, that's all the taxpayer funded. The public schools And guess what? You're not going to have a school where they underfunded or they got missing textbooks or the teachers are not showing up and things like that. And that's not socialism. That's government doing its basic job to make sure that the citizens of this country is coming up with a proper education to contribute in the future. But unfortunately, when we're talking about funding certain aspects or certain programs or certain things in schools, it always gets chalked up to all that socialist commie and all that other crap. And I'm like, well, wait. Don't you want your fellow citizens to be as educated as possible to keep this entire country going?
Yeah, I do, but he got his hand up, and I want everyone. I don't want to be, hogging the mic.
So we've only had public schools for like 80 years. The government wasn't involved in schools prior to that. Marxism started teaching kids public school, for one. For two, why is it like this right here is the issue. Like, you guys keep talking about this community and about how our fellow citizens, and we should help them. But the problem is you can't keep helping people that only take and they don't put in. Because those bad kids that their parents don't make them do nothing. Their parents they get passed through school, or the guys that are going to be robbing you and your kids in 10, 20 years. So, like, there's no reason to keep throwing money at it. Like, that's the most ridiculous thing.
Well, Savage, this is where I disagree with you, right? If that's not true, why do they have these same educational or trade skills that they used to have in schools, far as auto mechanic? Like I said, I went to Allied Health Science. I did Allied Health Science in high school. I graduated not just with a high school diploma, but also I graduated with a CNA degree. When I was 18, I graduated with a high school diploma and a CNA license. So therefore, why are they offering these same auto mechanics, Allied Health Science, electricians and electronics? Why are they offering in truck driving, auto mechanics, get back to auto mechanics, diesel mechanics? Why are they offering these same programs to prisoners when they used to offer them to high school students in funding? And I would argue that the prisons are heavily funded. The prisons are probably more funded than the schools are. And the same programs that they had in the schools that funded more than the athlete chaotic, more than that behavioral bad nigger baby chaotic, they literally put these programs that help these what we call occupational students, but they didn't want a 4-year degree. And kids were able to graduate with a skill, not just a high school diploma. They pushed that into jails. So this is where I disagree with you, Savage. Why are they pushing those skills to jails rather than maintaining them in the high schools? Home ec. There was a clothing cleaning services that most high schools. There was so checkbook balancing. All those are taken out of schools and pushed into jails. How do you get around that?
Well, you have the same exact politicians and the same people that think like you, that we should help everybody and that everyone needs a chance.
Yes, all of our kids need a chance, Savage. I don't understand pulling resources from children, bro. That's crazy.
Can you stop cutting me off in the middle of a sentence?
No.
Go ahead, Savage. Please go ahead.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna drop Terrence for the rest of the day.
No, guys, you don't have to do that. No, Savage. We don't have. Oh my God.
Just let me know how much he drops. So anyway, that's the thing right now is, well, first off, I can't even get over the fact that you said public schools was Marxism.
Well, I was listening. I had to take care of some like back end stuff for the last 30 minutes, and I was listening, and all I heard was pretty much Terrence and Pastor. No offense, I just heard a bunch of grown men crying.
That's cool.
What
You know
is
I'm liberal,
stopping?
Professor.
You mentioned some color, like some coloring. What did he mention, Portia? Some coloring pencils or something?
Yeah, I colored coloring pencil.
What the hell does coloring pencils have to do with education? They don't have coloring pencils, man. So what? All it takes is a pencil and a piece of paper for you to learn. And what is stopping these kids from learning math and science? Come on, man.
It takes more than that because math and science is more than pencil and paper.
Yeah, okay.
It really is. So
Check
therefore,
Cash App.
it really is.
He got you up out of here for 100. To Roos. Now, now Savage, you do know if he drops 100, he comes back up, right?
That's great.
Okay, I'm just making sure you get okay. All right,
you dropping me in the back, right?
To Roos, he dropped you for 100. All right, go ahead, guys.
So, the whole point of the Marxist comment is Marxism started doing fundedly public schools. That's what started prior to the early 1900s when Rockefeller got into funding public schooling and the government taking it over. It wasn't done by the government. It was local.
Okay. So let's say that let's say that Marxism did take over public schooling. Then that means that Marxism is now entitled to pay for. Because you can argue that children in the Dallas ISD being able to go to whatever school they want to comes with a little bit of Marxism, a little bit of evening the playing, making it good. I mean, communism, letting everybody get in the play.
Pass, hold on for a second. I'm
Okay.
back. What is stopping a kid from learning math with just a pencil and paper?
Let's get back on that. Right. So education is more than just pencil and paper. That's the reason why they use more than pencil and paper for education. They use books, they use colors, they use sounds, they use music, they use song, they use play, they use discipline. That is more than pencil and paper. Okay,
Yeah, but can I ask you a question? My fault, Savage. Can I ask you another question? If what you are saying is true, how do you explain East Indian kids and kids from around the world who don't have a tenth of what is in the classroom and they excel?
I would then argue that it was more cultural than equipment. I agree. You can't just throw money, equipment at students and say, go perform. I agree. You can't. You have to use these technologies to their furthest extent. Now, the reason why they're probably doing better, CT, is because people don't do very well with a bunch of choices. When you start breaking down choices down and giving, look, Dallas ISD say you can go to any school in Dallas. They didn't say you can go to any school in Texas, right? So you have to start breaking down these choices and directing people. So I agree with you because those Indian students have their choices broken down and directed. Wait
a minute. Terrence is being petty. Not only did he pay the 100, he said, and to kick Savage off as well. So Savage will kick you off for $10. So I know Savage is about to pay that in a minute.
Get out of here. Put your hands down. Put your hands down.
He said, and to kick Savage off. Go ahead, Pastor.
All right.
So with that, what I'm saying is when you are able to fund and so what's your name again, brother? Tyrose. What we are saying is directed funds. We're not talking about just throwing money. We're not even talking about government. I know you need government to make all this stuff happen, but at this point, we're talking about what's the real problem. The real problem is directed funds.
Hey, real quick, Pastor, real quick. Portia, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Not Terrence, I'm sorry. Chill Will sent me a Cash App. He wants to know what is your Cash App or PayPal. Him and his wife would like to donate for you to get your kids some items for the classroom. So, I have it in my email. I can always just put it in I can put it across the screen if you want me to. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second.
Can I respond?
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute.
Right.
Is that a new? Wait a minute. Is that a new cash app? Yeah.
Yes.
He just gets you up out of here, dude. Service for another 100. And hold on for a second.
What was it?
It was 100. Do you want me to show it to you so you know I'm not capping? Okay. He sent over another 100 to get you up out of here. So that'd be like 90 for you to come back. I can't believe you guys are doing this today. This is ridiculous. Go ahead. Go ahead, Pastor.
No. I said my piece. I really said what I want to say for that in particular argument. So since Savage is back up here, I want to say this so now he's back up here. The reason why this is bigger than politics is because let's say that it was this Marxist school system you're talking about. Then that means the Marxists should still have to fund it. Because wouldn't Marxism be equality, equity and equality for all? Supposedly, we know that's not true, but supposedly. So wouldn't they have to fund it so that you can have equality and equity for all? And even if it's Democratic, wouldn't the Democrat and Socialists have to fund it? And then wouldn't the Republicans, in their rich conservative ways, have to fund these rich Republican kids? This is bigger than politics, and that's why Savage Red, I don't think you should get caught up in the politics of it, rather than the reality of it is we got to directly fund and believe. And I know that sounds crazy chaotic to have belief and faith on your platform. Can you say I believe you are a Christian? So let's bring up so belief and faith in a Christian country should not be far out, especially when it comes to our children and funding them. To me, that's bigger than Marxism, communism, socialism, Democrat, Republic, Independent, Tea Party, Alex Jones, or any other people.
Go ahead, bro. You're breaking up.
You have fun this week, buddy? Yep.
Portia, Jerice, what's going on, man?
Not much. I'm trolling in the chat at this point. Make sure little Pookie get them colored pencils. Make sure little Keisha Ariana get that Elmer's glue for her edges, and I promise they'll start acting better.
Yo, and I'm glad you're not a father, you're not a husband, and you ain't got no kids.
Damn right.
I know. I can confirm it. It don't take long listening to you.
Hey.
It don't take long listening to you. It don't take long listening to you, boy.
I already gave my kids their allowance money, bro.
See, you got me off because I get tricked. I'm not gonna get triggered by brothers like you. I'm actually proud of brothers like you, and I want you to do very good, and I want you to get to where you want to get it in life to you feel comfortable having those kids.
Real quick, Savage,
and having that family. So you can
hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, Pastor. Teru sent over 101. He had to pay 90, so it's 11 for you to come back, Savage. This is ridiculous, man. You guys don't have to do this, man. But go ahead. You got it.
But yeah, I want the brother to get where he want to get in life, where so he can feel comfortable. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Supporting these children, because I find it really interesting when people that aren't married, that never been married, never had kids. You aren't even invested. You don't have no skin in the game. This is literally a talking point. This is not even a talking point. Your best bet is to troll in the chat, cowboy hat. Because you are not invested none in the game. No. Stop this. Stop all that. Stop all that. Stop the behavioral stuff. We're talking about kids. We're talking about our kids having behavioral problems. Don't you do it as a grown man. Chill out.
And that's part of the culture.
No, it's not part of the culture. It's part of you. You just doing that, not the culture. Chill back. I gotta talk to you like I talk to my son to make sure that he doesn't do stupid stuff. Then people blame it on the culture. Okay.
You were my dad. I wouldn't claim you.
No, you wouldn't have to. I'll be your dad. You don't need to claim me. I'm your dad.
I'd say my mom ran away with me when I was a kid. I don't know who you are.
Remember that you probably didn't have a father, Cowboy Hat. But anyway,
I can call him right now. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to call him Cowboy Hat because you're really not showing your father's leadership right now, Cowboy Hat. But anyway, what were you saying, CT? I see. Brothers like you. Brothers like you.
Brothers like me. Oh Lord.
Brothers like yo.
Now, Terrence, I can show it to you just to make sure that you know I'm not joking. He sent over $200 with a message. It says, "Fuck them damn kids." Actually, I'll just show it to you real quick. I'm gonna make sure his name doesn't come up though. Give me 1 second. Where'd it go? Give me 1 second. I just want to, just so you know that I'm not, I mean, I know you guys trust me, but I just want you guys to know. Okay, so let me show it to you real quick, bro. This is getting out of hand today. Savage said the $200. He said, "Fuck them kids." Laugh out loud. He said, "Fuck them kids." No, laugh out loud. $200. So Terrence, I guess you have to pay $99 or whatever. So, Portia, what's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm enjoying it. The Discord today.
This is ignorant, man.
But you know what? Savage saying "F them kids." Listen.
This is ignorant. This is getting very ignorant now.
Well, CT, we do it for you. We do it for you.
Getting ignorant.
Capitalism, buddy. That's what you always say. We do it for you.
Yeah.
But F them kids. Do you know? Like, I know when you were teaching, you hone in on that F them kids spirit.
Yeah.
But it's just something that, even whenever you feel that taking over, you just kind of come back down. Well, for me anyway, because sometimes I just want to like body slam, drop kick, roast these kids to the end of the earth, But just to touch on like education. Well, for me, y'all know I'm a math teacher. Can't say it enough. But I try to do everything in my power to make it interesting. So I make it relatable. I heard the mention of Jordans earlier. So I actually have a class activity that I do with the kids designing their own Jordans and pricing them, right? Like you try to do things that bring them in. And one thing that I love the most about my job, outside of all of the negatives, is whenever I can get my kids in tune with me. And one thing that I've dealt with, especially in district, is my kids telling me, and the one thing, CT with you, everybody talking about like your parents, Nigeria, Yoruba, things like that. It's like, my kids have called me out. Oh, well, we know you ain't from the hood. We know you ain't this. We know you ain't that. It's like, you were correct because I'm not, right? But one thing that I pride myself for in education in a predominantly Black school is the fact that I'm the math, I'm the algebra, I'm the calculus, I'm the geometry, I'm the trigonometry. I am that. And how many Black teachers do you see teaching that subject? I mean, and this is not a knock on English and history, but the fact that my kids have a Black teacher to look to in that subject matter, I'm proud of that. But I do try to pull them in and keep them, at bay. And then the colored pencils. Yes, I do use, I use colored pencils whenever I'm doing inequalities in graphing and algebra so that they can know the difference. However, some of us are out here that are doing the best that we can with our kids, but I would not lie and say that it's not extremely exhausting for those of us that don't want it. And so going back to Barnabas and CT earlier in the show, you have to get on these kids and talk to them in the way that they understand, because they know that as soon as they cross the threshold, as soon as you walk into my room, we ain't playing none of that. I ain't got time for you. I ain't got time for that. Your mama, your daddy, your granny, none of that. We want to see them do well. We want to see them excel. And I actually posted this in the chat earlier because I challenged my kids, CT, because I challenged them. I got written up. I had the whole board come down. I had the whole board come down and I got suspended. This is not the first time I got suspended. The other time I got suspended was for something else. But I got suspended because they said I was challenging my kids too much, and I was giving them work that was too difficult. And I'm like, but they're doing good. CT, they were doing good. They were, because you have meets, masters. My kids, they weren't meeting, they were mastering it. And so Pastor, he talked about extracurricular activities. I'm down with it, Pastor. I promise you I am. But whenever you have students, especially in math, for me, I'm biased, I'm a math teacher. Whenever I see my students excited about solving an equation or getting an answer right, because the one thing I love about math is not English or history. Y'all can write 1,000 words and still be wrong. In math, you just get one answer. The one thing that makes me happiest is whenever my kids master it and they feel so good about it and they want to show it off. And the one thing that I've experienced in my teaching career with black kids, whenever you get them excited about math and they master it, they want to tell everybody about it and they just want to show off with it. And that's my goal. But whenever I get shut down from the powers that be, oh, you challenge them too much. No, that's too difficult for them. Or I've gotten the T-Rex dinosaur comparison. Oh, you're too tough on the kids, or you're too no, I'm not tough enough. I'm as tough as I need to be because this is what they need, because I want to see my black scholars excel in all that they do. But in order for me to do that, I have to challenge them. I don't just want to give them mediocrity. They don't deserve that. But whenever you give them mediocrity or below that, that's what they want you to do. They don't want you to correct them. They don't want you to be hard on them. They don't want you to do any of those things. And it's just really unfortunate. And that's outside of the difficulty of the behavior and the other issues that come along with teaching. The one thing that makes me want to walk away the most is the fact that I cannot challenge my kids to be above mediocrity. That's what makes me want to walk away more than anything else.
Okay. John with the $5 super chat says, kids are a reflection of their parents. They just need better examples to reflect on. Pastor, any words, bro?
I'm gonna chill back. I've been talking rather much. I've been talking a lot, so I'd rather the panel, and I'll respond to what I hear from the panel.
I kind of want to mix the conversation up real quick. Pastor, you sound like you said you were an athlete, so you follow boxing?
I do. I was, man, damn.
Errol Spence get beat like Apollo Creed. Oh, that was horrifying.
Dallas took that shit on the chin. We were very. I mean, I'm not a born bred Dallas. I moved down here and they took me in, but man, let me tell you, that hurt, man, because I really wanted to see him win, man. Because the Cowboys ain't doing nothing, the Mavericks ain't looking that good, the Stars didn't win it all, so we really want, and we could always count on Spence to give us that win, and it just, and Portia know that, she know that, the Dallas, the DFW area supports Spence way more than Omaha support that chump. So I hope that they have a rematch, because Spence is a representation of what we're talking about right now.
You think that I don't think it'll be worth his time to do a rematch. Do you think so?
Yes, because this is what we're talking about. The investment that Dallas has made into Spence gave him the strength to go up there and be a champion for so long for us. And he had a bad fight, but we believe, but we're not going to give up on him. We're not going to stop supporting, stop investing, stop pushing Spence. We believe in him. So we believe in these schools. We'll keep pushing him. He will come back and be a champion again.
Yeah. Do you think that Terrence Crawford, I know you're more a friend of Errol Spence, but do you believe that Terrence Crawford will become a 3-weight class undisputed champ if he beats Charlo?
He will, but right now we got to get our rematch back. Like,
rematch first. Okay. Well, right, because he has to come back down.
Spence asked for a rematch back, hopefully, because I think Crawford comes in a little bit heavier than Spence, and I think that that worked in his favor. I refuse to believe that Spence lost that fight the way that he lost that fight. It looked incredibly one-sided. He might have been a little dehydrated, sick. I'm making excuses now, of course. Of course we know, but we're gonna come back. We will be back. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Mike from Boston, you are a boxing pugilist of a degree. What say you, Mike from Boston? Did Errol Spence get exposed last night? And also, do you think he looked like Apollo Creed when Ivan Drago beat the dog shit out of him? Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that he got exposed necessarily. It was more a showing of just how much better Terrence Crawford is as a fighter than Errol Spence. Terrence Crawford was barely even trying. He didn't even break. He barely broke a sweat. He was beating the brakes off of Errol Spence from the very beginning. I mean, he honestly, everyone did better against Bud than Errol Spence. I mean, in the comment about Errol Spence being smaller, Errol Spence has always been a big welterweight. He's one of the biggest welterweights. It's Bud, who's a guy who's come up 3 weight classes from 135. I mean, he's naturally the smaller guy, but that just shows it doesn't matter how big you are. Just that it's a skill gap. He was able to pick Errol Spence apart like it was nothing. I mean, he beat. I just swear to God, Errol Spence. He took years off of his life yesterday. That beating. You know, Terrence Crawford could have ended that fight a lot earlier, but he kept it going, and he punished him. He punished the guy and beat him up until they had to stop the fight. He could have stopped him a lot earlier than that. I mean, it was nothing for him to do that, and I think there's no way there should be a rematch unless you want to take more time off this guy's life. I mean, he's going to get how many more concussions do you want this guy to get? I mean, he was in a car accident already. I mean, he took a severe beating last night. We don't need to see that again. I don't want to see him get beat up again like that.
Yeah. Jarice, do you follow boxing?
Nah, I don't. Not a boxing guy.
I know you said you're 29. Did you ever watch a show called Martin back in the day?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I was more of a my wife and kids, living single.
Okay. Portia, you did you ever watch Martin back in the day?
Yes, I saw more of it like as I got older, but yes, I watched it.
There was an episode where Tommy Hearns was a legendary boxer in the 80s. Great. He was on an episode of Martin, and he was hollering at Gina, and Martin threatened. Martin challenged Tommy Hearns to a boxing match. Well, Tommy Hearns beat the brakes off of him in the episode, and the end of the episode, Savage, you remember this episode, right? Martin had his face was knotted up. Now, Mike from Boston, Pastor, I know you guys watched the fight last night. I don't know if Savage watched it. Did Errol Spence look like that, or was that just me?
Yo, so chaotic. So I pulled up to talk about the kids. Now you disrespecting Dallas, so I'm gonna respect from
No.
I'm gonna leave you disrespecting Dallas. And I didn't pull up for the Dallas disrespect. I pulled up to talk about these kids.
I'm just asking the question.
Because you trying to laugh at the fact that our prize fighter did lose, right? He lost.
He not just lost.
He got beat. He got the brakes beat off him.
Yeah, it was almost like a father beating a kid for being bad. Like that's how bad it was.
Yeah, chaotic. Was nice talking with you, bro. I'll see you next time, man. You have a blessing, brother.
Why do Dallas people act like that about their sports? Mike from Boston, did he look like Martin?
Yeah, he looked pretty bad, man. I mean, did you see any of the fight? Did you actually watch it live?
I fell asleep, man. I was exhausted, and I woke up and it was over. But I saw the highlights, and I saw a massacre from what the highlights that I saw. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad, man. I mean, Terrence Crawford could not miss. Every single shot he threw it with precision, accuracy. He was landing over 50% of his punches. His jab, he was fighting out of the southpaw stance, so he had a strong hand. He fights both stances, and he's naturally an orthodox fighter, so he had his jab. He was jabbing with his right hand, and he was he dropped Errol Spence with a jab in the second round, I believe it was. And Errol Spence has never been dropped ever before.
Yeah.
We never seen that happen to him before. He usually is the guy who comes with a lot of pressure, throws a lot of body shots, is very difficult to wear down because he's very durable. But you saw how easily Terrence Crawford did it just by placing his shots in the right, just picking the right spots, when to throw them. His timing was just on point. You could tell he's been studying Errol Spence for a long time, and he knew exactly how to beat him. He just and he executed it flawlessly. I've never seen a fight like that, like a prize fight with two guys that are that good. To see a guy get dominated the way that Errol Spence did, I mean, it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. Why do you think Pastor got off the? I mean, I know Errol Spence grew up in Dallas. He's from New York, but why do you think he got off the panel?
Well, there's a lot of people. I don't know if he's part of the boxing community, but on YouTube, there's a big community of boxing fans. Really, the only press that the boxers get is pretty much through YouTube channels. That's how the fighters get promoted because there's a lot of fans on YouTube. And there's one group of fans who are, staunch Errol Spence supporters, and they've been that way for years, and they've been talking bad about Terrence Crawford for years, saying that he'll get killed by Errol Spence. Errol Spence doesn't need to give him the fight. They froze Crawford out, because Crawford only had one belt, and Errol Spence had 3. So they said, we're just basically going to freeze you out. We're not going to let you get the fight. They knew all along that what was going to happen if they did fight. But these people in this community, we call them the Errol sexuals because they're like in love with Errol Spence. They take this very personally, and he may be one of those people.
I have a picture of Errol Spence after the fight. Give me a second.
Yeah, so let's see it.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. That's Errol Spence after the fight. So, sir, what else? So, will he fight one of the? I forgot which twin it is. Will he fight Charlo to become a 3, weight class?
3 division undisputed. You mean?
And is that? Yeah, and he'll be the first one ever, right? Because he's the first one to get 2, right?
He's the first. He's the first in the 4-belt era since they had 4 belts. They've only had 4 belts for a pretty short period of time. But yeah, he's the first to be 2 division undisputed. And yes, I believe that he can beat anyone at 154 pounds pretty easily.
Well, you think he's too big for Charlo? Sorry, I interrupt you.
No, I think he would. I think he would easily beat Jermell Charlo. Jermell Charlo is sorry.
I don't think so.
You don't think that? Well, I mean, I don't know. Did you watch the fight last night?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
So how do you see Jermell Charlo dealing with Terrence Crawford? How do you see that happening?
Isn't Charlo almost 6 feet tall, right?
He's like 6'1", I think. Yeah.
So that much bigger reach than Errol Spence, probably a bit as big of a puncher as Spence, if not a bigger puncher than Spence. Just all around bigger. I mean, that's going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, but you have to remember he lost to Tony Harrison, who's nothing, who's basically nothing. He did lose that fight to Tony Harrison. Jermell Charlo, I like him. I'm a fan of his, but he's not an elite fighter. He will not be able to deal with Bud Crawford. Very few guys. I see him even going up to 160 and dominating there if he wants to.
Really? Are you sure about that?
I mean, there's not really too many guys at 160 that could. I think. I mean, this guy is a once in a life. You should get a guy like Terrence Crawford once every century, maybe. This guy is as good as Floyd Mayweather. He is.
I agree. But do you think what if he goes up against Canelo? What do you think will happen?
I mean, it would be. Honestly, if they fought at 160 pounds, I think Crawford would beat him. But if it's at any higher weight class than that, then it would be too big for him, and he'd get knocked out probably by Canelo at 168 or 175 pounds.
You think that Canelo would lose to Crawford at 160?
If Canelo came down in weight, usually when guys come down in weight, they tend to lose. You saw it happen with Roy Jones. I mean, very, very few guys can drop weight. I mean, because you don't understand what that does to you. When you have to drain yourself, you lose a lot of strength. I mean, it's a big task to ask someone to drop down 2 weight classes. Basically, that's what Canelo would have to do.
I thought Roy started losing when he went up in weight.
No, it was when he came down. That's when he got,
came back.
knocked out.
Okay.
Yeah. He went up to heavyweight and then came back down to light heavyweight where he had to drain a lot of weight and got knocked out by Tarver.
And Antonio Tarver knocked him out, and it's happened to pretty much anyone who's dropped down. Like once they've gone up like that, it's very difficult to do. It's much easier to go up in weight than to come down because you lose so much power and you're just drained. Like you saw Errol Spence at the weigh-in. You know, he was drained of a lot of strength because he doesn't keep in shape the way that Crawford does. You know, he's usually walking around at 175, 180 pounds. He's got to drain himself down to 147 to make the weigh-in.
Well, I just don't see why they would rematch this fight. Like Errol Spence, he may get killed the next fight, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think anyone wants to see Spence get beat up like that again because really it does take years off of his career. I mean, he's already been in a bad car accident where he had a head injury. We don't need to see another beating like that. It's not good for anyone. No one needs this. It's no one's best interest to have a rematch in this case.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do. I don't think he has enough. He has enough ego to try to get another rematch. To be honest.
I mean, he's saying that he wants it, but you know, when he thinks about it and goes over it, he's going to realize that his body is not.
It'll be a worse beating in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it will continue to get worse. And I know that they're going to try to make it 154 pounds to make it so Errol Spence doesn't have to drain himself. But I think he'll actually lose worse at 154 pounds. So I think Bud will just be stronger and better.
Why would he lose worse at 150?
Because I think Bud, if he moves up to 154 pounds, he's going to carry a lot of strength with him, and he's just going to be that much harder to beat. He's just going to be stronger, and those punches are going to be even more damaging. You saw the damage they did last night to Errol Spence?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I mean, but I just don't. I think he'll come into this more hydrated and with more something going up to 150 at 154. To be honest,
that's true. But, oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Read the super chat real quick. Blue Jay with the $10 super chat says, "Hi, juries. Thank you so much, Blue Jay. I just woke up from a nap to see your face on the screen, and it makes me you so happy. You and Chaotic are the best. Thank you so much."
What's up, Blue Jay?
CT, did you see Jamal Charlo get slapped?
Yeah, by I forgot the white boy's name.
By Caleb Plant. That was pretty terrible, man.
Yeah,
that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
So how does Caleb Plant lose so badly to Benavidez and then smacks Jamal Charlo?
Well, because remember Caleb Plant tried to slap Canelo and he missed, and I think he kind of maybe learned some pointers from Canelo because he slapped the taste out of that. I mean, he hit him with his whole hand. It looked like it actually hurt Charlo. Like Charlo was like frozen for a second from that blow.
Yeah, I need to see that. I didn't get to see that.
And his wife got beat up right after that. Jamal Charlo's wife got beat up by a woman in the parking lot immediately after that. It was just a terrible night for him.
Did they see the woman that was beating her up?
It was Jermell Charlo's wife, so it was her sister-in-law beat her up.
Wait a minute.
Jermell Charlo's wife beat up Jamal Charlo's wife in the parking lot.
Really? What's going on? Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
Because Jamal Charlo's wife has been a problem for a long time. He's going through a divorce with her right now. She's given him a lot of trouble with custody over the kids. She just has been a big problem, and I think that she probably mouthed off, and Jamal Charlo's wife probably was like, all right, I'm going to put hands on her. And she did. She had her on the ground, was delivering blows. I mean, she landed like 5 or 6 good punches while she was on the ground. It was pretty embarrassing, man.
Let me ask you this, man. Will Terrence Crawford be labeled the greatest boxer of all time if he secures this third undisputed feat?
if he'll be, I mean, he's already, I think, considered among most people to be one of the all-time greats. But
Yeah.
to say that he's the best, he would have to. It's hard to say. I mean, I think if he went up and he won undisputed at another weight class, he would be considered right along with Floyd Mayweather and on that level. I mean, it's hard to say because we could never see them fight each other. But I believe he would have beaten Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, in his prime, I kind of think
Yeah.
so too, man.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is I'm telling you, once in a century you'll see a guy like this.
Okay, we have a hater in the chat. Rock the Big Gun says, y'all know more about dudes fighting than your own rights. Does anybody want to broach what he said?
He's smoking weed, probably.
Pro blackity black. Oppression Olympics. We already know.
Tough guy. What say you, sir, about Terrence Crawford beating the brakes off of Errol Spence? Tough guy. Now, when we want you to talk, okay, I don't know what's going on. I got to ask Portia a question. Portia, are you there, Portia? I don't know where Portia's at. Let me see. Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says the level of competition is. Portia, do you know who Clarissa Shields is?
I don't.
And this is why women's sports is not successful. She's one of the best female boxers.
Yeah.
I would even say of all time.
You know what? Kaya, actually, she is technically the first two-division undisputed champion, but in the women's division, she was undisputed in two weight divisions already. So technically, she's the first one, but she's in the female division. So, I mean, Bud was the first. Terrence Crawford was the first in the male division.
Oh, okay. AMW said the same thing that I saw when I first saw Jerice. He says Jerice and CT look related. You never know. We might be the same person.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a burner account.
Yeah. So let's see here. No, Jerice was way younger than I do. Improvement says Oprah, LeBum, and Johnson are tantamount to child abuse. Shut up. Let me see. Who else, man? Mike from Boston. Is Adrian Broner going to get a title shot again?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's not in any shape to be fighting any of the guys of this generation. I mean, he'll get beat up. He'll get beat up and he'll lose. I mean, I don't know if you saw his fight that he had recently. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
It
was back in June, right?
He fought some guy that was in some nobody, and he won, but he didn't even stop him. I mean, it was a small little venue. I mean, I don't know why he's. I mean, obviously he's probably just for the money, I would assume, but I don't think he believes that he could compete with this generation at his age. It's just not really realistic to think that.
It was another boxing question I wanted to ask you. Pretty sure to come back to me.
Oh, you were talking about. You keep mentioning the fact that you think Tank is going to move up to welterweight.
Yes.
Why do you believe?
Well, I don't think he will. I want him to move up to welterweight because the welterweight division, in my opinion, is the creme de la creme of weight divisions in boxing. So I want him to move up to that weight so that he's already very famous and popular now, but it's something about that welterweight division and the depthness of it. Go ahead.
But he's actually a much smaller. He would be very, very undersized for that division. You know, he can make 130 pounds still. He could fight at 130 pounds. He's a very small guy. You know, he's only about 5'5", 5'4". Yeah. I mean, he would get. Imagine him fighting Spence or Crawford. I mean, they would take him. I mean, it wouldn't be unfair. I don't even think they would sanction a fight like that.
Really? You think so, huh?
I mean, first of all, he's got a lot of guys. He hasn't really fought anyone at this point. Ryan Garcia is the only name on his resume that really means anything, and it doesn't even mean that much. He has yet to prove that he can compete with the guys in the lightweight division like Lomachenko or Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson. I mean, he's got to do something. He's got to win some big fights and get some names on his resume before he considers moving up.
Okay.
I think that Gervonta, he I think he loses to Haney, in my opinion.
No, I don't. I think he knocks it. I think Haney's is not what they say. I think he lost to Lomachenko. He got a hip decision.
I think he lost to Lomachenko as
I
well.
don't think.
totally agree
I
with
think
you
it was.
on
I
that.
think it could have gone either way. To be honest.
No, I mean, if everyone who watched the fight, when I was watching the fight live, everyone at the time was shocked when they read the conclusion, when they heard the conclusion of the fight. I mean, Lomachenko won the fight. I mean, if we're all going to be completely honest, that fight, Devin Haney did not win. It just not. He just didn't. He didn't win it. And Tank Davis will knock him out. It's just a matter of time. He's not going to be able to take the power.
I don't think so.
Jarice is throwing shots at the chat. He says for the $5 super chat, says coming from a dude with a dog as his profile pic. That's hella weird. Tough guy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. What's happening?
Okay, we were originally talking about the LeBron James school fiasco, but in the title I have the Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence reaction. Did you see the fight last night?
Oh, I didn't. What happened?
Do you know who these boxers are?
You know what? I don't really watch boxing since like Roy Jones Jr.
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let
Yeah,
you
but,
guys want to get back.
I mean, as far as boxing ain't what it used to be. Football ain't what it used to be. Everybody's just all sensitive and weak.
Wait
man.
a minute. Well, are you telling me that a football player from the 70s could run a route and beat one of these what do you call them? Oh my God, I'm losing my train of thought. Cornerbacks. You think a modern day cornerback couldn't get a pick from a 1970s wide receiver?
I don't think a 1970s linebacker, like a 1970s linebacker, would flatten a quarterback nowadays.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you think running backs were better back then too?
I mean, you gotta look at like people like Walter Payton.
Okay. Rest in peace.
You gotta look at O.J. Simpson.
Oh.
Yeah, OJ was probably
he was a monster.
probably the best you ever see.
Yeah.
I mean,
I seen his highlights. I said, Jesus, yeah.
I mean, back in the day, football used to be is like a gladiator sport. I mean, now they got all these.
But you think okay? So you said football, but
I mean, even basketball, you could travel now. Motherfuckers be traveling.
Man, you know damn well no 1970s basketball players beating no modern players. Stop it, dude. Well, let me ask you this real quick. So in terms of boxing, right? You mean to tell me a boxer from back in the day is better than a modern day boxer?
A boxer from back in the day, yes, definitely.
Okay. So what boxer from the 70s is your what
Foreman?
George Foreman, heavyweight. Okay. So you're saying he could beat Tyson Fury?
Yes.
Okay.
He would knock the doo-doo stains out there. Yes.
No, man, I can't let you see that.
George Foreman?
No,
you get hit by George Foreman, you tripping, boy.
Deontay Wilder hits harder than George Foreman, and
You're tripping. Mike Tyson hits harder than Deontay Wilder.
No, he doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, now I know he doesn't know boxing.
Deontay Wilder is the greatest puncher in heavyweight.
Deontay Wilder, literally by all pugilist standards, by historians have all said that he has that incredible eraser.
No one hits as hard as him with the right hand, at least.
Yeah. Do you know how big Deontay? Well, let's hear tough guy. Let's hear.
You're right. I don't know about the boxers today. Then, so I mean, I'm just thinking like Tyson when he was. I mean, you got to think about it, man. Tyson was a fucking pit bull, dude. Like people would punch him and you just look at him. And they'd be scared as shit. Just like people were so scared of Tyson, like you wouldn't even want to even think about stepping in the ring with him unless you had some balls.
I got a question for you. If people were scared of Tyson, how did Holyfield, Buster Douglas,
Lennox
Lewis, how did they wash him? They washed him if they were so scared of him.
Well, I mean, it's boxing, so I mean, you got to have some type of confidence when you get in the ring. I mean,
every time he stepped up to his challenge, he lost.
Yeah, I think a lot of Mike Tyson was just created by the media. I think that he's probably in the top 100 boxers, but he's definitely not in the top 25.
Well, I wouldn't say he was number one. I mean, if we're gonna talk about number one as far as boxing,
Bernard,
I'm gonna give it to who?
Bernard Hopkins, number
Yeah,
one of
Bernard
all
Hopkins
time.
has about what 16 or 17 title defenses.
I mean, but I wouldn't say that you saying the best light heavyweight of all time.
Oh, light heavy. I didn't hear what he said.
What are you referring to? You're saying best boxer all around of all times?
Of all times, I'm thinking like, oh man, that's a hard one, man.
Yeah,
Actually,
it is difficult to say who if there's a
uh,
single person. I mean, it's really too difficult to say.
Ray Robinson.
I mean, I still couldn't say that he's
I mean,
definitely.
if we're gonna get technical, it would be Floyd
I can see Floyd at
Mayweather.
number one.
Well, Floyd. I mean, the thing
I
about
mean, you
Floyd.
have to think about it. This dude trains. He could still fight a fight today. Like he doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. Like
But
Floyd is like the truth, man. I mean, people don't want to hate on him and not give him his credit, but honestly,
But remember though, he didn't fight when he became Money Mayweather in the second half of his career. He didn't fight a lot of guys that he should have fought. He didn't fight almost any of the top guys in the welterweight division. His last fight was against Conor McGregor to make him 50-0 instead of against Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford or Keith Thurman. I mean, those are all fights he should have made if he was really going to be labeled the best ever.
I think Mike from Boston, we need to have that debate because I feel like this conversation is always going to be up in the air between me and
Yeah,
you.
we should set it up for some time.
I think we should because I certainly believe that his bout against Ricky Hatton, his bout against Sugar Shane. I know people are going to say Sugar Shane was old. His bout against, of course, Manny Pacquiao. His war between Marcos Medina. I think that those bouts go down in history, man. Those are some of the greatest spectacular, one of the greatest spectacular boxing bouts that I had ever seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, man.
On which match?
I mean, Maidana had lost previously to Amir Khan beat Maidana. So did the guy wasn't like an upper echelon guy. Like he was good, but I mean he got beat already. Floyd nearly lost to him in the first fight. Some people think he did lose to him.
Bob Jordan would crush LeBron, and Bob also says Ali would close the gap on Tyson's teeth. I doubt it, Bob. I really believe that Ali was hyped up. He lost to an 8-0 fighter. I believe his only greatest bout was with Foreman. Other than that, nah.
Ali was definitely hyped up.
Yo, chaotic, man. I gotta ask you a question, man, because I know that you are really conservative. It might be a little bit off topic. I know you talking about.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Okay. I want to know your favorite hood movie. What is your favorite hood movie?
My favorite.
Mine is South Central. I don't know if you've seen that or.
I have with Glenn Plummer. Yeah, my favorite.
Yeah, great movie.
That's a great damn movie, man. That's a really. I thot that movie should have got like an Oscar. That's
yeah,
a really
and they
good
should
movie.
show it more than Boys in the Hood. I don't understand why they.
Savage. What's Savage say? Hold on for a second. Jerice with the $2 super chat says, "Hey CT, are you done with the LB school topic?" No, I'm gonna go back to that topic, man. We're just hanging out right now.
Yeah, you guys can get back to it if you want to get back to your discussion.
My favorite hood movie is it was a lot of good hood movies, man. What decade?
Well, I mean, we grew up in '84, so I mean, it kind of started with like.
Because
we had a lot of good ass.
I would go back to the 70s. One of my I love, and I don't know what you define as hood, but I define like the Cosby Portier movies as like hood movies. So definitely like Uptown Saturday Night, one of those movies. Yeah.
Oh, you taking it all the way, like
yeah, those are really
damn near black exploitation almost.
Yeah, those were really good movies, man. And I liked how they got over on Whitey. Yeah.
Dude,
so
to be honest,
what do you think about the Mac and Willie Dynamite?
I never really saw the Mac in its entirety. I do remember the scene where the little kid was like, "I want to be like you," and he said, "Hey man, let me tell you something, man. Don't you ever say?" I remember that scene, but other than that, I didn't watch the whole Mac. But I thought Superfly was a good ass hood. But I don't know if they consider those hood movies though, because they weren't really in the hood. I mean, Superfly certainly didn't live in the hood. He probably lived in downtown wherever he was living at, and those were like real gangsters. Those weren't like street Negroes.
People classify Friday as a hood movie, and I don't think that's a hood
Yeah,
movie.
that's okay. Like a hood movie would be like Menace to Society.
Yes, yes. Boys in the Hood. Right, exactly. Exactly.
Blue Hill Avenue. Okay.
Sugar, you remember Sugar Hood, Sugar Hill?
Sugar Hill, yeah, with Wesley Snipes. I haven't watched it since the 90s, but I definitely remember it though.
You got to watch it again, bro. You got to watch it again. Like a lot of those shit hit different as an adult. Trust me.
Yeah.
But the Wire blows all those movies out of the water. If you're
The Wire.
The Wire is slow, man. I'm trying to get into it. I just started the.
Let's get your ass up out.
Yeah, get him out of here,
get
man.
Your ass up. Can somebody get on camera? I need these two people on camera. Tough guy. The Wire is Picasso. That's all I gotta say.
I'm still watching it. I'm still watching it. I'm gonna give it a try. I've been trying to give it a try. I'm still in the first season.
Yeah.
But I always watch something else.
Don't go around a lot of black people saying I'm gonna give The Wire a try. You might end up getting into a fight with somebody. Yeah, because you don't give The Wire a try. The Wire is American as McDonald's is.
I mean, I do like certain things about it because it shows how actually like we grew up. That dude that they looking for, Broxdale, that dude that they looking for, how they don't know where he got all this shit in it.
Hold on for a second. You said we. Hold on for a second. How we grew up? Who the hell is we? I didn't grow up like that.
I'm talking about in the 90s as far as like nostalgia and just how like you carry yourself as a man. I mean, we learned a lot of stuff. I learned a lot of stuff through hood movies, through Boys in the Hood, through Godfather. Like there are things that stuck with me. If I'm gonna be honest with you,
consider The Godfather a hood movie?
No. I'm saying that I've learned what I was saying is I learned stuff from those movies. In Godfather, there was a line where he said, "If a man doesn't spend time with his family, he's not a real man. He's not considered a real man." And I truly believe that. Like if you are not, involved with your family, then how can you call yourself a man?
Dirty Dude says it gets slower when you're at the docks, but don't give up. No, I thought the docks were a good addition to The Wire. I think the newspaper was like the boring part of The Wire. But
Agreed.
Yeah, but even that was still good to a degree. I think
it was good.
Tough guy, I have to ask you a question. Who was your favorite character in The Godfather?
Michael. Yeah, I mean, he even had to make a tough decision on taking his brother out, and that's the whole thing, man. Like, there's a lot of lessons in that movie.
Yeah.
And it was even some weirdo shit in the the daughter was messing with the cousin, like on some So I mean,
that was Michael's daughter, and the cousin was Vincent was really a bastard. He was the son of that woman that Sonny was screwing at the wedding scene.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense now. Okay. No, because I learned something every time I watch it because it's such a long movie. Like you got to really just check out the intricate details and just understand like there's so many great messages in there. I mean, there's stuff about family. I mean, movies back in the days, man, it's just like it had so much substance. Even like if you listen to like Mozart or like jazz back in the day, like there's just like real culture and feeling in the music and movies. Now I think it's just so saturated. Like you see people trying to do sequels and try to like redo some shit, but like it's no like real originality.
You can't really redo movies of yesteryear because a lot of movies today are trash. Rocco the Sicilian says Godfather 3 shows you how we look at males that grew up without a father. Also, what I learned from Godfather 3 is why you shouldn't make sequels because that movie was trash. Godfather.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as 1 and 2. Two was the best for sure, but
yeah. Two was really good because of the two stories being at the same time. I like that part too. Oh yeah, so we can dibble and dabble back into the conversation. Thank you so much, Mike. I don't know if you want to.
You guys can jump back in.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no, I was just curious to what your favorite hood movies is because I know you be talking all, but you black. At the end of the day, I know you don't see some hood movies.
Yeah, I have. I've seen almost every hood movie. Yeah, yeah. I think there's a lot of good hood movies. I think that the acting is good, but a lot of times the over the top violence can be too much. Menace to Society is a very violent movie.
But I think it's the messages that are involved because I mean, if you look at a movie like you probably heard of it, I don't know if you watched it. It's called American Pimp. There was actually some good game in there as far as being a man. See, because a lot of the times they look at a pimp as a bad thing, but there are a lot of women that would actually be lost,
Yeah.
hurt, dead without that actual management in their life, and that's just
You want to know a great hood movie too? Dead Presidents.
yeah. I seen that the other day, man. It was so good. Like seeing it as an adult again. Like I remember watching it when I was younger, but like actually watching it and then all the work he put in, and then he decided to make that decision. He was like, "Damn, you gonna give me life, bro?" But I mean, people did die in the robbery, so I mean, I don't know, man. But I can understand. Like he like all this shit I done for the country, like just the position that he was put in as a veteran back in the day. They used to go through a lot of stuff as veterans, fighting for this country and being able to come back and not have anything.
Do you remember the scene when Clifton Powell
son
beat the
when he said I put food in your mouth, boy, don't disrespect me.
Clifton Powell, he's an expert at playing a scumbag in a movie.
Yeah, he is.
From Menace to Society to this. Go ahead.
You ain't lying. Hey, in Menace to Society, he was a degenerate. He said, "Don't you come over here." He said, "Don't you come around here before 2:30. I don't wake up before 2:30."
When I was in college, my dear friend who passed away of cancer, me and her used to act out that scene in college, and she was really funny at doing it. She said, "Yeah, be here tomorrow night about 10:30." Yeah, so we used to act that scene out all the time, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he said, "Don't come over my house before 2:30. He said, "I ain't awake before 2." Like, damn, nigga, you sleeping all day, nigga. God damn.
That white guy was like, "Yeah, okay, all right. I'm sorry." I was like, what kind of crazy nonsense is this? He said, "What time again?" He said,
"Hey, but he had to hook up on the cars, though."
Yeah.
The white boy had to hook up on the cars.
I'm gonna drop down, man. Yep. I'm gonna drop down. We'll set up that debate for sometime soon, though. We should do that.
No, but hey, man, I'll tell you this as far as the school, man. LeBron James could put a school in the inner city school and have all the money and all that, but at the end of the day, like it goes back to everything we talk about every day. It's from the parents. It's about family. It's about the generation we're in. It's how kids don't listen. They got laws that are basically emancipating children at young ages now and giving them the rights to do whatever the hell they want, like here in California. It's getting actually out of hand, chaotic. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of things stemming from our laws and how we have let the LGBT community come in and put their flags everywhere and stick their soil in the ground, because that's what's really going on right now. It's like they're taking over, and even women are getting their rights taken away, and they going along with it because it's like they're basically they're being mirrored. A guy can be a woman now, and so how women get away with all this shit, it was guys who's like, oh yeah, we're gonna let them think that they have a little power, and then these gay dudes who want to be women, then they starting to take their power back, and the women, they going along with it because they look like them. And I think y'all were talking about it the other day, how like the trans, they've been okaying a lot of stuff and telling girls how to dress, how to look, the eyelashes, all that stuff, and it's starting to actually facilitate all this BS. I mean, that's what's really going on. I mean, it's deeper than we all know. And I was just talking to my dad also, because my dad is an older fellow, you know what I mean? And I'm trying to get him to get on the show because he's very credentialed, but he's just older, so he don't know how to work, the internet and all that. But basically, I was telling him he's a conservative Republican, and he's like, no, I'm liberal. I'm like, Dad, we grew up the way you taught me, the way that you
Your dad
are.
is liberal.
You're actually a conservative Republican. He don't believe me, and I'm like, man, I wish I could talk to you, or he could talk to you, so you could explain that to him better. Because I'm not as great as you are at articulating myself. I'm a Negro, I'm from the hood, but at the same time, man, I just see that he is definitely a conservative man. Like that's how we grew up, and Christian. You know what I mean? How do I explain that to my father, man?
Well,
Because
your
he
dad
thinks
is
he's liberal, and he's going off. He's like, he asked me, he's like, so if Trump wanted to be president, would you elect him or not? I'm like, man, why are you trying to ask me that? Like, I mean, I think President was better than Biden, of course. Like, so I mean, if he's better than Biden, I mean, why would we want Biden in office at all? Not to say that Donald Trump is great or bigger or anything, because I don't really know what he really wants to do. But I mean, as far as when he was in office, black people were doing pretty well.
Well, real quick, tough guy, if I can say one thing, black people have this emotional connection to Biden because he was Barack Obama's VP and he was a Democrat. So they can't separate that emotional from the logic of he's a terrible president.
Okay. So that is because he did say something about Obama, and I was like, no, Dad, Obama didn't do shit for us. So I don't know why y'all do that as black people. Give Obama all this credit when that nigga ain't do shit.
The good old cognitive dissonance.
Like, come on, he ain't do nothing. He ain't do a damn thing. I don't understand. Like that don't make no sense. Like the only thing I've seen him do is this gay shit that's going on.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question, man. What would you do if LeBron hired you to be a consultant for his school? What would you do to change his school around for the better?
Make it private.
Okay.
What do you think about that? What if he made it a private school?
I mean, I think it'd be great. I mean, because if parents are paying for kids to go there
you go.
That the kid will have, because the parent is dishing out money from their own pocket.
Well, that's
and generally, parents who can pay for private schools pay for tutors. When I was a kid growing up, I had $100 an hour tutor, math tutor, believe it or not, and so inner city kids, unfortunately, and most kids, unfortunately, don't get like one-on-one tutors, and I think one-on-one tutors are important to young kids. Yeah. So yeah, you're in the ballpark. Portia, what do you say? You're a teacher. What do you say about the whole private school thing that tough guy is saying? What's up, Savage? I don't know if Portia's still there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Savage.
Well, I think that we should really start talking about squirrels and what squirrel you think.
Can anybody hear him?
He's cutting in and out.
Yeah, I can't hear him. Did you hear him, tough guy?
Nah.
Yeah, Savage, you might have to. I don't know. You might have to go say something.
You can't hear me?
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead. Say something else. Yeah. Hey, drop down and come back. Okay. Yeah. Drop down and come back. Let me see something real quick. DJ says, "Do black people not realize laziness puts their burdens on everyone else? Laziness is the expectation to be taken care of, like children. That laziness is immoral and evil and selfish and sinful." Wow.
Hey, I have to say this, chaotic, because I grew up in special ed, and I'm gonna keep it 1,000, man. Like they keep you in that mindset.
Yeah, I know.
The whole thing is, I was told I was hyper. I was told I was dumb. And if people actually put into me that I was smart and I could do anything, I would have a whole different way of life of thinking as a kid. But when you told you dumb and when you told you need medicine and all this other shit, it puts you in a trend, like you're in a state of like a zombie, man. Even when they drugging you, it's like you ain't got no choice but to follow what they're trying to tell you. I mean, especially as a kid, you're impressionable. You know what I'm saying? So like, if somebody's telling you, you know, you're not gonna be nothing, and you're just ADHD and you're just hyper, and I just think it's just you're being a kid. Kids have a lot more energy. You know, they're mischievous. They're gonna uh, defy authority. You know, but at the end of the day, that doesn't make them less than. And a lot of the times I found out that, you know, I'm not what they said I was, but I had to actually go through life and understand it. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't think they really understand what type of effects they have on these kids by saying these things and drugging them. It's just not true. And that's I think that's what, you know, why what's his name got canceled, because he was saying that depression ain't real, it's all a mindset. You know, and it's just like mindset is everything. You know, it can and will be your reality at the end of the day. You know, and so that's why they say that the tongue is a powerful thing, because it comes from your thoughts. So if you think a certain way, it says that in the Bible, you know, whatsoever a man thinketh, so is he. Meaning, if you are believing in your mind, in your brain, something. See, this is why a lot of celebrities make it, because they think there's no plan B. This is what I am going to do. So they go through sleeping in the car. They go through like all of that stuff. You know, I've done that being a musician. And then at the end, you know, people want to congratulate you when you're doing well, but they don't understand the journey or what it took. You know, the perseverance, the resilience, you know, that comes with that. So, I mean, you know, people say they want something, but do they really want it? Because at the end of the day, if you want something, you're going to do everything in your power to make it happen.
Okay. Savage.
I want to know what population of squirrels are going to take over next summer. Could you give me your thoughts on that?
Well, if you are in the Portage County area, you know it's black squirrel, Savage. A lot of people don't know that that black squirrels exist. Did you know that, Jerice?
No.
Yeah. Did you know that, tough guy?
Say it one more time.
Savage asked a question about squirrels, and
Okay.
I was saying that in his area, the black squirrels, there's a large number of black squirrels where Savage lives at, and there's a reason why. I know the reason. In the 70s, a group of white kids went up to Canada and they brought down a whole bunch of black squirrels, thus populating the area. So is that the reason why you're asking the question?
No. I just wanted to bring up a topic that we could all get our opinions on, and we could, you know, philosophize on for a while, that really had no actual evidence or credible things that we could think about to actually go anywhere for like the next hour and 45 minutes.
Well, you know me, I'm like a freestyle rapper when it comes to talking. So just like with that squirrel thing, see, I already know. So you can ask a question about squirrels, boom. See, and a lot of people didn't know that. Am I right, Savage? Aren't there black squirrels where you're at?
Oh yeah, they are. And though they're very aggressive towards the other squirrels, and they're outbreeding them.
You know, hold on for a second. Now that's always been a myth. Hold on for a second. Now wait a minute. Now there was like the white kids used to joke about that shit at Kent, and I'm like, I know black
I didn't
squirrels
even
really
know that.
go, like they all just mess with each other. I don't know that, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
I never heard of that. So y'all are teaching
black
me
squirrels,
something new today.
Black squirrels come from Canada. Yep.
Yeah, the black squirrels came from Canada and they took over.
Yeah.
I guess I live too far in the south.
Oh yeah, they won't come that. Yeah, they're not down that far. Yeah.
No, but unfortunately, like the money issue with these kids, like that's like you said, people don't have values anymore, and people don't have really morals, and that just goes to show you about what's going on with the schools with the gay agenda. Like you can't pay people to have morals. So until the society changes, it's just going to keep devolving.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to get better, guys. This is the whole thing, is what I'm trying to tell you. But like, it's going to get worse, and worse. Like, it's not going to get better.
Oh, I know. I mean, that's why I'm not having kids.
this is the whole thing. Is everybody's like, oh, it's gonna get better. Everything's gonna be okay. Like, no, y'all see it's on a decline. Like, it's
Hold on,
really
sir.
bad.
McGrady with the $5 super chat says, once Umar Johnson opens his school, all the problems in the black community will instantly be solved. Let me see here. Yes, the link I did drop is wrong. You are correct. That's the wrong link.
I mean, that could if he could run things properly. See, the whole thing is it's not just one school. We need people in our communities, man. I think I had said it before, man. You know,
But
there was a video. It was this dude. He's like an older black dude, kind of like stocky, big dude, right? So some girls was fighting down the street. He said, hey, y'all about to cut that shit out.
Yeah.
And they stopped, right? And they went on about their business. And then there's these two little dudes that was about to, get into it. And he was like, hey, none of that in my neighborhood. You know, like that's what we need. You know what I'm saying? Like, but ain't nobody doing that no more. You know, like niggas is lazy. You know, like you said, they littering and it's just a lot of trauma, dog. Like we're gonna have to really, really work on a lot of things in house as black people. We need to get ourselves together. It's like it's sad to say it, but I think one of the white boys said it on the panel the other day. It was like, y'all keep talking about everybody else. It's just like we have degenerates in our races, and this is true. Like every race has degenerates, but us as a black people, when are we gonna get our shit together? Like it ain't on nobody else; it's on us. But at the end of the day, we have too much information. We have too many opportunities nowadays not to. And I just don't understand why we can't.
Because
Well,
the
the main
culture
issue,
doesn't want that. Go ahead, Savage.
the main issue that you have is if you aren't taking accountability or stopping the shenanigans, it's like having a bucket and putting water in it, but there's a hole in it. It doesn't matter how much water you pour into this bucket. You're never going to get to carry the water anywhere. It's going to run out. So the more and more these parents aren't taking care of their kids and they're not teaching their kids and they're not doing anything, all the resources and all the good kids are suffering. The good kids that would be able to do something are getting held back. And then all of the financing that's going to these schools is getting drained. And then on top of that problem, you also have the administrations. Like, you have teachers that want to make more money, but the kids aren't reading. Like, it's not necessarily their fault, but like, you can't pay teachers $200,000 a year and pay for their pension to be able to make $100,000 a year when they retire. Like, all these things coming together in the school district just doesn't work.
I got to broach what Taru said. Taru says because the education problem has turned into an American problem, not a black specific problem. Black Americans are graduating high school at the same numbers as everyone else. But Taru, listen, I've been in these schools, bro. They are just allowing a lot of these black kids to graduate. A lot of these kids don't deserve to graduate from school, bro. But they have to. I'm just going to be completely honest with you.
Well, the other issue that you have with that is, like, you had someone come up here and say that black kids get punished more and they get suspended more, and so like because they've taken it as a race-based thing, they've stopped doing it. Like, where I went to school at, if you slept through class, your parents weren't up there saying that they need to do more. Your parents would come in there and they would be like, your son's not doing his homework. And you're like, yeah, my kid's a retard. Like,
yeah.
Like when I was going to school, the white parents would give up on their kids. Like, you ain't, like, I'm tired of dealing with you. I'm tired of yelling at you. I'm tired of coming up here. Like, if you want to fail, just fail. Like, they weren't up here petitioning for the school to give them special, like, don't kick my kid out, give him a tutor. The teacher needs to work with him after class every day. You need to give him makeup. Like, parents weren't doing that.
No, they weren't. Rock, you want to broach the topic, sir? You're on mute, Rock. Rock. Okay, I don't know what happened to Rock. But you're right, Savage. I mean, You're right. A lot of black parents, they will blame everybody else but themselves and the kid. Man, I've seen it firsthand. Not to say that white people don't do it, but I've seen it more with blacks. Yeah.
Well, you know what the problem is, CT, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with everybody on this panel. This is the problem, and if you think about it in this way, the problem is everybody goes into a relationship with this selfish ass shit, and when a child comes out, they're not thinking about the child; they're thinking about themselves. And when you get into a relationship with somebody and you say, "Hey, you're about to be my husband or wife," now they're your family. How do you treat family when you can't choose the family that you have when you come into this world? You love them no matter all the BS they do to you. Whatever they do to you, they're your family. They're your mom. They're your dad. So you just automatically forgive them and go back to them being your family. But when somebody comes in that you chose, then you going to switch it up on them. They're not your family now. It's just weird, man. People have a weird way of thinking nowadays, and they don't look at it logically and think about, I actually get to choose a family member and create more family.
Okay.
And you know, when you have a family member, look, nobody's perfect. Everybody is their own individual self. They're still going through life. They have moments. And this whole sexual monogamy thing that women have a complex and they don't really understand that men are different sometimes. You know, not every man is not going to be monogamous or will be. And I think that they put too much in a relationship on that when they're not faithful themselves. It's like so many women be like, well, he wasn't faithful or he was abusive, but they were doing the same thing. They were very abusive, verbally abusive, physically abusive. They were sleeping around on the low and maybe he didn't know about it. You know, so I mean, at the end of the day, man, people just really need to get over themselves, man. For real. It's not about you, especially if you have children. That's the problem. And all these issues would be solved because my grandmother, she passed away and she seen her offspring. She had a good time at family reunions and holidays when everybody came by her house. And see, a lot of these women, when they grow up, they ain't gonna be able to experience that because they don't understand the value of sacrifice and the value of family and the value of what everything was built upon where they come from. It's just so weird to me. You come from that, but you don't want that. And you say you don't want it, but all your actions show you want a man in your life. All your actions show you want a family. I just don't understand. It's so confusing. People are so confused that, like, even when it comes to gender, it's like boy, girl. You come in this world, that's it. How did you get here from a boy and a girl? That's it. Like, I don't understand all this weird confusion that we have nowadays. People are so delusional in their thinking. It's weird. I digress, like Smitty said.
Guys, I have family over. I gotta get to dinner. Jerice, man, thank you so much for coming through, man. How did you find out about this crazy channel over here?
From Blue Jay. She actually wanted me to have a conversation with you, and I'm a smaller YouTuber, so I was like, I'll pop in on the stream one of these days.
What's your channel?
It's just Jerice, my name.
Let me see real quick. Jerice. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm almost at 2K. We moving.
Wait a minute. I don't see it. Let me see. Probably spelled your name wrong. Yeah, I think I did.
Caprice, just to add to you saying that the world's messed up, so you don't want to have kids. Having kids actually helps solve the problem.
Oh, I agree with you, Savage.
Well, a lot of these issues are going to correct themselves. So the people that want to put this stuff in the schools, you just make sure that you homeschool your kids. A lot of these people are sterilizing their kids, they're aborting their kids, and they're not reproducing. So the values that most of us have on this channel, for the most part, you're going to end up, your seed's going to breed out these ideas.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think it's a task I'm willing to undertake personally, but I do realize that there is a need for more children with conservative / more traditionalist mindsets. I do agree that's part of the issue plaguing the country right now. So I hear where you're coming from, bro. I'm just like, man, it ain't no hope, especially in Black culture, quote unquote, whatever that is nowadays.
Like McGrady with the $2 super chat says, CT, what is your opinion on King Randall's school? Give me 1 second. All right, King Randall. Hold on for 1 second. I don't know what this is. Oh, this looks like I've seen these types of schools. I would have to see their district report card. I don't have any opinion on it because I don't know about it. Go ahead, Jerice. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, that's it. But yeah, I'd like to have a real conversation with you without all the Posadas and Taroses and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
An actual intellectual conversation.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, no problem, man. I'll check you out later, man.
Absolutely. Guys, please go over to Jerice's channel and check him out. Let me see. Tough guy, any last words, bro? I gotta get the hell up out of here, man. I got a whole bunch of family over. Tough guy, you're on mute, bro.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I said that's good that you spending time with family, man. We need to do more of that. Get back to those things. But yeah, man. My last words is, man, I would hope that everybody is aware of what's going on around you. Be aware. Speak up. Be the person that's hard to be. Don't be someone who's easy to be and just gonna sit there and not say nothing and just let people just keep doing whatever they want, because it's gonna get worse. If you keep letting it happen, it's gonna get out of hand, and that's what's going on. You know, it's like we're advocating and promoting and endorsing and sponsoring the BS. And we need to look in the mirror, because it's like some Black Mirror hypnotized shit that's going on. We need to wake up, like, for real. And it's a simple thing. Is if you see some shit fucked up, then say something about it. Excuse my language, CT.
You're good.
But that's what I have to say, because I mean, we got to start looking at things in a logical way and not be so emotional. Because especially us as men, man, we got to learn how to start responding instead of reacting. Being reactive, that's not going to help nobody. We don't need to be all emotional like the women that's around us. Somebody's got to be the clear-headed and stoic one. Someone has to act, tell the truth, and the lies might feel good, but the truth will set you free. That's it, man. That's all I have to say.
And once again, sir, you really believe football, basketball, and all those sports were better back in the day?
I think they were more aggressive. I think that they had a little bit more. It's like kind of how you have to watch what you say nowadays. It's just not. It's watered down. It's not authentic. It's not real. That's what I'm like. Yes, we can be entertained by it, because that's the whole purpose, and that's what everything is about, because it's a capitalist country. Even when it comes to the food that we're eating, and they're saying that we can sell lab grown meat in the stores, so people don't even know what type of meat they're getting anymore. And this is not nothing new. They're just letting you know now. They're so blatant. They are telling you shit right in front of your face, and and we're just like, okay, just like the when you sign up for something that says read all these agreements, people don't know what the hell they signing. It's like, yeah, let me in. Yeah. So.
Who would win at a versus match between Bone Thugs and Harmony and 3 6 Mafia?
We already seen that.
I mean, not 3 6 Mafia. I'm sorry. Who would win between Bone and Twisted? Not 3 6 Mafia.
Damn, Twisted was the shit, man. Twista actually can flow, and I know he raps really fast, but he really got substance in his words, man. He's lyrical, and I think he would murder all of them.
Okay.
Although Busy is tight, man. Busy is tight, man. But man, Twista is hard, man.
Sounds good. Thank you. Go. What you say, bro? Thank you so much, tough guy.
Yeah.
Rock, are you there, man?
What's up, man? How you doing on this great God Sunday?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm about to roll up out of here. Got an engagement. What's cracking, man?
I'm just relaxing, you know. I decided to take the day off. I've been working 7 days a week, but you know that's other people's prerogative. They can take the whole weekend off if they really want to. I don't care, but I got things to do. The school options. Thank God I live in Texas because we have what's called we have private schools that are publicly funded. Okay, so as long as your kid can act right and his grades are okay and they have room, they'll let you into this. It's basically like a private school. You can also, if your kid doesn't have the grades, you can pay to get into it also. But yeah, man, we have that option, and that honestly, that doesn't even help because I was actually I knew someone that was a teacher at one of those schools, and she was being forced by the principal to pass kids that did not wasn't scoring high enough on the grades. Like she was reprimanded for failing too many children. And I think she was teaching biology.
Okay.
Well, they don't even want your kids learning biology correctly. They say they want you to, and you know, we found all this out. That's why we're saying this right now. But they really don't want to find out anything. And the LeBron James thing, people have to understand when you get money, you do certain things. Okay, when you get money, what you do is you set up a C corp, you set up a LLC, you set up a trust. But another thing you do is you set up a 501c4, which is a nonprofit. And that school is LeBron James's other nonprofit, because I'm sure he probably has a few of them because, you know, it's better to spread the money around. That's just what it is. The more money you spread around, the less taxes you have to pay. Because, okay, he makes X amount of dollars a year, but I guarantee you it's not them paying LeBron James the person, it's them paying LeBron James the corporation. Because you can make you're technically a corporation yourself. That's why you have a social security number. People don't know this is how the country's set up. You got to learn how the country's set up, then you learn how to kind of maneuver and use it to your advantage. And then you can also see when they put something on the news and it says, oh, we don't have enough toilet paper, right? Like, you remember that? They were like, oh, we ain't got enough toilet paper. They're saying that to make people react and go and buy toilet paper. Like, you don't have to rush to the store if you already have toilet paper.
I think it's all set up, huh?
Yes, dude, it really is, man. And it's really sad because there's a lot of people that aren't there. They see half of what's going on. You got to see the rest of it. I'm surprised you're not talking about LeBron James's son having a heart attack.
I did the other day.
Oh, I didn't see that. You know, I'm in and out.
Yeah.
But even that, you know, they don't talk about it on the news. I don't remember when I played sports when I was growing up. I used to watch sports until they actually they had the basketball refs refereeing a football game, and it was the playoffs. Okay, this is what broke me and was just like, okay, I understand. Most of these sports like this are just completely set up because it's the playoffs, right? You're going to the Super Bowl. Whoever wins goes to the Super Bowl. And they called a pass interference, and it was completely not a pass interference, but they gave the ball over to the other team and they gave them like 20 or something yards, and it changed the outcome of the game. And they didn't even allow them to challenge it. It was so set up, man. It was ridiculous. So people gotta understand, if there's a refereeing that game or whatever is going on, there's too many roadblocks for good players. First off, like dude was saying earlier, the older sports are probably better. I kind of agree with him because nowadays, if you want to go play the NBA, you have to go to college. So you're telling me all the best players in all these sports are the ones that can freaking go to college? That's a joke. You know that's a joke. You know, if there was a team that would get together all the best street players in the country, they would wipe the friggin' floor with any NBA team. You know that.
I don't know that, but I'm just listening to you though. I don't think
I played sports, man. I know how it is out there when we're actually playing out in the park.
Have you seen street ball compared to professional ball before?
I played park football when I was growing up, and I also played.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you think that park football players can beat an NFL team?
Well, they have XFL. They have a couple other leagues that are actual leagues, and they actually have a park football.
No, league. I'm just asking you: do you think that some dudes off the street can beat an NFL team?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And they're working their regular jobs.
Really?
Give them 6 months. It would be like what was that? Longest yard. Remember the guards went against the inmates?
Yeah.
It was just a bunch of regular dudes, right? But they all had their spots they were good at. One dude was good at plays, the other guy was good at he was fast, the other guy was just big. You have those people in society too, but they were never given the chance, because they decided not, for whatever reason, they decided not to go to college. And what I'm saying is college is holding a lot of the best players back, because they're just, even if they have the chance, there's a lot of people that have the chance to go to college and they say no because they look around and they see a lot of college educated people without a job, or in a job that doesn't relate to what they went to college for, so they look at it as a waste of time. I'm older now. I decided not to go to college when I was younger. Okay, but I'm older now. I have the skills that I wanted to get. Now I can go to
you made
college.
the best damn decision of your life, bro. I can tell you that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you made a good decision, man.
With Obama, dude, I saw Obama, all right, and I was like, oh hell no! I can't believe the black community got behind a guy named Barack Hussein Obama or Barry Centeno or whatever, whichever name you want to use for him, Barry, Barack, whichever one, and they're paying attention to the news like it's real. Like, dude, I used to like Trump, but from what I see, they're playing each other's side. You know why they had the thing that happened under Trump right before he got out of office? The thing that may not be named. You know why they had that?
What?
Because they had to have people on our side, the people that are halfway awake or more, right? Because you got zombies that are just NPCs, and you have people that are halfway awake and they try to pay attention, but they still have the regular lives going on. So they don't know everything that's going on. Okay? You have those people and you have other people. Why they had it under him was for us to believe it. People still believe it. They have the numbers coming out. They have the studies coming out. If you want to learn anything about it, Dr. John Campbell is his name. He is, I don't know, probably about 60, 70 years old now. But that guy he knows everything about it because he's one of the people that invented the technology that they're using. When did you? We got to understand they're attacking us. They're attacking us, man. They're not just sitting back anymore. They're actually attacking our children, and they're attacking us personally. Because they're saying, hey, if you want your job, you got to get this. You got to do this. When did ever people require something of people to that extent? You have to have this medical treatment in order to live your life, for you to pay your mortgage. Because if you don't pay your mortgage, you're gonna lose everything you got invested using that credit.
Right. On that note, I gotta roll out. But I don't want to be rude.
God bless y'all.
But thank you so much, Rob.
Move to Texas. That's all I can say. If you have a brain and you can, just move to Texas, dude.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I like greenery. I feel like Texas doesn't have greenery. Like you guys.
No,
have,
over there
like,
we have desert. We have desert, rivers. We have forests. We have beaches. We have everything here. Over there by Houston, like that whole part of Texas is all big pine trees. You know, you don't have to go all the way to Texas. There's Kentucky right there. There's Oklahoma. There's Louisiana. The prices are cheap. You know, it's still kind of cheap down here in the South. But I just say get to the South. I wouldn't be north of the Mason-Dixon line, because I guarantee you that's the first place they're going to be trying out the purge laws, like what they have. They're trying to decriminalize kidnapping and assault and all that up there in Illinois. And it's going to be like the movies give you a lot of insight to what they want to do. Let's just say that.
Thank you so much.
You don't believe it. You know, look back to all the Mrs. Doubtfires and everyone wearing a dress. LeBron James wears a dress. I'm sorry to inform you. You can look it up.
Let's get you up out of here talking about LeBron like that. That was an AI photo. That wasn't really LeBron.
I don't know, man. I haven't double checked the research.
That was a Chat GPT photo, man. He wasn't wearing no dress.
There's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys that are famous wearing dresses. So, I don't know what's up with that. I'm just saying people need to understand that this is the war. I called this out probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I figured it out. I said, this isn't Democrat or Republican. Okay? People got to realize that. This is literally good versus evil. One side wants to kill babies. One side wants to give babies a chance of life. And that's what it comes down to. And that's why everything else is just an add-on to it. The guns, the freedom of speech, all that, people deciding what gender they are, all that is just to add on to good versus evil, trying to save babies or killing babies. Because that's what it came down to me for, man. People got to realize. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Bless.
Yep. Savage. Oh. Where did Savage go? Well, Savage, if you can still hear me, bro, thank you so much, man. Hey, man, you were dropping. Listen, if you follow basketball in the 80s or 90s, Savage, with today what you did in the Cash Apps, this is why I try to tell you guys, let's not do this tit for tat. Other channels do that. Tit for tat. Oh, I'm gonna drop this to prove. You guys don't have to do that. But thank you so much, though. Here goes Savage right here. Savage. I don't know why I can't see you. I'm gonna wait till you fix the. Hello.
My camera, for whatever reason, will not connect right now.
Okay, it's fine. Savage.
But
thank you so much for the Cash Apps, and you guys, other channels do that. People like, okay, well, watch this and hit the Cash App and super chat. But I do thank you guys for that. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we just need to stop dumping money into all these schools for all these kids, because if we stop doing that, and people knew these schools were bad and they weren't going to get funding if the kids were bad, these parents would start making sure their kids acted right to get them to better schools.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's just that simple.
I agree.
Like if I have to raise my kids to be good, and I have to move to another place so that they can be in a good school, and then I have to pay taxes so that you can teach your kids to be pieces of crap and not teach them, and then the same amount of money that goes to the school that I moved to gets the same amount of funding as the one that you chose to not do crap. That makes no sense to me.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it makes no sense. If things need to start being based on merit and stop being all about this inclusion and sympathy, because sympathy isn't helping nobody.
Nope.
Like, people need to start knowing that they're dumb.
Nope. And I also want to thank you for, believe it or not, guys, Savage, if you don't mind me saying it, but Savage also picked this topic for today. This is a great damn topic. And I want to thank you, Savage, for that. And thank you so much for the cash apps as well, man. You definitely came through today with that. And you're correct, man, about these schools, man.
Definitely. Yeah, the issue of it is everyone thinks that things should be equal and fair, but they're not. That's not life.
Yeah.
Like, is it fair that you're only 5 foot tall and I'm 6'3"? Is that fair?
Savage, believe it or not, man, you know, if this was in high school, I would have got salty by that joke and we would have been in that ranking competition right now. But no, it's not fair. It's not fair that I'm 4'11" and you are 6'3", buddy. Go ahead.
Exactly. Like, I don't wear glasses. You do.
Well, you know I wear contacts too, though. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You have good eyes. You have 20/20. You have 20/20 vision. Keep it real.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's
fair.
the point.
That's not
like,
fair.
Just from birth, we're not everyone's dealt the same cards.
Yeah.
So to think that you're going to be able to artificially fix that it's just not true.
Yeah.
Like, what are we going to start doing? Are we going to start making all the are we going to start building schools so people that are short as you have ramps to walk through doors so that the door is the same height and you feel the same as I do when I walk through the big door? Like, at what point do we stop with this? It's ridiculous.
I don't know, man. Go ahead.
Like, are we gonna start funding bald guys to get hair extensions and wigs so that they can look like guys that have hair?
Like me. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm bald. Should the government come fund that for me so that I can look like a normal person with hair? What about people that can't grow beards?
Yeah.
Are we gonna start giving money for the Indians so that the Indians on the reservation can finally grow a beard? Like,
Indian people.
At what point?
Wait a minute. Native Americans can't grow beards. I never knew that.
Yeah, they can grow some facial hair, but because they're not known for growing beards.
Teru says CT wears Timberland boots in the summer. Keep the short jokes coming, guys. Come on. Let's see here. Shane says a small man without a small syndrome. A small man without small man syndrome. I've embraced my height, you know. And I'm not really 4'11", guys. Young and Blessed says CT is a liar, so your family is still waiting on you. No, I'm waiting to be okay. Whatever, Young and Blessed. Thank you so much, Savage.
But yeah, like, it's just.
Go ahead.
Life's tough.
Yeah, it is.
As men, the way that you're going to become a man is by going through difficulty. And if we keep trying to give everyone a fair shake and a fair and like everything equal, like that's why our society's the way it is. Everyone's soft because we bend over so hard to try to make everything fair for everybody. Like, if we took this to the positive conclusion, then every school would, instead of it being 1950 and there'd be water, like a black door and a white door, it's going to be a short door and a tall door. And they're going to have to put ramps in for all the people your height. We're going to have to like get step stools for all the sinks. That's like, what do we really want to pay for this stuff? Like, do we really want to dump hundreds of thousands of dollars so that you can feel the same washing your hands standing next to me?
No. And truth be told, you know, I get you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that a lot of people need to be more like me. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people do want this whole equity thing instead of just adapting to their situation. But you're absolutely right, man. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, like,
You're breaking up.
Damn, Terrence is going hard on you in the comments right now.
Yeah, let me see what he said. Damn, CT. Savage said you need a booster chair. Toyota Prius. All right, man. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay, now I got a Toyota Prius. Now Terrence, not only are you talking about my height, now you're trying to clown me like I'm a super liberal driving a Toyota Prius. Go ahead, Savage. You got the floor, buddy.
Yeah, but that's just it. Like, whatever. Like, the other issue that you have when it comes to these schools is like, with that argument where they're like, oh, well, the teachers have to buy stuff for their classes. I'm an electrician. I have to pay for my own tools. Like, at what level is it that we stop saying, oh, well, you know, the government needs to fund everything, employers need to fund everything? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, because a teacher has to buy some pencils and some glue sticks that, like, we have to feel bad for them. Like, that's crazy. Any person that works in a factory has to buy boots. Like, are we going to start are we going to start having the government pay companies so that they have to pay for the boot? Like, at what point do we have some decency and have some pride in ourselves and just do what needs to be done?
Savage, you're absolutely right, bro. And on that note, bro, I got to get the hell up out of here. Thank you so much.
All right. You go enjoy your Prius.
I don't have a Toyota Prius, guys. I don't have a Toyota Prius. I would rather ride a, well, no, there's nothing wrong with riding a bike, but I would rather ride a bike everywhere I got to go than have a Toyota Prius. Damn, Savage was coming through today, man. I got to give him credit for that one. Dude came up with a great topic. The dude was dishing out cash apps and super chats all day. I mean, if this would have been a basketball game, he would have definitely been Michael Jordan in the mid-90s. Better yet, he would have been Michael Jordan when he dropped that buzzer beater on Craig Elo. Boom! Thank you guys so much, man. This has been a great show. Positivity is coming your way, guys. Thank you so much for all the people who camped up. Jerice, thank you so much, man. Nice to meet you as well. Savage, once again, man, thank you so much for all your super chats and cash apps, man. You've been, dropping 400-yard games for the past 2 weeks, man. Maybe a little bit longer than that, man. Thank you so much, Savage. Crown Reese, thank you for your super chats, man. Roland Curtis, thank you for your super chat. SBU Live, guys, please go to SBU Live and subscribe. That is Security Boss. She is an excellent content creator. Who else? We got Tatum in the building. Salute to you, Tatum. We got Big Time in the building. Thank you so much, Big Time, for the super chats. Roller Skater Texas Girl, thank you so much. Samuel, thank you so much. Johnny, thank you so much for your super chat as well. Big Time Tatum, once again, thank you so much. Thank you again, Samuel T. Stewart. Thank you so much for being a member, man. Gary with the 5 Canadian. Gary was coming through today. Think Tank Podcast, thank you so much. Terrence was coming through today, man, with his super chats. Ice Baby. Definitely one of my bros. Thank you so much, man, for the super chat. Bob, man, thank you so much, Bob, for the super chats. Dex was coming through with the super chat. Thank you so much, Dex. Bob again. Dex again. Thank you so much. Who else do we have? We got Terrence once again. He was dropping dimes today, boy. Terrence, thank you so much. Chill Wizil with the super chat. Thank you so much, Terrence, man. Thank you so much. Terrence, man, you and Savage were having a little battle today. Listen, I'm not really for, fighting. But, hey, if you guys want to fight with the super chats, hey, man, have at it. Thank you so much. John with the super chat. Tatum with the super chat. Thank you so much. Blue Jay, thank you so much for the super chat. Dirty Dizzle, thank you so much. Thank you again, Blue Jay, for recommending the channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Salute to you, and positivity is coming your way. Jerice, man, thank you once again for your super chats. McGrady, thank you so much. And Savage, once again, man, he says, Cut drives a sports car to make up for something. Cut drives a sports car to make up for something. Other than that, man, thank you so much, man. I see people in the Rumble are disrespecting LeBron. Terrence says, I lost today, unfortunately. Well, if you lost, man, you did a hell of a... It was a good game. I can tell you that, man. He didn't... It was good. And again, thank you so much. Guys, salute to you all. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I will be back tomorrow. Have a good one. Positivity is coming your way. Get out there, go for a walk or a run today. Get out there and exercise. So just get out there and just enjoy nature. But other than that, guys, salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way at the speed of light. Hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you. Have a good one.